Chapter 509. A Beyonder was allowed to leave the fleet? Without needing Donna's explanation, Klein easily understood why he found it odd. In the Nighthawks, even the purely civilian staff were subject to strict restrictions. Normally, they would sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement when they left their jobs. They were not allowed to leave the Nighthawks' jurisdiction without approval. After obtaining approval to move to another city, they had to immediately register with the local church of Evernight. From such a rule, one could see the officials' attitude towards Beyonder powers and related matters. It was impossible for a Beyonder who had drunk the potion to leave the organization so easily. Klein clearly remembered that Miss Justice clearly had the means to become a Beyonder, but she wasn't willing to attempt it. The reason she gave was that she didn't want to lose her freedom. Similar thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't express them. This was because the polite but cold German sparrow wouldn't be interested in such rumors. So what? Klein looked at the cutlery on the table and calmly asked, "Do you know how to chat?" Blazing Donnas secretly took a deep breath and forced a smile. I just find it odd. We all suspect that he has joined MI9 and is monitoring the sea route as a captain. That's possible. Klein picked up the cup of water and took a sip. The dishes he had ordered began to be served according to their categories. The restaurant even gave him 2 cups of sweet, bubbling, pale golden aperitif. Klein didn't say another word and focused on enjoying the delicacies. He felt that this was indeed much better than the second-class restaurant. The melodious sound of a violin reverberated in the air, and the slight contact between the cutlery and porcelain plates could be heard. Outside the window, the blue and open sea rippled quietly. Everything seemed so beautiful. Just as Klein entered the dessert segment, a crew member ran in and rushed to Erlin's table. "Captain, there's a pirate ship." He didn't hide his voice. Most of the passengers were shocked and stopped eating. Klein looked up, his eyes dark and cold as he looked at Donnas. Blazing Danitz stiffened for a second as he smiled bitterly and suppressed his voice. "If I say this has nothing to do with me, would you believe me?" Klein relaxed his eyelids that had almost twitched from his performance and slowly curled the corners of his mouth. "Guess. I guess you're a son of a bitch." Donnas was furious and almost cursed out loud. He maintained a smile. "Your wisdom is enough to judge everything." At this moment, Eland had already quickly asked about the situation. He stood up and said to the flustered first-class passengers, "Captain, there's only one pirate ship. We have enough power to deal with it. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your rooms in an orderly manner and await the arrival of good news. Believe me, the damage caused by the chaos far outweighs the pirate attack. I do not wish for there to be rumors in the future that although the White Agate successfully repelled the pirates, 5 or 6 or 7 passengers fell and injured themselves." Under his arrangements, Donna and the others left the dining hall and returned to their cabins, including Klein and Blazing Donnas. "I thought you would temporarily take over the White Agate and strive to prevent any damage to the ship." In room 312, Donnas closed the door and asked with the mindset of watching a drama. To be able to immediately throw out an olive branch after discovering a suitable candidate and talk about his principles and treatment was enough to show that he was an extroverted bosun who was willing to talk. Klein glanced at him, walked to the window, and looked out. He saw a large ship with a Red Skull flag sailing towards them. It had a chimney and sails. "Do you know them?" Klein stood behind the thick glass window with his hands in his pockets. Donnas came diagonally behind him and looked out for 2 seconds. "The Red Skull Pirates, a small to medium-sized faction. The captain is Sea Wolf Johnson with a bounty of 900 pounds. The first mate is One-Eyed Anderson with a bounty of 500 pounds. In the world of pirates, bounties were an important reference for status and identity. Considering that he didn't have good underwater mobility at the moment, and allowing pirates to board the ship could easily cause casualties to innocent people, Klein was silent for a few seconds. "Do they know you?" "Of course." Donnas instantly straightened his back. "They are qualified to participate in the gathering of pirates. I once kicked their butts, as expected of a famous pirate with a bounty of 3,000 pounds. Klein asked again with an unchanged expression. "Do they have binoculars?" This is a necessary item. Even if we control the ship, there will be sailors standing on the lookout deck. Use binoculars to observe the surroundings to prevent a surprise attack, Donis replied with hidden disdain. He could tell that this dangerous fellow was a new adventurer, and it was likely his first time at sea. He used to be a famous bounty hunter, a member of a secret organization. Donis subconsciously guessed German Sparrow's past. At this time, will the captain and first mate use binoculars to observe this side? Klein wanted to use 900 pounds and 500 pounds to refer to them, but he felt that it was a little impolite. Definitely. They must always grasp the situation of the target they are plundering, replied Donis, slightly confused. He didn't understand German Sparrow's goal in asking these questions. According to his thoughts, if he had the powerful strength of the other party, he would definitely allow the Red Skull pirates to approach, find an opportunity to board their ship, and kill everyone. Klein turned his head and looked at Donis, revealing a gentle and warm smile. That's good. What do you want to do? Don't smile like that. Donis suddenly panicked and summoned the courage to resist. Take off your wig, Klein instructed calmly. Huh? Donis was puzzled and slowly took off the wig on his head. Klein took out a special bottle of extract from a secret pocket in his clothes and handed it over. Wipe your eyebrows and face clean. This was the mystic-type makeup remover he had prepared for the clown disguise before he advanced to faceless. He had used it when he besieged the Wraith from Rose School. The current Klein naturally no longer needed such things, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. Donis became more and more puzzled, but before the other party attacked, he didn't want to make it impossible for him to return. He could only follow the instructions and wash off the disguise on his face, returning to his original appearance. Putting away the metal bottle, Klein opened the window and let the sea breeze in. Stand here and face outside. He pointed to the back of the window and said to blazing Donis. Donis walked over in a daze and vigilance, standing firmly behind the window. Klein observed for a few seconds and calmly asked, You have two choices. One is to crawl out yourself and hang there in a conspicuous manner, and the other is to be hung there in a conspicuous manner while I'm holding your collar. What do you want to do? Donis blurted out. Klein revealed a genial smile again. Show you to the pirates. The fourth bosun of Vice Admiral Iceberg should have enough weight to dissuade them. No, I can't do that. Donis subconsciously chose to refuse. He could imagine what kind of judgment the Red Skull pirates would make when they discovered him. Either Blazing Donis had been captured and there was a terrifying powerhouse on the ship, or this ship had already been targeted by Vice Admiral Iceberg, and the other pirates had immediately distanced themselves. And the way I'm hung out will determine what they will think. Donis thought sadly. Klein smiled even more genially. I'm a very easy person to get along with. Really, as long as you do as I say. At that instant, Donis felt the indescribable hunger again. He felt as if his flesh and soul would be torn apart at any moment. After weighing the pros and cons for a second, he half raised his hands, gritted his teeth, and smiled. I'll do it myself. Donis held back his anger and grievance as he turned around and climbed out the window. Relying on his balance and strength that he had honed over the years, he used his elbows as support and hung outside the cabin. Don't attempt to escape. I'm not a patient person. Klein's expression turned cold as he gently reminded him. Phew! Donis resisted the urge to release his elbows and jump down. On the pirate ship in the distance, the crew member in charge of observing the white agate sent a message to Sea Wolf Johansson. Boss, there's a strange fellow hanging outside the window. Johansson was taken aback for a second as he raised his binoculars and held them in front of him. He quickly discovered the strange fellow that his subordinate was referring to because his position was just too conspicuous. Isn't this Blazing Donis? Johansson's eyebrows twitched as he recognized him. Why would he appear on the white agate? What's the meaning of him hanging outside? Is this Vice Admiral Iceberg's prey? After a series of questions, Sea Wolf made a judgment. He raised his right hand and said, Everyone, take note. Everyone, stay away from this area immediately. Inside room 305, Klebbies gripped his revolver tightly and stood by the window to prevent a possible boarding battle. Donna's family was a little afraid and didn't return to their respective bedrooms. Instead, they sat in the living room, waiting for the bombardment to begin. Cecil and the other bodyguard, Teague, stood guard by their side, fully on guard. At that moment, Clevies's slightly aged eyes revealed a puzzled look. After a few minutes, he took a step back, lowered his gun, and said to everyone, "The pirates have left." What? This development surprised and puzzled Branch and the others. They had no idea what the pirates were thinking. Room 312. Blazing Donnas crawled back and snorted uncontrollably. "You're using our captain's reputation to your advantage. She hates this kind of thing. Just wait to be taught a lesson by Vice Admiral Iceberg." Donnas thought angrily. Klein listened quietly and asked thoughtfully, "What's the matter? I remember her bounty in Rouen was 26,000 pounds. This lunatic." Donnas couldn't find the words to respond. Chapter 510. Captain, the Red Skull has escaped. A sailor rushed into the captain's cabin. Escaped. Erland raised his monocular and looked at the calm sea in puzzlement, just in time to see the Red Skull disappear into the horizon. He frowned, completely at a loss as to why such a development had occurred. From his point of view, the armed forces of the White Agate definitely wouldn't be able to directly scare off the Red Skull pirates. Both sides would definitely circle around dozens of times and fire multiple volleys. Only then would the other party feel that they couldn't take down this tough nut and not dare to engage in a prolonged battle. Thus, they would rationally retreat. Could it be that the Red Skull was just passing by and had no intention of plundering? However, if they weren't plundering, why would they enter the sea route? This is the place where naval fleets and the Church's ships are most likely to block. Even the 4 kings and 7 admirals will try to keep a low profile when passing through the nearby waters. Erland was filled with doubts and felt that things weren't that simple. Caution prevents disaster. I can't be careless. Erland put away his yellowish-brown monocular and paced back and forth. He half raised his hand and said to the navigator, "Stop at Bancy Harbor tonight. Report the encounter with the pirates to the Navy and the Church." According to the normal plan, the White Agate's next stop would be Tiana Harbor. It would take about 3 more days to reach it at a speed of 13 knots. After leaving Tiana Harbor, it would reach its final destination, the capital of the Rorstad Archipelago, the city of Generosity, Byam. There is an even faster way to sail from Pritz Harbor to Byam, and that was to make only one stop at Bancy Harbor, which was 120 nautical miles from Demir Harbor. Has the Red Skull really left? Donna's father, Branch, walked to the window and looked into the distance. Clevies nodded calmly. Yes. Just as he said that, a sailor's shout came from outside. Danger averted. Danger averted. Upon hearing the official confirmation, Donna and Denton finally relaxed. They had the courage to approach the window and observe the situation outside. Are the Red Skull pirates very powerful? Donna widened her eyes as she searched for a ship that had already left. Very powerful. Clevies gave his answer. How powerful? Denton immediately asked. On the other side, the bodyguard, Digger, tidied his hair and chuckled. Even if we don't count the ship's cannons and several hundred pirates, just Captain Johansson and First Mate Anderson are extremely powerful. Anderson's nickname is Cyclops, and his bounty in the kingdom is 500 pounds. With everyone in this room together, and the help of a few sailors, we might be able to defeat him in battle. As for Johansson, his nickname is Seawolf. He can easily take care of such an opponent. If they board the ship, Seawolf will be unstoppable. His bounty is 900 pounds, close to 1,000 pounds. Is that a lot? Donna was shocked by how powerful Seawolf and Cyclops were, but she was also surprised by their bounty. As far as she could remember, her father's annual income was 1,500 pounds. It's a lot. This is the bounty that can be directly exchanged for them or their heads. The items on their bodies and the things they plunder will also belong to you. The kingdom will buy them at market price, and you will also have the chance to obtain bounty from other countries, Cecil explained from the side. At sea, pirates with a bounty of more than 300 pounds are quite powerful. and those with bounties close to or above 1,000 pounds are at least very famous in their own seas. I'm talking about big seas like the Sonia Sea and the Fog Sea. So, the 4 kings and 7 generals are famous in the 5 seas? Donna asked innocently. Klebbies replied seriously. Yes. Then, the Red Skull pirates are very famous in the entire Sonia Sea? Donna asked logically. Yes. Digger nodded. But why are they running? Donna blinked. It might not necessarily be because they're running. Cecil himself didn't quite understand the reason. Klebbies looked out the window again, his forehead slightly creased. Maybe there's another reason. Maybe they didn't want to plunder at all this time, and it was just a simple encounter. Another reason? As Donna's thoughts ran wild, she suddenly had a guess. Had Uncle Sparrow's gentle messenger, as tall as a house, scare them off? It was really scary. Donna's mind was like boiling water, bubbling and bubbling. She turned her head excitedly and looked down. She found that her brother Denon's eyes were also shining. Both of them pursed their lips at the same time and immediately understood that the other party was thinking about the same thing as them. Let's go out for some fresh air. It's on this floor. Donna found an excuse and pulled her brother out of room 305. Outside, Denton suppressed his voice and said, "Are we going to find Uncle Sparrow?" "Correct." Donna smiled energetically. "I saw him enter 312 earlier, in room 312. Without mentioning Vice Admiral Iceberg, Blazing Donnas looked back at the Red Skull, which had turned its bow around. They must have been frightened by the declaration of the Navy's cannons and the news of the destruction of the pirate groups. They actually took the risk to enter this channel to plunder, hoping to earn enough money to leave the sea. So what if they have cannons? The Navy and the Church have many powerful things, and they've always existed. They haven't caused a situation where they can't continue being pirates. If we can't beat them head-on, we can always escape, right? They can't possibly be escorting those merchant ships all the time, right? I know that ironclad warships are getting bigger and bigger, and the steam turbines installed will also get more and more powerful. Their speed will one day exceed 18 knots or 20 knots. Once we're chased by them, we can only wait to be caught up. But the sea is so vast, and even if thousands of ships are thrown into it, they won't be able to fill a corner. There are still many unexplored seas by humans. Although it's dangerous to hide in those places after doing something, there are also opportunities. This fellow is indeed the talkative type. Don't you think a crazy adventurer wouldn't care about such things? Klein retracted his gaze and scanned the room. His gaze finally fell on his leather suitcase, and then he raised his chin at it. Wash the dirty clothes inside. Donnas, who was about to give a long speech, froze. He wished he could set the entire ship on fire. He felt that his anger was like a gush of steam, pushing against the floodgates of reason. Donnas opened his mouth, took a breath, opened his mouth again, and took another breath. His flushed face eased, and he asked without a smile, "Is it everything? Just the dirty ones. Just brush the coat. Just the dirty ones. Just brush the coat." Klein was almost amused by the other party's act of suppressing his anger. He thought that this was the treatment Donnas deserved after robbing an innocent person. Inside the suitcase were the clothes he had washed last night. Because he was a little lazy, he had only scrubbed his underwear for the time being. Calm down, don't lose control. Calm down, don't lose control. Donnas repeatedly admonished himself, walked to the German Sparrow's suitcase, opened it, and took out the clothes that needed to be cleaned. He had just started busying himself in the bathroom when he heard the doorbell jingle. Klein opened the door and found Donna and Denton. "Uncle Sparrow, I'm not disturbing you, am I?" Donna's eyes darted left and right. "Nope." Klein made way for them. The two little fellows entered the room and were surprised to see Donnas washing clothes. "Where's the servant?" Denton asked subconsciously. "He didn't bring one," Klein answered for Donnas. Donnas said in confusion, "But there's an exclusive laundry maid in the first-class cabin." "But the first-class cabin has its own laundry maid, and the fee is calculated by the bucket." Before she could finish her sentence, Donnas froze. He had been so angry that he had forgotten about this matter. Donnas shook off the water droplets on his hands, turned around, squeezed out a smile, and said to the German sparrow, "Can I ask the laundrymaid to help?" Klein didn't have the malicious intent to see the other party embarrass himself. He smiled and said, "I only care about the results." Phew! Donna's heaved a sigh of relief. The question and answer between the two made Donna sense that something was amiss. The little girl asked suspiciously, "Uncle Sparrow, aren't you two friends?" Why does he look different from before?" Klein found a chair and sat down without hiding anything. "To be precise, he is my prisoner of war." "Prisoners of war?" Dan Dunn looked left and right in a daze. He did not remember any conflict between his two uncles. Donna was puzzled at first, but then her heart skipped a beat. Is he a pirate?" Klein nodded lightly. "The Red Skull pirates were also scared off by you, Uncle Sparrow?" Donna asked excitedly. Klein glanced at Danitz and replied without any expression, "That's right. Sort of." Having all her doubts answered, Donna was abnormally satisfied. She glanced at Donna's and unconsciously lowered her voice. "Uncle Sparrow, does he have a name? No, does he have a bounty?" "No, I can't let anyone know what happened to me." Donna's opened his mouth and answered first. "My name is C." At this moment, Klein said lightly, "That's right. Donna's." Donna and Dan Dunn looked at each other and didn't ask any further. The siblings didn't stay long before they bade farewell and left. They had a nagging feeling that the pirate's eyes were very fierce. When they returned to room 305 and saw that her father and Uncle Clevies were still discussing, Donna pretended to interrupt innocently. "Many people were talking about pirates just now. Did they mention Donis? Is he very powerful?" "Donis, blazing Donis. He's Vice Admiral Iceberg's subordinate, the fourth bosun of the Golden Dream." Clevies replied simply. At this point, he suddenly fell silent and retracted his eyes, as though he was recalling something. "A pirate admiral's subordinate." Donna asked curiously, "How much is his bounty?" Clevies returned to normal and said in a deep voice, 3,000 pounds. "Teach 3,000 pounds? Donna and Dan Dunn's mouths gaped open bit by bit, almost forgetting to close them. The captain of the Red Skull only had a bounty of 900 pounds, but that fellow who looked like a servant was worth 3,000 pounds? The siblings looked at each other, speechless. At 6 in the evening, the White Agate entered the harbor again. Fancy harbor? Erland is very cautious. Donna stood by the window and looked at the dark harbor and the tall lighthouse. Without waiting for Klein's response, he laughed to himself. There seems to be some bad rumors here. Chapter 511. Klein had already gained a basic understanding of Donna's character, so he didn't take the initiative to ask about the legends. He continued sitting in his chair and calmly looked at him. Without being interrupted, Donna's shook his head. Legend has it that 300 years ago, when Ruan's army first occupied this island, more than 500 soldiers mysteriously disappeared after a heavy fog. Not long after, many bones appeared by the sea and on the mountains. Similar incidents happened several times until the Church of the Storm built a cathedral here and sent a bishop. Although historians attributed the official start of the colonial era to Roselle's fleet finding a safe sea route to the southern continent, in fact, the various countries in the northern continent had been exploring the surrounding seas for a long period of time before that. They had colonized a few islands, but these actions weren't on a large enough scale. Mysteriously disappearing in the fog, bones appearing by the sea and on the mountains. Klein suddenly thought of the forsaken land of the gods. According to Little Sun's description, there was no sun there, only lightning and night. And when humans were enveloped by the darkness without any light, they would encounter strange or terrifying events. Danitz looked at the lighthouse that was exceptionally eye-catching in the setting sun and continued, "That's right. And according to the tombs and murals excavated on the island, the natives here seem to have a tradition of cannibalism. This island is situated in a region with intense climate changes. It often encounters earthquakes, storms, and fog, bringing disasters to the natives time and time again. In order to survive, they began to worship the god of weather that they created. Every year, they hold 4 rituals. The ritual's content is to kill a chosen blessed share his blood and flesh, and bury his head in an altar. However, such traditions have long been replaced by the storm rituals. The original language of the natives has also disappeared. God of Weather, a conquered island that once retained the tradition of living sacrifices. Klein made a preliminary judgment. Don has retracted his gaze and casually said, "It's precisely because of these legends that Bansi Harbor has two unique customs. It's precisely because of these legends that Bansi Harbor has two unique customs. One is that on nights with heavy fog and drastic weather changes, the door is tightly shut. Do not go out and do not respond to knocking sounds. The other reason is that they are fond of the blood of all kinds of animals. They learned to add salt to it from the migrating elves, so that the blood would coagulate into strange lumps. Together with the local spicy spices, it would be tender and fragrant." Wasn't this the blood curd? Klein was stunned for a second. His puzzlement turned into a frown. Elves? According to the stereotype formed in his previous life, elves should be elegant vegetarians. Why would they study the correct way to consume blood and the 100 ways to make blood curd? Yes, rumor has it that many elves like coagulated blood. Donis threw up his hands and replied, "Unfortunately, it's very difficult to encounter such creatures that are good at cooking. Little Sun once mentioned that the ancient god, Elf King Saniathrim, wields the authority of the Lord of Storms. Then, the elves should be similar to Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway. From the looks of it, it's not incomprehensible for elves to like blood food. Perhaps they even have the trait of being irascible. This scene is quite beautiful." Klein's thoughts raced as he gradually turned his attention to the blood curd. "I haven't eaten it in a long time." He had the thought of disembarking the ship to try some delicacies. At this moment, Donis took the initiative to suggest, "There's a famous green lemon restaurant here. There's a famous green lemon restaurant here. The pig's blood is especially delicious. Do you want to try it?" He had a nagging feeling that it was very dangerous to be alone in a room with German Sparrow. He was worried that this monster in human skin would suddenly go crazy. He should be more restrained in places with many people. "Holy Lord of Storms, may this journey end soon." Donis prayed without much confidence. As a pirate, he also believed in the Lord of Storms, but he lacked sufficient respect for the church. Upon hearing Blazing's suggestion, Klein, who was already interested, felt his heart palpitate. However, the legends and customs that Blazing mentioned made him feel a little uncomfortable. Therefore, he took out a gold coin and did a divination in front of Donis. The result was that there was no hidden danger in Bansi Harbor for him. Klein looked at the gold coin in his palm and didn't move his eyes away for a few seconds, still feeling uneasy. When Donis saw this scene, he suddenly realized that the monster in front of him was good at divination. Even if I sneak away, I'll be easily found." Blazing felt depressed as a faint sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. Just as he composed himself, Klein suddenly stood up and walked to the washroom. Before closing the door, Klein turned his head with a deadpan expression. "You can take this opportunity to escape." With that said, Klein slammed the washroom door. Donis opened and clenched his fists, took 2 steps towards the door, and finally stopped. The unknown was the most terrifying. Before figuring out what other Beyonder powers the German Sparrow had, he didn't dare to take the risk of intensifying the conflict. At least he's kind and didn't hurt me physically. When I reach by him, he'll probably let me go." The thought of being lucky occupied Donna's mind. In the washroom, Klein took out a paper figurine, disguised himself, and took 4 steps counterclockwise to go above the gray fog. He sat at the end of the long bronze table, took off the spirit pendulum on his left wrist, and wrote the corresponding divination statement. "There are hidden dangers in Bansi Harbor." He lowered his spirit pendulum and got into a good posture. After chanting a few times, he opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. Furthermore, it was doing so at an extremely fast speed. This meant that there was a great danger lurking in Bansi Harbor for him. How could this be? This place has been colonized by the kingdom for more than 300 years, and it has been an important port on the main trade route for more than 100 years. There have never been any rumors of danger. Could it be that a few powerful pirates are working together to plunder this port? No, those coastal defense cannons aren't just for show. Klein frowned in puzzlement. He divined again if he would encounter any disasters related to pirates in the near future. The answer was no. He fell silent for a few seconds, enveloped himself with spirituality, and fell into the gray fog. After returning to the real world, Klein pressed the mechanical button on the toilet, put away the paper figurine, and went to the washstand beside him. He wet his hands with water. In this short period of time, he quickly sorted out his thoughts and decided to hide if he could. It was best to be safe. After wiping his hands with a tissue, Klein opened the door and saw Donis still standing in the middle of the living room. A pirate who's cautious to the point of being a little cowardly. In a sense, Vice Admiral Iceberg's subordinates are adventurers who moonlight as pirates. Klein looked at him and calmly said, "To the first-class dining room." All right. Donis didn't understand why German Sparrow had suddenly changed his mind, but in the end, he chose not to argue. Along the gangway and down the ship, Cleves suddenly said to Donna and the others, "Go to the Green Lemon restaurant first. I have some matters to discuss with Captain Erland. I'll catch up soon." All right. Although Erdy Branch was surprised, he wasn't too puzzled. Cleves boarded the ship again and met Erland, who had a sword by his waist. "I'm going to visit German Sparrow." With that said, Cleves turned and headed for the first-class area. Erland was at a loss, not understanding the other party's intentions for suddenly coming over. "There's no need to inform me that I'm visiting German Sparrow." Erland was stunned for 2 seconds as he vaguely grasped Cleves' true intentions. He's telling me that if something happens to him, it must be because he's visiting German Sparrow. But if he's fine, it means that his suspicions are wrong and there's no need to disturb German Sparrow anymore. Erland stopped and said to the first mate beside him, "Wait 15 minutes. Wait a quarter of an hour. Knock, knock, dong, dong, dong. Knock, knock." Klein and Donis, who were about to leave, heard a rhythmic knock on the door. Donis, who received a look, quickly walked over and opened the door. It was Cleves outside. He stared at Donis, who had disguised himself again, and turned to Klein. Blazing Donis? During lunch, he felt that the German Sparrow's friend was a little strange and familiar, but he didn't associate him with the photo on a certain bounty poster. When Donna deliberately mentioned Donis, he suddenly had an inspiration and realized that the two were very similar. As expected, Klein was about to nod in reply when Donis beat him to it with a smile. "Friend, you've got the wrong person. Although I look very much like the famous pirate worth 3,000 pounds, I'm not him. There have always been people who misunderstand me, and it has brought me great trouble." Klein raised his hand and covered his mouth. He almost laughed out loud and ruined his image. He restrained his expression and calmly replied, "Yes. Sigh, my reputation." Donis craned his neck and looked up at the ceiling. "What do you want to do?" Cleves inhaled silently and asked directly. Klein moved his chin slightly and pointed at Donis. "Watch him. Gar." Cleves couldn't understand German Sparrow's words. "Sir, you have to learn to associate and deduce for yourself. You can't ask me to explain in detail. That doesn't fit my character." Faced with Cleves' puzzled eyes, Klein said casually, "He came on board at Demir. I recognized him and decided to guard him as a precaution." After looking at Klein for a few seconds, Cleves nodded. "No problem, right? Do you need help?" "No need," Klein replied calmly. Cleves glanced at the depressed Donis and took a step back. "Then I'll take my leave." Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by German Sparrow. "Return to the ship as soon as possible. There are hidden dangers in Bancy Harbor." In the Green Lemon restaurant, Donna had just laid out her napkin when she saw Uncle Cleves rushing downstairs through the window. At this moment, the weather at the harbor suddenly changed. Strong winds blew, causing the trees to sway. As expected of the Weather Museum, Bancy Harbor, Donna examined the scenery outside with great interest. She saw a man in a black cloak carrying a lantern as he trudged forward in the wind. As if sensing that he was being watched, the man turned his body, raised his head, and looked at the second floor of the restaurant. Donna then saw the man's appearance clearly. She saw that the head of the man in the black cloak was empty, leaving only a bare neck that was gushing with bright red blood. The man buried his body again, pulled his cloak, and continued forward. Chapter 512. Donna's body jerked back, her pupils constricting violently. Her mouth was half open, and the scream was already at the tip of her lips. If she hadn't seen the messenger before, she definitely wouldn't have been able to control herself. She would have staggered to her feet in horror, not caring if the tables and chairs would topple over. Fortunately, she was no longer the little girl who didn't know anything about the sea when she first boarded the white agate. Her voice only sharpened slightly as she pointed outside the window and stammered, There's a zombie. A headless zombie." She used the most common zombie in folklore to describe the terrifying thing she had just seen. Cecil stood up and took 2 steps to Donna's side. He looked out the window in confusion at the strong wind and carefully examined it for a few seconds. "There's nothing," she said truthfully. Donna shrank back, mustered her courage, and carefully leaned forward. She moved closer, only to see the trees outside swaying, debris flying everywhere, and not a single pedestrian in sight. There really was a zombie just now. He was wearing a black cloak. He had no head, and his neck was bleeding. Donna said as she gestured, wanting the adults present to believe her. Her father, Erty Branch, stood up with his hands on the table, walked to the window, and stared for a while. "Donna, you're not allowed to read that Van's horror stories again tonight." But, Donna wanted to defend herself, aggrieved. At that moment, Cleves came up to the second floor and approached. "What happened?" Donna said she saw a zombie outside, a headless zombie. Another bodyguard, Teague, explained with a chuckle. Cleves was silent for 2 seconds before nodding at Donna. "It's fine. It'll pass. It's very windy outside, and it's even more dangerous. We'll leave when it calms down." In Donna's eyes, Uncle Cleves's words indicated that he believed in her and had chosen the safest solution. But in the eyes of Erty, Teague, and the others, this was a clumsy ploy to comfort a child. Seeing that Donna was still a little nervous and that his real employer wasn't satisfied, Cleves pulled out a chair and sat down. There's a strange custom in Bancy Harbor. On nights when the weather changes drastically, don't leave the house and don't respond to any knocking. If you open the door, you'll be taken away by that zombie. Denton, who had seen the skeleton messenger with his sister, asked in enlightenment. "You can understand it that way." Cleves picked up the glass of water and took a sip. "So that's how it is." Donna settled down, believing that as long as she didn't leave the restaurant, she wouldn't encounter that terrifying zombie. It was only at this moment that she realized that the surrounding diners had already turned their gazes over because of the commotion here. Donna, who was being stared at, felt uncomfortable all over. She instinctively wanted to lower her head and hide from everything. "I didn't do anything wrong. I really saw it." Donna stiffened her neck stubbornly and looked around. She saw the gentlemen in swallow-tailed suits and the beautiful ladies in dresses retract their gazes. She saw them lower their heads, pick up the soup ladles, and scoop the dark red blood clots in the porcelain bowls with several spices into their mouths. Their lips were stained with blood, and their faces looked rather pale under the light of the crystal chandelier. The stark contrast between the two made Donna feel an inexplicable sense of panic. She quickly turned her head and waited for dinner. She secretly prayed to the goddess that the strong wind would stop soon. Bancy Harbor Telegraph Office. Erland and the first mate had just finished taking pictures of the information for the Navy when they heard the howling wind outside, and the nearby doors and windows were rattling. Seriously, the weather here is always so unstable. Erland put on his boat-shaped hat and sighed with a smile. His first mate, Harris, laughed heartily. "Why else would it have the title Weather Museum? You better not go out. Legend has it that you'll lose your head because of this." A staff member at the telegraph office, a lady with curly brown hair, slowly reminded them. "I know, but I've tried a few times, and nothing happened." Harris didn't mind at all as he pulled the door open and left. Erland stopped him and thought for a moment. "It's fine to go to the cathedral next door, right? Your telegraph office should be closing soon, right?" "No problem." The lady with curly brown hair was still as slow as ever. Erlen nodded and opened the telegraph office's door. Against the strong wind that could sweep up a child, he walked with difficulty towards the storm cathedral dozens of meters away. The first mate, Harris, pressed down on his hat and followed beside the captain, as though he wanted to express the thought of rushing straight back to the white agate. But the moment he opened his mouth, the strong wind poured into his mouth, and all his voice was stuffed back. After stammering for a while, he wisely shut his mouth and stopped making an obviously unrealistic suggestion. There was still 15 minutes before 7, so it could only be considered evening. The door to the storm cathedral was still open, facing the believers. The strong wind became much gentler when it came here. At the very least, Erlen and Harris didn't need to worry that their hats would abandon them at any moment. After entering the cathedral and walking down the dark and strict aisle, the two of them stepped into the prayer hall. They saw a man in a dark blue priest robe sitting in the front row, quietly looking at the huge storm sacred emblem on the altar that was formed from the symbols of wind, waves, and lightning. Erlen smiled as he approached and patted the familiar figure on the shoulder. "Jess, where's your bishop?" After being patted, the priest's head clearly shook. Then it fell forward and fell to the ground with a thud, rolling continuously. Blood gushed out from the priest's neck like a fountain, drenching Erlen's face. A cold and wet feeling entered his heart, and the bright red color blinded Erlen's eyes. All that was left in his vision was the blood-red world, as well as the head that had finally stopped rolling and was looking up with its eyes in a daze. At 7:15, when Klein and Donnas came out of the first-class dining hall, they realized that the strong wind that had rocked the ship had calmed down significantly. After thinking for 2 seconds, Klein walked all the way to the cabin entrance and asked the crew member guarding there, "Who else hasn't returned?" The crew member had seen this passenger enjoy the delicious Murloc meat with the captain, so he didn't hide anything. Apart from the Branch family and Timothy family who went to the Green Lemon restaurant, the other passengers returned before the wind rose. "Heh, that place is rather far, and the mealtime is rather long." "Ah, yes. The captain and the first mate went to the telegraph office and haven't returned yet." Klein nodded indiscernibly and silently returned to room 312. He stood by the window and looked at the waves that were stirred up by the wind. Even if he didn't go to the mysterious space above the gray fog for a divination, he could vaguely sense that something bad was brewing and happening just by relying on his spiritual intuition. After waiting for another 5 minutes, he still didn't see Captain Erland and Donna's family return. Klein turned his head to glance at Donna's, making the famous pirate, who was lounging in the reclining chair, sit up straight. Klein retracted his gaze and walked into the bathroom without a word. He skillfully closed the door, pulled out a paper figurine, and disguised himself. He then went above the gray fog and prepared to do another divination. Previously, he had been considering the potential risks of Bancy Harbor, but now that the wind had risen, he planned on confirming the current level of danger. Bancy Harbor is in danger. Klein held the spirit pendulum and chanted softly. After repeating it over and over again, he opened his eyes and discovered that although the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise, it wasn't very fast. There's danger, but it's within an acceptable range. This contradicts the previous revelation. Klein propped his elbows on the edge of the long bronze table and muttered to himself in puzzlement. He quickly thought of a possibility. The current danger didn't equal the hidden risk. Unless something was triggered or something was investigated in depth, it would cause the iceberg hidden beneath the sea surface to appear. This hidden risk might have existed for 300 or 400 years, or even longer. It's not because of my arrival. The current danger might not even have anything to do with the hidden risk. Unfortunately, I lack the necessary information, so I can't make a divination based on this conjecture. After finishing his interpretation, Klein quickly returned to the real world, left the bathroom, and found a chair to sit down on. He was silent, hesitant, and didn't move for a long time. This made Blazing Donnas feel inexplicably uneasy. Ever since German Sparrow mentioned that there was a hidden danger in Bancy Harbor, this famous pirate had been a little worried. The danger that can make this monster change his mind and not go to the Green Lemon restaurant must be very terrifying. Why is my vacation so miserable? I'm practically plagued by bad luck. Donis couldn't sit still due to the nearly frozen atmosphere. All he could do was stand up and pace back and forth. At this moment, he saw the monster, German Sparrow, suddenly stand up. As he buttoned up his double-breasted frock coat, he walked to the coat rack by the door. Taking off his half-top hat, Klein looked at Blazing and said expressionlessly, "You're free." Don has found it surreal. Dan has found it surreal. He blurted out in surprise. "You're going to save that captain and those ordinary people? Why, you said that it's dangerous outside." Klein put on his half-top hat and picked up his black hardwood cane. Klein wore his half-top hat and picked up his black hardwood cane. As he twisted the doorknob, he calmly replied, "That's right. They helped me keep the secret. They kept my secret. He treated me to mermaid meat. He helped me pay for Great White's losses." Donis couldn't react for a moment. How much was the compensation? A few solely. Klein opened the door and walked out. Lunatic. This guy was a complete lunatic. Whether it was to others or to himself, he was a madman. Donna's mouth was half open, unable to form a word. "Fortunately, I'm a normal person. I will stay in a safe place." Donna's retracted his gaze and thought in a half-mocking, half-joyful manner. Just as he finished his thought, the wind came again. The glass windows creaked and the candles in the room swayed. Looking at this dark and surging scene, Donnis suddenly thought of a question. The ship was docked at the port, which was also considered a part of Bancy Harbor. It was not safe, and there were risks involved. Rather than staying here alone, I might as well follow that monster. At the very least, he's very powerful. Donna's body moved faster than his brain. He ran out of room 312 and finally caught up to Klein before he left the cabin. Klein turned his head and glanced at him. Although he didn't say a word, the question was very obvious. Donnis hurriedly laughed. "I'll be mocked by all the pirates on the Sonia Sea if I choose to retreat from such a small danger." Excuse. Klein didn't expose him. He borrowed a lantern from the crewman at the door. With the dim lantern in hand and a hardwood cane in hand, he walked along the side of the ship and entered the dark harbor. As Donnis lamented, he followed closely beside him. Chapter 5:13. Unlike mainland cities like Bakeland, Tingen, and Pritz Harbor, colonial islands like Bancy lacked gas. There were few street lamps on both sides of the street, and the candles were caged in glass covers, waiting to be lit. Unfortunately, the wind had risen early today, and no one had gone out in the evening. The candles didn't emit their light at the scheduled time, and the road was pitch black. It was only illuminated by the faint crimson moon in the clouds. Compared to before, the wind was a lot calmer. At the very least, Klein didn't need to be distracted by his hat. A thin fog gradually spread, and the doors and windows of the surrounding two-story houses were tightly shut. It was pitch black, as if no one had lived there for a long time. With a dim lantern in one hand and a sturdy cane in the other, Klein walked quickly down the extremely quiet street, heading in the direction of the Green Lemon restaurant that Blazing Donnis had pointed out. Whoosh! Wind swirled in the thin fog, and for some reason, Klein felt a chill run down his neck. He raised his right hand, which was holding the cane, and straightened the collar of his double-breasted frock coat, completely covering his neck. At that moment, a scene suddenly surfaced in his mind. In the scene, a black shadow the size of a watermelon leaped out of the fog and instantly pounced at his ear. Without thinking, Klein swung his arm and forearm and suddenly pulled out his cane. Bang! Just as the black shadow approached, it was struck in the face and sent flying for a long distance. With the help of the lantern's light, Klein finally saw what had attacked him. It was a head. It was a head that had lost its body and was hanging from its esophagus. The head floated in midair, and its face was like a dried cheese covered in mold. The skin that flowed with yellow-green liquid was clearly sagging, but it outlined the outline of the bones. There were only 2 black holes left on its nose, and its eyes were bulging out with more white than black. Most of its lips were rotten, revealing sharp teeth that were mixed with blood. Dogsh *T. When Blazing Donnis saw this scene, His heart trembled as he cursed inwardly. Even though he had explored many treasures and fought many monsters, it was rare for him to see such a disgusting and horrifying thing. A classic revolver had appeared in his hand at some point. His elbow pressed down, and he was about to fire. At this moment, he saw a pure and bright light descend from the sky and land on the head that was a little stiff from the whipping. Ah! A blood-curdling scream sounded out, and the shriveled and hideous head quickly evaporated and melted into ashes, leaving not a single trace behind. How weak! Don commented subconsciously. This monster, German Sparrow, is from the Sun Pathway? It doesn't look like it. He must be relying on a mystical item. I didn't notice it just now, but the German Sparrow had already discovered the enemy and attacked. He's indeed very strong. Don quickly turned his attention elsewhere. Just as his thoughts settled, he saw a similar head flying out of the fog from the corner of his eye, trying to bite his neck. Bang! Don calmly pulled the trigger. The brass bullet accurately hit the head that was covered in mold, shattering its glabella. It fell backward and stopped in midair. Right on the heels of that, in Don's left palm, a scarlet blob rapidly expanded as flames began to swirl around it. He leaned forward, dragged his arm, and threw the blob of flames, causing it to slam into the stiff head. The flames surged as the scarlet burned. The skin of the head was quickly charred black as it emitted sizzling sounds. However, it didn't seem to be affected. It lunged forward and opened its mouth wide, about to bite Donna's neck. This change was somewhat out of Donna's expectations. He was nearly unable to dodge in time as he hurriedly shrank his neck and rolled forward, barely dodging the fatal damage. In his left palm, scarlet red appeared once again, but the flames didn't expand. Instead, they shrank inwards, stacking on top of each other. In just a second, while dodging, Don threw out the orange-yellow fireball that was only the size of an eye. Under the control of his spirituality, the fireball drew an arc in midair and accurately flew into the shriveled head's mouth. Boom! With a flash of flames, the explosion tore apart the flying head from the inside out. Countless fragments and blood splattered everywhere. It's finally over. Don stood up and heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that these monsters that only had heads left weren't easy to deal with. Furthermore, German Sparrow had easily killed one. The main reason was that the beyonder powers of the Sun Domain were very effective against such things. Don added in disdain inwardly. As this thought flashed through his mind, he turned his head and realized that German Sparrow wasn't waiting for him at all. With his cane and lantern in hand, he ran into the distance, his black gown fluttering slightly behind him. Dodge *T. Wait for me. Wait for me. Don's pupils constricted as he chased after him with large strides. He didn't dare to stay alone in the thin fog and dim environment. Inside the Green Lemon restaurant, Donna looked at the white porcelain bowl in front of her and the dark red blood clots in it. She recalled the strange and horrifying feeling the customers had when they were eating, as well as the pool of blood that had emerged from the neck of the headless cloaked man. Her throat squirmed, and she nearly vomited. Donna decided to give up on this delicacy, even though the strong fragrance had already entered her nose. She casually ate some salad and mashed potatoes and waited for the wind to stop. She felt that the clock on the wall was ticking very slowly. As time passed, table after table of customers paid their bills and left the second floor. The place became quieter and emptier. Dong! Dong! Donna felt that the sound of them walking down the wooden stairs was very irritating. Finally, she realized that the trees outside were no longer shaking, and the ground was covered with all kinds of debris. The wind has stopped. Donna pointed excitedly at the window. Her father, the import and export merchant, Erdy Branch, pinched his forehead and roared in a low voice, "Donna, where's your table manners?" But Donna was about to argue when Cleves raised his palm and pressed it down. "It's 7:40. Dinner is coming to an end. Let's go back as soon as possible. There are many bad rumors about nighttime in Banksy Harbor." Every merchant who relied on the sea for a living was more or less superstitious, especially when it came to folklore and legends. Therefore, Erdy pondered for a moment and agreed to Clevy's suggestion. He quickly paid the bill and led his family and bodyguards down to the first floor. Clevy's was about to open the door to explore when a creaking sound came from the room next to him. Donna nearly screamed in fright as she gripped her brother's hand tightly. A figure walked out, glanced at them, and said calmly, "It's foggy. It's best not to go out." The figure wore a black tuxedo without a hat and a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. His face was fleshy and almost round. "Mr. Fox, what are you trying to say?" Clevy's recognized him as the owner of the Green Lemon restaurant. Fox said expressionlessly, "In Bansi, it's best not to go out at night when the fog and the weather changes drastically. Don't answer the knock on the door, or else something bad might happen. Someone has already left ahead." The more Donna listened, the more afraid she became as she emphasized loudly. Fox pointed at the rooms on the first floor. They chose to stay the night. Creak, clang. As soon as Fox finished speaking, doors opened one by one. The gentlemen and ladies from before came to the door and quietly watched Donna's family as they tried to leave. "Maybe we should respect the customs here," Erdy Branch said after some deliberation. "Staying here for one night won't prevent us from boarding the ship." According to Clevy's original experience, he should have listened to Fox's suggestion and stayed at Green Lemon Restaurant, but he thought of German Sparrow's warning. It was a warning from a powerful adventurer who could guard blazing Donis. "There's a hidden danger in Bansi Harbor. I didn't specify whether it's indoors or outdoors." Clevy's quickly made a decision and said to Erdy, "Mr. Branch, please believe in my professionalism. Yeah, I've seen a lot of folk customs, but none of them have any practical use," another bodyguard, Digger, echoed. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden knocking sound from the restaurant's door, and a series of screams could be heard in the distance. "Look, there's a knocking sound. Don't respond," Fox said unhurriedly. Erdy's heart trembled, and he was about to choose to stay the night. Donna looked at the gentlemen and ladies standing at their respective doors and felt that their gazes were indescribably strange. "No, we have to go back," the little girl emphasized, almost screaming. Clevy's also felt the indescribable pressure and coldness that seeped out from within his bones, and he emphasized his opinion once again. "If there's a problem, staying here will be more dangerous. There are cannons on the ship, and there are sailors with guns and knives." This reason convinced Erdy, and he gestured for Clevy's to open the door. Clevy's waited for the knocking sound to subside, then held his gun in one hand and pulled back with the other to open the door. Outside, the wind was low and the darkness was deep. Fog filled the air, as if there were many monsters hidden inside. Donna pulled her brother Denon, hid behind Cecil, and left the restaurant step by step. Clang! The restaurant's door suddenly closed, making it impossible for them to return. At this moment, they were like ships in a storm, and they were the only ones left in the world. Clevy's walked in front with the lantern in hand. Suddenly, he saw something fly over, hit the ground, and roll a few times. Donna and the others subconsciously looked over and immediately let out cries of horror. It was a shriveled, moldy head. Then they saw light. Light descended from the sky, and the disgusting head melted away. This, Erdy and the others swallowed, their saliva with difficulty, their bodies trembling. At that moment, they saw a dim yellow light approaching from the depths of the fog. It was a figure carrying a lantern. He wore a neat half-top hat and a double-breasted frock coat that was the same color as the night. His face was well-defined, and there was an obvious sharpness amidst his coldness. "Uncle Sparrow," Donna and Din blurted out. They felt that their hearts had become calm and steady. Klein threw the lantern to Danitz beside him and walked over with his cane in hand. He calmly said to Clevy's and the others, "We're here. Go to the telegraph office first." "Where's the Timothy family?" Chapter 514. "Timothy, they're still in the restaurant," Erdy Branch subconsciously replied. Then he pointed to the spot where the moldy head had been purified and asked anxiously, "What was that just now?" Klein, who maintained his German Sparrow persona, didn't answer. He glanced at Donis, walked past Donna's family, and walked to the tightly shut door of the Green Lemon restaurant. Blazing Donis held the lantern, feeling much more relaxed because he had finally completed a goal. He straightened his back, looked at Erdy and the others, and chuckled. You don't need to care about what it is. Just remember that it's a monster that will hurt you. If it weren't for the fact that German Sparrow was just a few meters away, he would have even wanted to declare, only I, Lord Blazing Donis, can protect you. Cleves, Cecil, and Teague looked at each other and took the initiative to step forward to comfort their employer. We'll ask when we return to the White Agate. Frankly speaking, the 3 bodyguards had all been adventurers for a period of time, but their understanding of monsters was still stuck at the level of folklore and drunken words of their peers. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel like they were dreaming. But to them, since they had seen creatures like murlocs, other things weren't too hard to accept. At most, they were a little uglier and a little more unique than murlocs. With this in mind, their hearts calmed down a lot, and the guns in their hands seemed to have regained their strength. However, the pure light that descended from the sky still exceeded the scope of their understanding. They felt that their views of the world, life, and values, which had been formed for a long time, had been shaken. They could only put it aside for the time being and suppress all their emotions. Klein stopped at the entrance of the Green Lemon restaurant, raised his right hand, and knocked with his fingers. Thump, thump, thump. After he knocked 3 times rhythmically, no one answered. It was silent. If it weren't for the candlelight shining through the windows and cracks in the door, Klein would have thought that this was an empty house that had been abandoned for a long time. Thump, thump, thump. He knocked 3 more times. Inside the restaurant, there was still silence. Everyone seemed to be abiding by the custom of not responding to the knocking in foggy weather. Klein retracted his right hand and patted the hem of his double-breasted suit. Suddenly, he leaned back, lifted his knee, and kicked out with his right foot. With a clang, the door to the dining room opened, and all the nails that held the copper lock in place popped out. The boss, Fox, who was wearing a tuxedo and had a fleshy face that was almost round, was still standing in his original position. The ladies and gentlemen who had chosen to stay the night opened their doors one after another and stood quietly at the dividing line, looking over in silence. What do you want to do? Fox wasn't angry. His tone was the same as before, but a revolver had already appeared in his hand. With his spirit vision activated, Klein turned his head and surveyed the area. He didn't find any traces of evil on the humans present. His gaze fell on the restaurant owner. His gaze turned solemn as he looked into his eyes. What about the Timothy family? Fox met the other party's dark brown eyes, which were suppressing their emotions as though they were brewing a storm, for 2 seconds before turning his head unnaturally. There's another table, foreigners, upstairs. Let them come down, Klein ordered coldly. Fox was silent for a few seconds until the man drew his gun and aimed it at his head. He took a deep breath and sent a waiter to the 2nd floor, taking the Timothy family down the stairs. What happened? Timothy was a man less than 30 years old. He was on vacation with his new wife. Klein lowered the muzzle and calmly said, Something has happened in Bancy Harbor. Do you want to return to the ship with me, or stay here for the night? Accident? As Timothy ruminated on this word, he saw Erdy Branch nodding at him heavily outside. He knew that the other party was a very rich import and export businessman, and he had 3 bodyguards with him. He believed that if something really happened, it would be safer to stay with the other party, so the answer was self-evident. As for the unique customs of Bancy Harbor, that was just a custom. He held his new wife's hand and walked to the door, smiling politely. Everything we have is on board, with you, of course. Thank you. He and his new wife thanked him at the same time, walked past Klein, and met up with the Branch family outside. Klein retracted his revolver and politely bowed to his boss, Fox. Sorry for disturbing you. With that said, he turned around and walked towards Cleves and the others in the light that leaked out of the restaurant. With a clang, the door to the Green Lemon restaurant closed again, swaying a little from the wind. Klein had actually sensed something abnormal and subtle in the atmosphere. But since his spirit vision didn't yield anything, he didn't want to delve into it, lest he ignite the huge danger hidden in Bancy Harbor. He returned to Donna's side and scanned the number of people under the light of the lantern. Donna's family of 4, 3 bodyguards, Timothy and his wife, and a few servants are all here. Klein switched positions with his revolver and cane, raised his right hand that was holding the gun, reached into his double-breasted frock coat, and rubbed the sun brooch. A dark golden light flashed, and an invisible force quickly spread out, surging through everyone present like a wave. At this moment, Donna and the others felt as if they had arrived in the south, bathing in the warm sunlight and dispelling the coldness in their bodies. They were no longer as nervous and worried, as if they had found their courage again. The remaining blackness from enjoying Demir Harbor's special cured meat, along with a very small amount of evil feelings, quickly melted away. The sun halo could increase the courage of companions within a 20-meter radius and purify the evil powers in their bodies. With the help of this spell-like ability from the brooch, under Klein's spirituality and mental control, he could make the power of the sun bypass targets he didn't want to help. "Head to the telegraph office first," Klein repeated. With his cane in his left hand and his gun in his right, he identified the direction and walked forward. Donis followed his instructions and walked diagonally to the side. Cleves, Cecil, and Teague very professionally took over the other two directions. If a team of more than 15 people were to encounter an attack, it would be very easy to lose sight of the others. Furthermore, only Blazing can truly be considered a helper. "What should I do?" Klein recalled the characteristics of the monsters he had encountered before he suddenly stuffed the revolver back into his armpit holster and switched the cane to his right palm. He reached into his pocket with his left hand, removed the wall of spirituality on the iron cigar case, and took out Aztec's copper whistle. He held it in his palm and occasionally tossed it up. He believed that the undead monsters that only had one head left would definitely forget about the others. All that was left in their eyes was this ancient brass whistle. This way, I don't have to worry about not being able to rescue them in time. This is the role of an MT. Klein sighed and quickened his pace slightly. At this moment, 3 shriveled heads covered in mold flew out of the thin fog ahead. They charged at Klein from different directions like sharp arrows, completely ignoring the existence of the other delicious flesh and blood. 3. Donna's pupils constricted. He was a little worried that the German sparrow would be flustered, but he was also looking forward to the other party's true strength. 3. Klein calmly shook his left palm and threw Aztec's copper whistle into the air. The flying heads that were dragging their esophagus immediately drew an arc and rushed towards their main target. Klein took a step back and expressionlessly raised his hand to pinch the brooch of the sun suddenly. A cluster of dense golden flames appeared out of thin air where the copper whistle was. A holy aura emanated majestically. Flames of light. The 3 skinny heads let out shrill screams at the same time as they turned into powder amidst the golden flames. Klein took 2 steps forward and reached out to catch Aztec's copper whistle. It can be done like this? Another mystical item? Donis was stunned for 2 seconds, feeling that the matter had been resolved too easily. At this time, Timothy and his wife also saw clearly what the thing that had just attacked them looked like. One of them was so scared that his face turned pale, and the other asked in panic, "What is it? What is that?" Donna immediately turned around and nodded seriously. "We'll ask when we return to the white agate." With that said, she raised her finger and placed it to her lips, mimicking Uncle Sparrow's silence. Thinking of the holy aura displayed by the young man in front of him, Timothy swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He pulled his wife's hand and vigilantly fell silent. When the servants saw this, they could only obey. The group continued on the street, illuminated only by the faint moonlight. The lights in the houses on both sides of the street had been extinguished, and behind the oriel windows was an indiscernible darkness. Donna had a nagging feeling that there were pairs of eyes following them, but due to certain reasons, no one revealed themselves. They must be afraid of Uncle Sparrow. She held her brother's hand tightly as they walked in the protective circle of their parents. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the side of the street. He was wearing a black cloak, and his body was leaning forward, revealing a neck that was still bleeding. There was nothing above his neck, and only the lining of the cloak reflected the moonlight. Gasp! The headless figure let out a beast-like growl from its throat as it charged at Klein, causing the street to tremble slightly from its footsteps. It happened to run into Donna's as it passed by. The famous pirate cursed inwardly, waved his arm, and threw out an orange fireball that had been compressed repeatedly. Boom! The fireball exploded, causing the headless man to take a few steps back. His clothes were tattered, his skin was quickly charred, and his cloak began to burn. But to a monster that had long lost its life, this wasn't too serious of an injury. At this moment, with a crisp crack, the scarlet flames on the black cloak suddenly soared, as if they were blooming. Klein, who was wearing a coat, leaped out of the flames. Using the inertia of his fall and his own strength, he stabbed the cane in his hands directly at the headless man's neck. Splat! The cane sank into the headless man's body and extended out from its crotch. Bang! The muscles on Klein's back bulged as he forcefully stabbed the headless monster to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stood behind the other party and continued gripping the cane tightly as he infused his spirituality into the sun brooch. He had already used his spirit vision to determine that holy light summoning, cleave of purification, and flames of light were unable to finish off this blackish-green monster in a short period of time. He could only use another method. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. The headless man struggled with all his might, but like a snake, he was pinned to the ground by the cane while half kneeling. 2 seconds, 1 second. Klein spoke in a deep voice as he said a word in ancient Hermes. That's right. Sun. Specks of light appeared and turned into water droplets that sprinkled down, drenching the headless man's body. Sizzle. Blackish-green gas emitted as Klein let go of the cane and took 2 steps to the side. In the sparse rain, the headless man twitched continuously before finally calming down and melting into a pool of blood. No Beyonder characteristics. This means that he's not a real enemy. At most, he's a servant created. Klein retracted his cane and turned to walk back to the team. So cool. Denton let out a belated exclamation. Donna's eyes were also sparkling. He's still borrowing the power of a mystical item. However, that flash that relied on flames shows his true strength. He's really not easy to deal with. Blazing Donna's retracted his gaze, feeling that his decision to not run away blindly was too wise. 7 or 8 minutes later, the team that had cleared 2 more waves of monsters arrived at the telegraph office in Bancy Harbor. Clevies took the initiative to step forward and knock on the door. Who is it? A calm female voice came from inside. We're looking for the captain of the White Agate, Mr. Erland, Clevies replied through the door. In the quiet night, the female voice said unhurriedly, he and his first mate went to the church next door. He and his first mate went to the church next door. The way the people here speak is a little strange. Or is it only like this on such nights? Klein tossed a gold coin to confirm that the other party wasn't lying. Just as they were about to leave, the female voice in the telegraph office hesitated for a moment. Can you guys help me keep an eye out for someone? He's my colleague. He went out before the wind blew tonight and never came back. Chapter 5:15. Pavo Cotter. Clevies didn't directly respond to the woman behind the telegraph office's door. He turned to glance at German Sparrow and waited for him to make a decision. In the eyes of this former adventurer, it was a rather difficult task for a group of more than 10 people to safely return to the White Agate. They couldn't and shouldn't be distracted to help find someone at such a time. However, he also knew very well that the current pillars of support were German Sparrow and Blazing Donis. Only they had the authority to agree or not. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking in a voice that wasn't too loud or too soft. What does he look like? He believed that grasping more information would help him escape this strange fog-filled city, so he casually asked. As for whether he would help keep an eye out, it all depended on what happened next. While asking, Klein warned himself not to delve too deeply into the matter, or else it would easily trigger the danger lurking in Bancy Harbor. Between understanding the situation and avoiding risks, he had to be like walking on a balance beam. No more, no less, no more, no more, no more, no less. This might be easy or difficult because no one knew what would happen once they took a step. He could only make judgments based on experience and intuition, and he could fall into a trap at any moment. This made Klein extremely tense, and his thoughts raced faster than ever. Amidst the thick darkness and thin fog, the telegraph office's door remained tightly shut. The woman inside paused for a moment before saying, The woman inside paused and said, "He's a very handsome man. He has 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth." Why is this answer so terrifying? Is there something wrong with this woman? According to the customs of Bancy Harbor, she shouldn't have responded at all. Blazing Don has had the urge to kick open the door and rush into the telegraph office to check the situation inside. At this moment, he saw German Sparrow raise his hand to press down on his hat, turn around, and walk to the side. Storm Cathedral. Klein briefly mentioned his destination. He didn't care what problem the woman in the telegraph office had, just like he didn't want to find out what secrets the owner of the Green Lemon restaurant and the guests were hiding. The wind grew weaker, and the fog remained thin. The candlelight in the church shone faintly from the narrow window high above, like a lighthouse in a storm. After Klein used the sun halo again, Donna and the others regained some courage. They were like drowning people desperately grasping at the last straw as they quietly and hurriedly walked down the deserted street. Soon, they arrived outside the Storm Cathedral, but the 2 doors were tightly shut without any gaps. Glancing at the storm emblem on the door, Klein raised his hand and knocked 3 times. Dong! 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 A slightly vigilant male voice came from behind the door. Who? German Sparrow, Klein answered directly. He could tell that the one asking the question was Captain Erland. Why did you come here? Erland asked again without opening the door. Klein held his cane and said calmly, You helped me pay the compensation to Great White. Erland was taken aback at first and found it a little funny. Then he confirmed that it was really German Sparrow outside. At the very least, no matter how good a monster a disguise was, it shouldn't know about a matter that was limited to the 2 of them. He was still a little hesitant until Cleves, Ertie Branch, Donna, and the others spoke up one after another. Only then did he relax and get the first mate, Harris, to remove the lock and open the door. A heavy creaking sound echoed into the distance. Klein saw Erland, who was wearing a boat-shaped hat, holding a straight sword in one hand and a musket in the other. There's a problem here, too? He asked keenly, considering the previous situation. Erland turned to the side to let Donna and the others enter before pointing to the prayer hall. The priest I know just died inside. His head was separated from his body, and I don't know where Bishop Miller went. It's the same for the other priests. Also, the servants in the cathedral are all gone. A priest is dead and a bishop is missing. The entire cathedral lost a living person. This is a bit of a problem. Klein held the cold Aztec copper whistle as his heart sank. Of course, he knew very well that the priest and bishop weren't the main force of the Church of the Storm's management of the Beyonder incidents in Bancy Harbor. Under the cathedral, there was definitely a mandated Punisher team made up of 6 to 8 Beyonders, as well as an indefinite number of sealed artifacts. Even a high-sequence Beyonder might not be able to finish off this force in a short period of time without causing a stir. As long as they're still alive and can still use sealed artifacts, the problem won't worsen. So, what is the mandated Punisher team doing at this time? Based on his experience as a former Nighthawk, Klein made a guess based on normal procedures. During this process, he followed Erland to the prayer hall and examined the dead priest's body. Jess's death was tragic, as if he had been beheaded while he was still alive. Unlike the monsters outside, his esophagus and head were separated. In Klein's spirit vision, the priest no longer had any remnant spirit. Even if he wanted to channel his spirit, it would be very difficult to succeed. Is it because of the killing method itself? Or is it because of the corresponding treatment? Is it different from the monsters outside because they acted in a hurry? Klein combined the situation at the scene and completed his previous guess. He believed that there were 2 possibilities. One was that a living sealed artifact or mid-sequence Beyonder had lost control underground and escaped into the cathedral. It ran out and finished off Jess along the way, causing the anomaly in Bancy Harbor. The bishop, priests, and mandated Punishers were doing their best to search for it in order to complete the seal and cleanse it. The servants had been led to a certain area underground and were protected by the mandated Punishers who stayed behind. However, this couldn't explain the strange behavior of the residents of Bansi Harbor. The second possibility was that a primitive sacrifice to the god of weather had been revived among the people of Bansi Harbor. The flying head and the headless monster matched the description of the sacrifice, sharing flesh and blood, burying the head into the altar. And for some unknown reason, this group of people had raided the cathedral and killed the priest, Jess. The rest of the residents more or less understood the situation, but they chose to remain silent. They might have already attacked underground and were engaged in an intense battle with the mandated punishers, priests, and bishops with the help of the sealed artifact, transforming all the servants into monsters. They might have also been pushed out and are being pursued by the Beyonders of the Church of the Storm, fleeing all the way. The servants have entered underground to receive protection and prevent any accidents. From the fact that Jess's corpse hasn't been used, there's a high chance that it's the latter development. If I go underground to confirm the situation, I'll definitely be attacked. After all, it's an unfamiliar Beyonder. Besides, the strength left behind might not be enough. Klein looked at the priest lying on the ground and discovered that his Beyonder characteristic had condensed at his neck like a blue gem. He withdrew his gaze and didn't pick it up. He didn't want to provoke the crazy revenge of the grumpy brothers of the Church of the Storm because of a small profit. Instead, he turned to Erlen and Harris. Let's return to the ship first. He casually tossed a gold coin to confirm that there was no fighting underground. Regardless of whether or not there were mandated punishers guarding the cathedral, it was no longer suitable for him to stay for long. After all, Klein wasn't certain that his guess was correct, so he could only make the safest choice. All right, Erlen didn't want to stay here either. He anxiously waited for the change to come. As long as he returned to the White Agate, he would have many cannons and sailors, which would allow him to withstand a certain degree of accidents. After a short rest, the group left the Storm Cathedral. With the addition of Erlen and Harris, the defense around the team was much tighter. Klein no longer needed to use the copper whistle to attract the monsters, so he put it back into his pocket. After taking a few steps, Erlen cautiously suggested, "Should we send a telegram to the Church of the Storm headquarters to report the situation at Bansi Harbor? This way, even if there were any major changes, as long as they persevered, they would eventually be saved." Klein didn't object as he walked ahead of him in the thin fog. He walked in the fog ahead and calmly said, "We'll pass by the telegraph office." Phew! Blazing Donis heaved a sigh of relief before his heart tensed up. He was afraid that the Church of the Storm would send someone to investigate the entire matter and discover that a famous pirate had played an important role in it. And when that happened, he might very well still be trapped on the White Agate. Although I saved someone, the mandated punishers aren't friendly to those who don't belong to them, especially when I'm a pirate. Donis was placed in a difficult position. He decided to survive the imminent danger first. After walking for a while, they saw the telegraph office in sight. However, a dim yellow light suddenly appeared on the side street, approaching from the depths of the fog. It was a middle-aged man holding a lantern. He wore a dark blue bishop's robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. His head was lowered, and his face was pale. His breathing was rapid, and his footsteps were a little unsteady. Eland focused his gaze and blurted out, "What's going on? Bishop Millet?" The middle-aged man looked up and raised the lantern. "You are Erland?" At this moment, Klein took a step back, highlighting Erland's position and preventing the bishop of the Church of the Storm from paying attention to him. Donis shrank his neck, using Erdy's fat body to shield himself. "Yes, Mr. Bishop. I saw Jess die. What happened?" Erland wasn't a novice, so he didn't directly approach him. Bishop Millet coughed twice and said, "Ancient customs are being revived. A group of cultists with filthy blood flowing in their veins have begun using living people as sacrifices and sharing their flesh and blood. Jess found out about their problem and was killed by them first. The matter can no longer be concealed. They used sacrifices to change the weather in an attempt to attack the cathedral, but they were defeated by the mandated punishers. They fled up the mountain to the cave where the altar is. I was injured in the battle and couldn't hold on any longer, so I could only slowly return." Just as he finished speaking, a bright light suddenly erupted from the distant fog, as if countless bolts of lightning were striking down. With the help of this light, Klein and the others saw the mountain range by the shore, covered in fog, and the peak connected to the thunderstorm scene. This confirmed Bishop Millet's story to a certain extent. Erland was about to step forward to help the storm bishop when he saw German Sparrow take out a gold coin and whisper, "He has ill intentions." Ding! The gold coin flew up, turned around, and landed in Klein's palm, head up. This meant that it was true. Bishop Millet stared straight at this scene, and a dark red glow suddenly surged in his light brown eyes. Please remember this book's domain name. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 516. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew out from Bishop Millet's body, lifting up his dark blue priest robe. Kacha! Kacha! The branches of the nearby trees snapped and flew into the air. Donna's body involuntarily rose up and was thrown a few meters away. She fell to the ground, her entire body in pain. It wasn't just her. Cecil, Denton, Timothy, Harris, and the others were also sent flying by the wind and fell to different spots. Only Cleves, Teague, and Erdy, either because they had been exercising for a long time or because their bodies were abnormally fat and heavy, only staggered to the ground and rolled a few times. Erland, who was facing Bishop Millet, continuously retreated and somersaulted backward to avoid the oncoming wind pressure. Klein and Donnas didn't resist it head-on. Instead, they took advantage of the momentum and floated like kites. They looked like they were about to fall, but they ultimately maintained their balance. As soon as the hurricane stopped, 6 figures appeared in the dispersed fog. They were all wearing black cloaks and had lost their heads. Only their necks were still gurgling with blood, and only the swirling breeze held up their hoods. Hiss! Hiss! The low growls of wild beasts before they were ready to pounce came from their throats. Swoosh! 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 Thin and sharp wind blades shot out, leaving an obvious and deep crevice in the spot where Klein was tumbling. Tap! Tap! On either side of Bishop Millet, who was holding a lantern and gently fluttering his dark blue priest robe, the 6 headless men charged at Klein, Erland, and the others, causing the ground to tremble. One headless monster was already very difficult to deal with, and now there were 6 of them. Furthermore, there was an obviously corrupted bishop. When Blazing Donna saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. At this moment, a brass beam of light flew past him and shot into the distance. Clang! 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 Aztec's copper whistle fell to the ground and bounced a few times. With a whoosh, the 6 headless men changed directions at the same time and rushed towards where Aztec's copper whistle had stopped, leaving Bishop Millet standing alone in his original spot. Klein seized the opportunity, raised his left palm, and tore off the sun brooch from his coat. He threw it to Captain Erland, who was closest to him, and simply shouted, "It's Captain Erland. Inject spirituality, 5 seconds, holy water." With that said, he ignored the silk-top hat that had been blown away. He crouched down and rushed towards Bishop Millet from left to right. So. Numerous wind blades shot out, all aimed at Klein. In an instant, many marks that looked like they had been cut by knives and axes appeared on the ground. Klein either rolled, pounced to the side, or used his hands to support himself on the ground and jumped up, dodging the first round of fire. The dark red light in Bishop Millet's eyes intensified as he raised his hands. So. At this moment, the attack of the wind blades was like a machine gun. Klein only had enough time to dodge most of them before his body was torn apart, turning into thin and light paper scraps that flew in the air. Klein appeared in another direction and continued to rush toward Bishop Millet. He wanted to close the distance between the two of them to a point where he could unleash his full power. After catching the sun brooch, Erland immediately felt the heat. He wished he could take off his clothes and jump into the water that was about to freeze. He pondered over the words left behind by German Sparrow for a moment before taking out a tin-colored, square wine flask from the inside of his clothes. He twisted open the lid and poured out all the landy-proof inside. The rich fragrance of the wine quickly spread in all directions. Blazing Donnas looked around and had a certain grasp of the situation. He grimaced in pain as he squatted down on one knee and pressed his palms to the ground. Two scarlet fire snakes appeared out of thin air, sticking close to the ground as they spread towards Aztec's copper sentry post, creating a wall of fire around it. He originally wanted to throw a fireball at Bishop Millet, allowing German Sparrow to use the flames to easily jump to his vicinity and launch an attack. However, when he saw that the area around the bishop was still filled with fierce winds, he rationally gave up on this idea. He planned on clearing the headless monsters first to prevent them from interfering with German Sparrow's true strength. Cleves, Cecil, Teague, and Harris had already stood up and retrieved their guns. They protected Erdy, Donna, Timothy, and the others in the middle, guarding against any other monsters that might come. Their experience told them that it was best not to interfere in a battle that didn't belong to humans without prior training. Thud! 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 The six headless men ignored the burning flames as they charged through the scarlet walls and fought over Aztec's copper whistle like hungry dogs. This gave Erlin time to calmly inject his spirituality into the sun brooch and wait for the holy water to condense and flow into the square wine flask. When Donis saw the group of headless men scrambling for the whistle, his heart stirred. He bent down, and with a flushed face, he condensed a blazing white spear in his right palm. He took a step forward, turned his waist, and swung his arm, throwing the flaming spear out. It whistled through the air as it hit a headless man and nailed it to the ground. Blazing white flames soared, and a small portion of the headless man's body was directly reduced to ashes. The rest of the body was also burning, constantly emitting a black-green gas. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Donis was about to continue when he suddenly sensed a crazy and terrifying hunger. At that moment, he felt as if he had arrived in front of an abyss, and he was just one step away from falling into it. He knew that German Sparrow was no longer suppressing the crazy soul in his body. After using paper figurine substitutes 3 times in a row, Klein finally entered the predetermined distance. The glove on his left hand suddenly erupted with a hunger that had been suppressed for a long time. Dark golden scales squirmed as they grew out. Klein's pupils turned faint as if they were vertical. Right on the heels of that, his eyes reflected Bishop Millet, whose dark blue robe gently rippled. Without a sound, the middle-aged man, who was about to create a large number of wind blades, suddenly tilted his head back, and his body froze for a second. His eyes, which were emitting a dark red glow, had lost his rationality and were filled with madness. His skin became smooth and colorful, like the skin of some aquatic creatures. He let out a gasp that sounded like it came from the depths of the sea, and slippery, disgusting tentacles suddenly emerged from under his blue robe. Psychiatrist's frenzy. Klein originally wanted to use this opportunity to interrupt the other party's attack and create an opportunity for subsequent control, but he didn't expect Bishop Millet to lose control after going frenzy. The moment he, who had long been corrupted, lost his rationality, he immediately fell into the abyss of losing control. Seeing this, Klein's pupils constricted, and without any hesitation, he switched to the controlling soul. As the other party went berserk, the glove on his left hand was dyed gold. His expression became dignified, and his gaze locked onto Bishop Millet once again. 2 lightning-like rays of light instantly lit up in his eyes. Suddenly, Bishop Millet let out a blood-curdling scream. He retracted his palms, along with his tentacles, and covered his head. His psyche had been pierced, causing him an indescribable pain. Interrogator. With a push of his right palm, Klein stood up, and his left hand lit up with a brilliant light. Right on the heels of that, he leaned back and opened his arms, as if he was embracing the sun. A thick, pure, and blazing light descended from the sky and landed on Bishop Millet, completely enveloping him. The surroundings turned as bright as day, and the strong winds came to an abrupt stop. Sequence 5, Priest of Light. Bishop Millet's body began to evaporate, first his skin, then his tentacles, and finally his flesh and blood. When the brilliant pillar of light disappeared, he no longer looked human. He had turned into a monster made of white bones and flesh, and his aura was rather weak. However, he wasn't dead yet. The vitality of a rampager was unprecedentedly tenacious. Klein's expression didn't change as he rushed to the side of Bishop Millet's remnant body. He knelt on one knee, leaned forward, and pressed his left palm on the pool of flesh and blood. He didn't continue using the powers of the Priest of Light because he wanted to leave food for creeping hunger. A crack silently appeared on the palm of the glove. 2 rows of illusory, white teeth grew out from inside, crazily devouring the flesh and blood, bones, and spirituality. However, Bishop Millet was still struggling. He stabilized his flesh and blood and grew a few new tentacles, attempting to wrap around Klein and pull him into his embrace. Klein threw away his cane, pulled out his revolver, aimed at the monster, and fired 5 shots. Bang! 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 Light gold, brass, or silver bullets hit Bishop Millet, stirring up flames of different colors. Bishop Millet once again let out a scream that came from his soul. He was no longer able to resist creeping hunger. Even his flesh, blood, and soul turned into a torrent that surged into the greedy mouth. In just 2 to 3 seconds, all that was left on the ground were pieces of clothing, the remains of banknotes, and slowly condensing dark blue and green light. This was the difference between devouring and grazing. Klein wanted the latter more, but there was no other food here. At the same time, Captain Erland had already created 2 waves of holy water into the square wine flask. Donis hurriedly shouted at him, "Throw it over!" Without any hesitation, Erland threw the wine flask at the headless man who was fighting for the copper whistle. Cough! Donis cleared his throat and stood up. He leisurely stuck his left palm into his pocket and pushed his right hand forward. Scarlet fire ravens quickly condensed around him. These semi-illusory fire ravens flapped their wings and flew out. They followed different paths and crashed in the square wine flask at the same time, right on top of the group of headless people. Rumble! The square wine flask shattered, and holy water splashed down from the sun's sizzle. The remaining headless people were all drenched. They screamed and convulsed as they fell to the ground. They quickly melted and turned into blood. Aztec's copper whistle lay quietly in the middle of the clean area. It's over. German Sparrow is really strong. Even if he encounters Captain, he still has the ability to resist. Unfortunately, I didn't see what beyonder powers he used just now. Donis turned his head to look at Klein, who was standing in front of Bishop Millet's remains, and sighed silently. Then he saw German Sparrow sweep a cold glance at him. Subconsciously, Donis ran out aggrievedly and picked up Aztec's copper whistle. Donna rubbed her bruised arm and saw Uncle Sparrow, who was dressed in a long black suit, take a few steps back, bend down, and pick up the half-top hat. He silently dusted it off and put it back on. P.S. Recommend a book. Sorry, it's amazing to have a system. This is a book by God of Ugliness. God of Ugliness is recognized as a good person in the male author circle. He's always sharing in silence, hiding his merits and fame. His books are funny, straightforward, and coquettish. Chapter 517. By the time Klein took back his hat, Bishop Millet's beyonder characteristic had already condensed. It was only the size of a thumb, and it was light blue and translucent. However, from time to time, there would be traces of green inside, surging with a dark, almost black tide. Opening the revolver's cylinder, Klein shook it forcefully, and the empty gold, silver, or brass cartridges fell to the ground, producing crisp, clanging sounds. Following that, he calmly took out the loader he had prepared earlier and loaded the other beyonder bullets into his gun. After doing all of this, he put away his revolver, bent down to pick up Bishop Millet's beyonder characteristic, and nonchalantly stuffed it into his pocket. Taking a few steps diagonally, Klein picked up his cane, turned around, and walked towards Cleves and the others. He casually pulled out a paper figurine and shook his wrist like he was waving a whip. "Ha!" The paper figurine was quickly ignited and flew out of his hand, turning into specks of scarlet as they fell to the ground and extinguished into dust. So handsome! Dennet forgot the pain from the fall and stared intently. Uncle Sparrow looks like he's setting off fireworks. Donna nodded in agreement with her brother's words. After using paper figurine substitutes to interfere with the information and traces of the scene, Klein looked in the direction of his return and said calmly and succinctly, "Let's leave this place." With that said, he turned around and unhurriedly strode away. He took the sun brooch and Aztec copper whistle from Erland and Donna's respectively. Erdy and the others didn't waste any words, nor did they cry out in pain. They quietly followed behind him. In the battle just now, they had fully witnessed the uniqueness of Beyonders, especially Donna's flame powers. They were the most eye-catching and obvious, leaving a deep impression on them. It made them truly understand that this wasn't something ordinary humans could get involved in. The only thing they could do was follow the arrangements and do their best. Only by doing so could they ensure their survival. In contrast to Donna's, the battle between Klein and Bishop Millet was focused on the nearly invisible wind blades and the truly invisible mental domain. Apart from the holy light that seemed to descend from the gods and the terrifying appearance of Bishop Millet after he lost control, the entire process was uneventful and uneventful. It didn't shock the spectators too much. As they passed by the area just now, Cleves, Cecil, and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks. This was because they saw that the ground was covered with cracks, densely packed, and everywhere. They instantly understood one thing, and that was that the battle between German Sparrow and the fallen bishop was many times more thrilling and terrifying than the performance on the other side. A sense of fear and security emerged at the same time, and they all quickened their pace. 20 to 30 seconds later, Klein stopped on the street outside the telegraph office and said to Captain Elland without any expression, "Captain Elland, do you want to send a telegram?" After saying that, he couldn't help but remind her, "Don't force your way in." All right. In this strange night, Erland was equally cautious. He walked briskly to the door of the telegraph office and knocked 3 times. Dong, dong, dong. As the slightly dull voice echoed, someone inside asked, "What's going on? Who is it?" Klein, who was already vigilant, suddenly frowned, because the person who spoke was a man. Erland was also a little puzzled. "I want to send a telegram." "Who are you?" "I remember that the previous person on duty was a lady." The man inside replied calmly, "I'm Pavo Court, Melanie's colleague. She's here, next to me. She's fine." As soon as Pavo Court finished speaking, the female voice from before spoke immediately. "Yes, I'm fine. You don't have to. Keep an eye out. Pavo Court is back. Friend, isn't it your custom to not open the door if you don't respond? How did Pavo Court get in?" Klein resisted the urge to question. Erland took a step back and cleared his throat. "I want to send a telegram to the Church of the Storm headquarters." "I'm sorry, we can't open the door," Pavo Court replied emotionlessly. Erland also sensed the strangeness and did not dare to force the issue. He took the initiative to offer an alternative plan. "Can you help me send it and pass the draft to me through the crack of the door? The content is about the anomaly in Bancy Harbor, the deaths of Bishop Miller and Pastor Jess, signed by Erland." "All right." Melanie's voice faded away, as if she had returned to the telegraph machine. After waiting for a while, there was the sound of ticking. Not long after, a draft telegram stretched out from the crack under the door. Erland bent down to pick it up, resisting the urge to peek through the crack. He glanced at the draft telegram, and his nose suddenly twitched. He smelled a faint smell of blood on the paper. He quickly turned his head and looked at German Sparrow, using his eyes to signal that there was a problem inside the telegraph office. However, what responded to him was a deep, reserved, and unperturbed gaze, as well as a calm and indifferent sentence. "Return to the ship." After saying this, Klein turned around and walked to the end of the street. His figure gradually melted into the thin fog. Donna's, who was carrying the shattered lantern, immediately followed without hesitation. Donna and the others did the same. Erland pondered for 2 seconds and chased after the group with a draft telegram. There was no sound coming from the telegraph office. It was abnormally quiet. Perhaps it was because the fallen Bishop Miller had been eliminated, but on the way back, Klein and the others didn't encounter the headless man in the black cloak. The head covered in mold only appeared twice before it was easily dealt with. After walking for an unknown period of time, they finally saw the dock and the white agate, which was illuminated by the candlelight. This allowed Ertie and the others to regain their strength. They went from a brisk walk to a jog and ran all the way to the gangway that had been lowered. Klein held his blood-stained cane and stood guard below until everyone had boarded the ship. Only then did he leap back to the deck. At this moment, Erland had already begun to gather his first mate, second mate, navigator, gunner, and other subordinates. He got them to organize the sailors, adjust the cannons, and be ready to set sail at any time. Although leaving the harbor at night was a considerable security risk, it was the best way to avoid danger if the situation worsened. Uncle Sparrow, Donna pulled her younger brother, Denton, and trotted to Klein's side. She had a lot of questions to ask. Klein nodded and pointed to the cabin. "Let's go back to the room first. We'll talk tomorrow." The danger wasn't over yet. Donna nodded obediently. Together with Denton, she raised her index finger and placed it to her lips. Sure. After the Branch family and the Timothy family entered the cabin, Klein walked to Erland's side, took out Bishop Miller's Beyonder characteristic, and threw it over. "If there are any mandated punishers still alive, return it to them." A Beyonder characteristic left behind by a bishop who might have been a Sequence 6 was bound to be vigorously investigated by the Church of the Storm, and everyone on the White Agate would be suspects. Klein didn't want to be wanted by the #1 faction in the ocean the moment he set sail. If none of the mandated punishers in Bancy Harbor survived, it would take a while for the headquarters reinforcements to arrive, giving Klein plenty of time to deal with and leave. Then, he would definitely be reluctant to return it and would find a reason to get it back. Erland caught the thumb-sized object and glanced at it in puzzlement. He didn't ask what it could be used for. He just chuckled. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry about the Church of the Storm's investigation. I'll hint to them that you and I are in cahoots. So, I'll be mistaken by the Church of the Storm as someone from a MI9?" Klein nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Eland looked at Danitz, who was beside him, and probed, "Don't worry. Blazing? Huh." Donna's laughed dryly and mimicked a certain someone. "Guess. Then I don't think so," Erland replied tacitly. After giving some simple instructions, Klein came to the side of the ship and looked at the fog-shrouded Bancy Harbor, wary of any hidden dangers. As time passed, the peak of the mountain range by the shore lit up with the light of a thunderstorm once again. Bolts of silver, white, and violent lightning flashed over there and gradually calmed down. The fog in Bancy Harbor began to dissipate, and the crimson moon's light became clearer. "It's over?" Upon seeing this scene, Klein didn't dare to completely relax. After another half an hour, 3 men who claimed to be mandated punishers came to the dock and asked to meet Captain Erland. After the German Sparrow confirmed it with a divination and tricked them, Erland got the sailors to lower the gangway. The 3 mandated punishers gestured for the surrounding crew members to leave before reporting the situation to the captain in hushed voices. Klein didn't move closer to listen, patiently waiting for things to end. A few minutes later, Erland returned the characteristic left behind by Bishop Millet to the mandated punishers and watched them leave the White Agate to deal with the aftermath elsewhere. "Phew!" Erland exhaled and came to Klein and Donna's side. He said with relief and fear, "It's settled. There are no more problems." Has it really been solved? Klein suddenly thought of Pavo Court and Melanie behind the door of the telegraph office. He thought of Fox, the owner of Green Lemon Restaurant, and the guests who were quietly watching him. Erland continued. To be more specific, Ace happened to discover the revival of ancient cannibalism and the tradition of live sacrifice. He confirmed that a small number of people in Bancy Harbor had become cultists. He hurriedly returned to the cathedral to report to Bishop Miller, but he didn't expect that the person in front of him was the leader of the cultists, the true fallen one. Miller's wind blade slit his neck on the spot, and he died in the main cathedral. Just as Miller was about to dispose of the corpse, he was discovered by the servants, and things got out of hand. Some of the servants were transformed into monsters, and under the guidance of the priests, they hid underground. Seeing that there was no way to hide it, Miller left the cathedral, gathered the cultists, and headed to the altar at the top of the mountain. The weather changed as a result, and after the mandated punishers took out the 3 sealed artifacts, they rushed over, and an intense battle erupted. During this process, Miller escaped with injuries, and the rest of the cultists defended the altar until they were finally breached. The church's headquarters has already replied, and they will soon send someone to investigate the reason for Bishop Millet's fall. I told them that it was because Bishop Millet was seriously injured that we were able to join forces to kill him. By the way, the mandated punishers also told me to get the Branch and Timothy families to sign confidentiality agreements. After explaining the gist of the matter, Erland heaved a long sigh of relief and busied himself with dealing with the remaining matters. Klein didn't dare to completely relax as he continued guarding the deck until the clouds in the sky burned. The sun slowly rose, illuminating the entire harbor. He saw the residents go out one after another, bathed in the golden sunlight, chatting and laughing as they headed to their respective jobs. Bancy Harbor had the scent of humans again. It's really over. Klein turned around in confusion, ready to take a nap after the ship left. As for Donis, although he had already yawned, he did not dare to move when he saw that the German Sparrow did not move. On the way into the cabin, Klein met Erland, who had also not slept the whole night. "Good morning. We're about to leave the port. Don't worry about anything," Erland greeted with a smile. As he spoke, the steam whistle of the white agate emitted a woo sound. Upon hearing this voice, Klein secretly exhaled. He decided to throw all his doubts to the back of his mind and stop thinking about Bancy Harbor. He nodded in response. Erland stretched his neck and sighed. "Last night, I had a strange feeling that the ancient Binzi and the modern Bancy Harbor overlapped." Klein originally planned on walking past him, but he suddenly grasped a word and asked with a solemn expression, "What's the matter?" With a solemn expression, he asked, "Binzi." That's the ancient name of Bancy Harbor. 300 to 400 years ago, this place was called Binzi Town. Later, due to the pronunciation and other factors, it gradually evolved into Bancy, Erland casually introduced. Upon hearing this answer, Klein's pupils constricted. He remembered very clearly that the evil spirit in the underground ruins of Bakeland had said that if he wanted to find one of the founders of Rose Redemption, the former king of Angels Medici, and his bloodline descendants, he could try his luck in Binzi Town. Binzi. Klein's heart seemed to freeze inch by inch as a chill emanated from the depths of his bones. He suddenly looked back at the harbor outside, and the tightly shut telegraph office and the guests who were quietly watching him in the Green Lemon restaurant appeared before his eyes once again. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor mobile version website. Chapter 518. If I delve deeper into it, there's a high chance that I'll attract Rose Redemption or even a hidden red angel. There were a few times just now when I was dancing on the edge of a cliff. Thankfully, I restrained my urge and suppressed my curiosity about the strange situation in the Green Lemon restaurant and the telegraph office. Klein retracted his gaze and felt that even the sun brooch couldn't prevent his back from breaking out in a cold sweat. Compared to the descent of the true creator, the unknown and undetonated situation was even more terrifying. At the very least, Klein couldn't help but imagine what he would see and what would happen if he kicked open the door to the telegraph office, circled around to the back, and entered through the window. He kept imagining all kinds of strange and terrifying scenes, scaring himself quite badly. At the same time, he decided to make some sun-holy water for the passengers who had eaten at Bancy Harbor last night to prevent any latent dangers. What's wrong? Erland sensed German Sparrow's abnormality. I recalled something from the past. Klein used his clown powers to make his facial expression remain normal. He was glad that he hadn't taken the risk last night and had successfully left Bancy Harbor. He only had one thought when it came to the secrets of Rose Redemption and the King of Angels that were hidden here. I have to report it. If I don't report it, am I going to keep them alive until the new year of 1351? If he chose to hide it and wait until he had a sufficiently high sequence and sufficient strength to explore and reap the corresponding benefits, then if something were to happen in between, such as the danger being detonated prematurely, or if the cultists were to still exist, causing the deaths of one innocent traveler after another, Klein felt that he would definitely feel very guilty and carry a heavy burden. This way, he would be very close to losing control. Of course, reporting also required methods and methods. Klein wasn't stupid enough to tell Erland directly or write an anonymous letter to the Church of the Storm, which would lead to a lot of trouble. First of all, the authorities would definitely investigate German Sparrow's background, and many things would definitely be exposed if they delved deeper into it. Secondly, his current identity might be exposed to Ro's redemption, attracting the pursuit of a king of angels. Klein's plan was to use the world to mention the abnormalities in Bansi Harbor when the Tarot Summit was held in 2 days. The Fool would then casually draw out Ro's redemption and the king of angels. As someone related to the Church of the Storm, the Hanging Man naturally knew what to do next. This was his chance to make a contribution. As for the blood of a direct descendant of the Medici family, Klein didn't even consider it. This was because neither he nor Miss Sharon had any thoughts of rescuing the evil spirit in the underground ruins. Seeing that German Sparrow was clearly unwilling to mention his past, Erland laughed, took out a small black wooden box, and threw it over. Klein reached out to catch it and expressed his puzzlement with his eyes. The bladder of a murloc. It can be used to make items. It's very useful at sea. A beyonder ingredient from a murloc. 150 pounds. Captain Schur is generous. Klein nearly forgot how German Sparrow would react at that moment. Fortunately, he was quite experienced in acting. His face immediately darkened, and he immediately said with a sullen expression, "I didn't save you for a reward." Erland laughed. "I'm not giving you this to repay you for saving me. We're considered friends, right? I saw that my friend didn't have a similar item, so I helped him make up for his shortcomings. Isn't that normal? That makes sense, and I can't refute it at all." Klein held the small black wooden box, fell silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded. Erland covered his mouth and yawned, then took off the boat-shaped hat on his head. "I have to go back to my room to get some sleep. See you at noon." Klein waved his hand politely and led Donna's all the way to room 312. He saw that Donna and Denton had already woken up early and were waiting at the door. "Uncle Sparrow, what's that in your hand?" Donna asked curiously. Klein didn't say a word and directly opened the lid of the small black wooden box. Inside was a layer of black velvet, and in the middle was a circular gem-like transparent object. A blue, water-like brilliance rippled outwards. The murlocs from that day. Denton thought for a moment and said heavily, "Bladder." At that moment, under Klein's gaze, Donna's opened the door. Donna entered briskly and stretched out her hand from behind her back. She held a thick stack of cash, consisting of 10 and 5 pounds. "My dad, Mom, Uncle Clevy's, and Uncle Timothy's family asked me to pass this to you. 150 pounds. Donna smiled sweetly. "They said that this isn't enough to express their gratitude. They just want to replenish the supplies you've consumed." Those things are very expensive, right?" "They're not too bad." Klein thought for a moment and accepted the 150 pounds as a token of gratitude, lest Erdy and the other ordinary people feel uneasy. Seeing Uncle German Sparrow stuff the cash and the small black wooden box in his pocket, Donna heaved a sigh of relief that she had finally completed the task her parents had given her. She quickly got into the zone and found her true mood for visiting. She asked curiously and a little fearfully, "Uncle Sparrow, what kind of monsters were those last night? Are all ghost stories true? Are you born with the ability to jump out of flames and make light descend? Is this magic or witchcraft?" Stop. You have too many questions." Klein, who couldn't stand the heat, took off the sun brooch and threw it onto the desk in the living room. He then casually replied, "This is called a beyonder power, obtained through some rituals and potions. Many ghost stories have a prototype. The monster last night was created through an evil ritual. Ask him about anything else." Klein turned his head and glanced at Donna's. "How magical." Denton and Donna sighed at the same time. Then Donna's eyes lit up. "Uncle Sparrow, you're just like the Superman described by Roselle the Great. Can we also become people like you through rituals and potions?" Denton nodded heavily, echoing his sister's words. Both of them felt a strong sense of anticipation. At that moment, Donna noticed that there was a hint of sadness in Uncle German Sparrow's eyes. Soon after, she saw the corners of this mysterious uncle's mouth curl upwards, revealing a somewhat strange smile. Klein said in a deep voice, "This isn't something to be envied or looked forward to. This is not something to be envied or looked forward to. As long as you choose this path, you will always be accompanied by danger and madness. You can win against them 100 times, 1,000 times, but as long as you lose once, you will end up like that fallen bishop." As he spoke, he leaned on his cane, took off his gown, and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. One of his arms had become shriveled and wrinkled, as though he was an old man over 100 years old. The other arm was transparent and colorless, allowing one to see the blood vessels, muscles, and aponeurosis beneath the skin. At the same time, dense, light-colored granulation sprouts grew on his face, causing Donna and Denton to retreat in horror and slam into the door. Klein, whose face was covered in tiny granulation sprouts, maintained the curl of his lips. "Did you see it clearly? This is madness." "No." Donna and Denton almost lost their minds as they stumbled out of the door and ran out. After taking a few steps forward, they couldn't maintain their balance and fell to the ground. "How terrifying! How terrifying!" Denton kept sobbing softly. At that moment, they heard the sound of the door to room 312 closing. Donna gradually calmed down. She couldn't help but imagine what Uncle German Sparrow looked like. Granules of flesh had occupied every inch of skin on his face, and his arms were either wrinkled or transparent. He didn't look much better than the monsters from last night. For some reason, she recalled his eyes and the words, "This is madness." Her vision suddenly blurred as tears fell uncontrollably. Donna, what's wrong?" Denton was so frightened by her reaction that he forgot that he was also afraid. Donna sobbed. "I don't know. I just suddenly feel so sad." Inside room 312, when Donna saw that Klein had returned to normal, he couldn't help but click his tongue. "Actually, there's no need to scare children like this. It'll give them nightmares. Just tell them that taking the potion is dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a hardwood cane covered in bloodstains and stains fly over, accompanied by an emotionless sentence. "Wash it clean." Donna's reached out to catch it, and his smile froze on his face. Bakeland, Empress Borough, inside the Earl of Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey stood behind the white, golden-laid railing on the second floor and watched the servants bustle about on the first floor. According to the customs of the Kingdom of Rouen, the nobles with fiefs would leave Bakeland 1 week after the New Year's ball and return to their fiefs to enjoy a pleasant life in the countryside or in the castle. They would only return to the capital in June and begin their daily social life. Of course, a powerful aristocrat and banker like Earl of Hall would have to travel back and forth frequently to deal with business. And moving wasn't an easy task. Many things had to be organized in advance and brought back to the manor or castle by some servants. Only when everything was ready would the owners embark on their journey. After this tarot gathering ends, I should be on the steam train back to Eastchester County. I hope that Mr. Vampire can really obtain the fruit of the Tree of Elders and the blood of the Mirror Dragon, so that I can become a psychiatrist before I leave Bakeland. Audrey thought as her thoughts wandered. At that moment, Countess Caitlin walked over and asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" You're already an adult. When you return to Bakeland in June, you can find something to do. Do you have any plans?" Audrey didn't even think as she answered directly, "Mom, I want to go to the church's charity organization. I want to really get to know this world," she added silently in her heart. "Not a bad idea." The Countess agreed. After giving a few instructions, she went down to the second floor to check on the affairs of the house. Audrey calmed herself down and tilted her head. She smiled faintly at the golden retriever, who was squatting at the side. "Susie, are you looking forward to it? You can run to your heart's content in the green fields and chase through the lush woods." She was making fun of Susie. Susie was not a qualified hound, so she became a gift. Susie instinctively wanted to stick out her tongue, but she gentlemanly stopped herself. It replied without concealing its emotions, "Of course, I like to run, but I hate those barbarians. Was this referring to the foxhounds raised by Dad and the others? Audrey pursed her lips to prevent her smile from flowing. She looked up at the wall clock and saw that it was almost time for the tarot party. Please remember the domain name of this book. Jiutian Shanhuang Mobile Version. Chapter 519. Above the boundless gray fog, the magnificent palace stood silently. Just as Emlyn White, who had come here once again, regained his vision, he saw Miss Justice look towards the end of the long, mottled table and greet him briskly. She greeted him briskly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey greeted them one by one, starting from the Fool to the World. This order wasn't based on the seating arrangement, but according to the rules of the tarot cards. The Fool was the beginning that contained all possibilities, while the World was the ending of a perfect sublimation. This was a little obsessive-compulsive disorder of Miss Audrey, a mysticism enthusiast. It appeared when the number of members in the tarot increased and became more and more orderly. What a well-born, carefree girl. Emlyn pretended to make a profound judgment as he politely responded to her greeting. During this process, he glanced at Sun from the corner of his eye, and he couldn't help but recall his experience of learning the detailed history of the sanguine at Baron Waymandy's house over the past few days. There are indeed many details I don't know. There's indeed a difference between a professional researcher and an amateur enthusiast. However, from this week onwards, I, Emlyn White, will be a professional researcher. Baron Waymandy hasn't mentioned anything related to the City of Silver, so I can't ask directly. As a sanguine messiah burdened with secrets, I have to be careful in such matters. Half the day in class, half the day at the cathedral, and at night accompanying a doll. Such a life doesn't seem too bad. Emlyn's thoughts gradually dispersed. Suddenly, he frowned as he discovered a very important problem. Why do I still go to the Harvest Church every day? Yes, as a noble sanguine, there has to be a beginning and an end to everything. Recently, there have been quite a number of patients. Sigh, it's not a good thing for my reputation to spread. Emlyn's brows gradually relaxed and turned gentle. Seeing that Miss Justice had finished her greeting, he rapped the table and looked at her. "What you need?" Audrey pressed her right hand down and gestured for him to stop. Then she smiled faintly. "We'll talk about it during the trading segment. This is Mr. Fool's reading time. Judging from Mr. Vampire's tone, there must be at least one fruit of the Tree of Elders or the blood of the Mirror Dragon. Audrey, you're about to become a psychiatrist." He was almost a mid-sequence beyonder. Audrey's mood became more and more cheerful, and her eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. She looked at the figure in the thick fog and raised her voice. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've obtained another 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Only 4 more pages." She pursed her lips as she thought. With Miss Justice as an example, Magician's Furs also spoke up. "Mr. Fool, I also have 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." She was also filled with anticipation for the tarot gathering. This was because she had digested the second apprentice potion much faster than she had expected. She had completely resolved the latent problem the day before yesterday. Son Derek followed closely behind. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've copied some legends of the ancient gods." Following that, he said to the hanging man, "The list of monsters in the surrounding area has also been compiled. The list of monsters in the surrounding area has also been organized." What an honest child. He doesn't need anyone to remind him. Klein, who had gained a lot, sighed with emotion. Seriously, he hasn't improved at all. Although this will lower the difficulty of my harvest, it also hides the risk of losing the information about the City of Silver. Exposure is a problem that I have to be constantly vigilant about. The hanging man Alger shook his head indiscernibly. Roselle's diary and the legends of the ancient gods quickly appeared and flashed into Klein's palm. He quickly scanned through it and discovered that 2 of the 6 diary pages were duplicates. For example, one of the pages contributed by Miss Justice matched the one submitted by the hanging man last year. This is something that can't be avoided unless I can make them learn simplified Chinese. Klein sighed and used his mind to move the 2 diary pages to the end. The remaining 4 pages didn't contain much valuable information. Most of them belonged to the period when Roselle had lost his ideals and was obsessed with money. The entire page was filled with sentences like, what did I invent today? What do I plan to invent tomorrow? How many gold coins did I sell for? And how much investment did I get? It made Klein almost lose control of his expression. He wanted to slap Roselle in the face. And at this moment, Audrey acutely noticed that the Dark Emperor card had returned, quietly covering the side of Mr. Fool's hand. Is it really a bestowed adorer to help him complete the mission? Oh, there's another possibility. This is a new card of blasphemy, not the original one. Audrey guessed with interest. After flipping through the diary, Klein resisted the urge to take a deep breath to calm his emotions. He cast his gaze at the legends of the ancient gods provided by Little Sunday. This was a rather rough description. It divided the 8 ancient gods of the Second Epoch into 3 factions. Giant King Ormur, Elf King Sennaithrim, and Vampire Ancestor Lilith were allies, fighting against Dragon of Imagination Anquelt, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, and Mutant King Faster. As for Devil Monarch Farbadi and Annihilation Demonic Wolf Flegria, they were existences that wanted to overthrow all order and corrupt all living beings. In the records of the City of Silver, the 8 ancient gods were described as tyrannical, evil, cruel, terrifying, and so on. Even Vampire Ancestor Lilith, who had the most normal appearance and was known as the embodiment of beauty, had a disgusting and ferocious side. For example, she could transform into a lump of flesh that could be called a mountain range. There are all kinds of reproductive organs growing on it, and spewed out thick black fog, constantly creating all kinds of strange creatures. Any powerhouse that approached her would be dominated by the desire to mate and reproduce, turning into the corresponding walking organs. And the living beings that saw this scene, other than the other ancient gods, all lost their minds without exception. They either mutated on the spot or became lunatics. The records of the City of Silver came from the books of the Giant King's court. Of course, this was what they claimed. I can't rule out the fact that they're slandering their allies. This behavior is rather similar to the Sanguine's loss of control after praying to the primordial moon. This is one of the characteristics of the moon pathway. With this in mind, Klein nearly raised his head and glanced at Emlyn White. In the legends of the City of Silver, Vampire Ancestor Lilith did indeed wield the Crimson Moon. As long as she was willing, she could make the Crimson Moon appear every day for 365 days a year, allowing negative powers to wreak havoc across the land, allowing the spirit world to interact with reality for a long period of time, releasing countless indescribable monsters and evil spirits. This is the power of a deity. I wonder if there's any difference between ancient gods and the present true gods. Why do they all look like evil gods? In the legends of the Sanguine, Lilith isn't like this. Is there a lie between them and the City of Silver? Or did some changes happen in the middle? Lilith's appearance in the City of Silver's records changed to the appearance in the legends of the Sanguine. Klein retracted his gaze and memorized these details. He made the piece of paper in his hand disappear and leaned back slightly. You may begin. Audrey immediately spoke as she looked at Emlyn White with bright eyes. Mr. Moon, do you have any information on the Tree of Elders fruit and the Mirror Dragon's blood? Emlyn nodded his chin slightly. A total of 750 pounds. As long as you pay this sum of money, they will soon belong to you. Of course, there's also my payment. 100 pounds. Audrey didn't even bother to calculate the total price as she replied happily, Deal. I hope we can complete the transaction today or tomorrow. No problem. Emlyn, who was about to earn 100 pounds, couldn't reject Miss Justice's request. That's awesome. Audrey lowered her right hand, clenched it into a fist, and shook it twice. At this moment, the hanging man Alger turned his head to glance at Mr. Vampire. Do you still want that Sanguine Baron's inheritance? For 1,500 pounds. That's the best price I can get for you. In fact, that pirate was willing to part with it for 3,200 pounds. Emlyn's expression immediately warped. If it's only 1,000 pounds, I'll definitely take it, but he replied inwardly. Although their family was rather good apothecaries and doctors, and their annual income wasn't small, and they had lived long enough to save up a considerable amount of wealth, Emlyn had been unable to save money ever since he became infatuated with dolls. Occasionally, he would even take the initiative to order them. Even with the £100 he had yet to receive, his personal savings didn't even amount to £500. Of this, Detective Sherlock Moriarty contributed £150. "I'll consider again." Emlyn spoke with great difficulty, suddenly feeling that he needed to find a way to quickly save money. This fellow, Emlyn, is making the sound of poverty. Upon seeing this scene, Klein teased inwardly. As a friend of Mr. Vampire in real life, he had heard him mention that over the years, he had spent more than £7,000 on dolls. This made Klein sigh at the price of dolls and Emlyn's extravagance. No problem. The hanging man didn't rush him. He turned to look at Audrey. "Honorable lady, the artisan has completed the work and has obtained a rather magical item. It can allow you to truly change your appearance and grasp the three beyonder powers of flame controlling, damage transfer, and danger intuition. It will improve your balance and agility. It's a silver-white mask, a hat, and an earring. It can change your appearance, and you can name it. Of course, it also has its own tiny flaw. When you wear it, your emotions will be magnified. You have to know how to control yourself, or else it'll be easy for problems to arise. Its price is £5,500. At this point, the hanging man chuckled and said to the world, "The beyonder characteristic you provided is £4,500. The beyonder characteristic you provided is £4,500. The artisan's work is worth £1,000. £4,500 is much better than I expected, although I have to split 15%, which is £675, with Mr. the Hanging Man." Klein immediately controlled the world and nodded in agreement. "No problem. Emotions will be magnified? According to teacher Escalante, when I advance to a psychiatrist, I'll have the ability to affect the emotions and mental states of others. I should be able to do the same to myself." "Yes, that flaw isn't a problem." Audrey nodded lightly. "I'll pay within 2 days of receiving the mystical item." In order not to expose the secret of tarot, she had to wait until she received the item before getting her father, Earl of Hall, to reimburse her. Sure, the hanging man wasn't worried about Miss Justice's credibility at all. How rich? Emlyn and Magician's furs were simultaneously agitated. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that he would soon receive his £3,000. "Thank you, Miss Justice." He silently drew the crimson moon in his heart. P.S. Something happened during the day, so I didn't have the time to fix this chapter. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 520. Frankly speaking, although Alger, the hanging man, had already expected that Miss Justice wouldn't bargain, and that the mystical item was indeed worth around £5,500, he still felt a strong sense of discomfort towards such an action. He felt a sense of disillusionment, as though he had worked hard to clear the chain and made a killing, only to end up with less pocket money than someone else. The world will receive £675, and the artisan's production fee is only £600. I'll earn a net profit of £400. In this transaction, I've earned a total of £1,075. Unfortunately, the world isn't a simple figure. He has many beyonder characteristics and potion formulas, and he's involved in many matters. He can obtain rather important information, so it's not worth getting into a conflict with him over a few £100s. Otherwise, I could have pushed the price of his beyonder characteristic below £4,000. The hanging man thought regretfully. Just as the fool was rejoicing over the £3,825 that were about to enter his account, Sun looked at the lady opposite him and said sincerely, "Miss Magicians, your spirit eater stomach pouch is ready." "Very good." Furs heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll pay Mr. the Hanging Man £300 in cash." The hanging man Alger's mind jolted when he heard that. He hurriedly applied to Mr. Fool at the end of the long bronze table to conjure the potion formula. A few seconds later, he wrote the formula for High Priest Sun on the yellowish-brown goat skin in front of him. Sequence 7, High Priest of Sunday, main ingredients. 1 red crown of a dawn rooster, 1 fruit of a radiant spirit pack tree. Supplementary ingredients. 100 milliliters of a dawn rooster's blood, 10 drops of sun essential oil, 8 grams of fingered citron powder, 5 grams of solidified lava. Although Klein didn't deliberately pry into the potion formula, the content that only he could conjure was still reflected in his mind. As long as he was willing to use dream divination to recall it, he would immediately obtain the corresponding knowledge. He could not help but sigh silently. Indeed, a platform is the most profitable. Sun took the goat skin in anticipation and scanned it, half relaxed and half excited. Following that, he conjured a list of monsters around the city of Silver, allowing the Hanging Man to choose the Beyonder ingredients that would make up for the difference. The Hanging Man Alger took his time to read the list and accurately grasp the situation around the city of Silver. Then, he picked 3 ingredients that he knew the buyer and price. After obtaining it, I should be able to sell it within 2 days. I'll be able to earn about 1,000 pounds, including the 300 pounds from Miss Magicians and the 1,075 pound from before. I'll finally have enough money for the dragon-eyed sea eagle eyeballs. Alger felt his exhaustion as he turned to Furs. Miss Magicians, you can prepare the deal for the dragon-eyed sea eagle eyeballs. The Hanging Man only had about 10 pounds on him at the moment. Even the advance payment to the artisan was borrowed through his extensive connections. But after completing this series of transactions, his cash assets would reach 2,375 pounds, enough to pay for the 2,000 pounds needed for the main ingredient. Thinking of the setback she had suffered at Mr. Hangman's hands last week, she replied in a slightly aggrieved manner. All right. To her, how much she could earn from this deal only depended on how much her teacher, Dorian Gray, was willing to share with her. There were no additional benefits. At the end of the transaction, Klein controlled the world to purchase the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith and the eyes of a 6-winged gargoyle. As for selling the Murloc bladder or making it into a mystical item, he didn't plan on using the tarot for the time being. He hoped to use this as a catalyst to expand his connections and channels at sea. After today's tarot, Miss Justice's psychiatrist potion will have enough ingredients. It's the same for Miss Magician's Trickmaster potion. With Little Sun's formula, he can finally strive towards Sequence 7. He's one step closer to providing me with a method to remove the mental corruption in my Beyonder characteristic. Mr. the Hanging Man is about to obtain one of the main ingredients of Windblessed, and there's only one problem left for Sequence 6. Only Emlyn hasn't made up his mind or found a solution. There's no hope of advancing anytime soon. The Fool Klein looked around and chuckled. Free exchange. Audrey was about to say something out of habit, but after careful thought, she felt that there was nothing to share this week. Apart from attending one banquet after another and attending 2 psychology classes, I can only talk about returning to Eastchester County. But there's no need for that. She pursed her lips and remained silent. Furs was in a lazy state after the New Year's holiday. Her mind was still a little blank as she guiltily mentioned, I'm not sure. Bakeland is still in a high-pressure state from before. If you're not an official Beyonder, don't take the risk. Really? Emlyn, who had been behaving well recently, frowned in puzzlement. The vampires in the 3 o'clock state couldn't understand the pain of all the extraordinary gatherings stopping. The Hangman nodded, thought for a moment, and said to the sun, That's right. Don't be careless. Before holding the sacrificial ritual, it's best to confirm that the chief leading the exploration team isn't in the city of Silver or busy with other matters. Mr. Hangman, do you mean that it's possible for the chief to sense the cycle of fate? Derek asked in astonishment. The Hanging Man replied solemnly, I can't rule out that possibility, but I can't be sure. After all, I don't know enough about your city of Silver. At this point, he hid his smile and revealed a solemn expression. Son Derek said in a vexed tone, That's right. There are many things that I don't know either. The Hanging Man Alger sighed and got rid of his disappointment. In short, being cautious and careful will allow you to live longer. Thank you for your reminder, Sun said sincerely. The Hanged Man retracted his gaze and turned to smile. Recently, the sea has been relatively calm. No, that's just what you think. Klein silently retorted and controlled the world to hoarsely say, I happened to hear about something at sea. Without waiting for the hanging man to ask, he first looked at Justice and magicians. Ladies, can you help me buy a radio transceiver? I can give it a try. Magicians first agreed without much thought. As she was about to leave Bakeland, Audrey could only apologize. After concluding the deal, the world cleared his throat. That matter has something to do with the Church of the Storm. It's related to the church? Why didn't I receive any notification? There's no need for it to be given to people at our level. The hanging man frowned and patiently waited for the world to explain. The world originally wanted to sweep his gaze at the hanging man with a teasing look, but due to the difficulty of the action, he could only give up regretfully. He laughed hoarsely and said, The ancient customs of Bancy Harbor have been revived, and a portion of the residents have become cultists. Even the bishop of the Church of the Storm has fallen. I heard that the matter has been resolved, but many people have died. Bancy Harbor, the hanging man, Alger, recalled the situation there and took the initiative to explain to the confused Miss Justice and company. There's a tradition of living sacrifices there. There's a tradition of live sacrifice there, and the target is an evil spirit called the God of Weather. Overseas in the southern continent, there are many similar evil spirits. On the surface, it looks like they've been eliminated, but in fact, they're still living in a strange state. Many people suddenly die in those places. It might not necessarily be because of a disease. If you have similar travel or adventure plans, don't be careless. Alger tried his best to describe the matter at Bancy Harbor as an accident that happened by chance, one that was within the scope of understanding. Suddenly, he heard a slightly deep laughter. This laughter came from the end of the long, mottled table. Mr. Fool, the hanging man suddenly turned his head. Mr. Fool, the matter at Bancy Harbor isn't as simple as it seems. Audrey immediately looked at Mr. Fool, who was sitting on the high-back chair. Seeing the puzzled, curious, or excited gazes cast over, Klein smiled leisurely and said with a reminiscent tone, This reminds me of an angel king. King of angels. The matter at Bancy Harbor actually involved the king of angels. Audrey widened her eyes as she felt a strong sense of anticipation for Mr. Fool's subsequent words. A king of angels. Magicians first secretly gasped, her expression somewhat bitter. Why are we in tarot discussing the descent of the true creator, the revival of the primordial demoness, and the reappearance of a king of angels? I'm only a sequence 9. She wanted to look up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Emlyn was inexplicably excited. He had found another reason why the ancestor wanted him to pray to Mr. Fool. Indeed, this is a savior gathering prepared for the apocalypse. We are all chosen ones, and we will gradually face evil existences like the king of angels, the primordial demoness, and the true creator. Emlyn suddenly had the urge to immediately agree to the deal proposed by the hanging man, but the fact that he didn't have any money shattered his fantasies. Which king of angels could it be? Sun rarely participated in the conversation between Miss Justice and the others. King of angels. What secret is Bancy Harbor hiding? The hanging man. Alger waited for the answer with rapt attention. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't have the intention to continue, Audrey couldn't help but take the initiative to ask, What's the matter? Honorable Mr. Fool, which king of angels is it? Klein leaned back in his chair and chuckled. The one who founded Rose Redemption Medici. His bloodline descendant lives in Bancy. Rose Redemption, a king of angels related to the true creator? Audrey didn't expect the matter to become more and more serious as she subconsciously asked in puzzlement. Bancy? That's the ancient name for Bancy. The hanging man Alger replied in a deep voice as he clenched his fists. He was already unable to imagine the truth behind this matter. He only knew that the unforeseen events in Bancy Harbor might not have truly ended. The danger of man-devouring was still lurking in the shadows. He didn't know much about Rose Redemption. He only knew that this term was related to the temple of the true creator and the angel of fate, Ouroboros. He wasn't able to confirm what it represented. In short, the level of this matter has exceeded my imagination. Alger looked at the end of the long, mottled table as the thought of Mr. Fool knowing the 8 kings of angels flashed across his mind. He knew quite a number of secrets. At this moment, he thought of something. Last week, Miss Justice had asked about the remaining kings of angels, and Mr. Fool's answer was that he would come into contact with them in the future. And in just a week, he had really come into contact with a new king of angels. Mr. Fool had long foreseen this. The hanging man Alger's pupils constricted as he lowered his gaze in horror. Chapter 5:21. Amidst the shock, another question surfaced in the mind of the hanging man, Alger. Since Mr. Fool had already foreseen it, why did he point out that the incident at Bancy Harbor is related to Rose's redemption and king of angels Medici? Did he deliberately tell us? Does he wish to spread the news through us? His target is king of angels Medici? No. It's more likely that it's the true creator. Mr. Fool has repeatedly foiled the true creator's plans in the past, and this time will likely be no exception. The term Rose Redemption appeared in the abandoned temple of the true creator, and it was created by king of angels Medici and Ouroboros. Clearly, it has a deep connection with the true creator. Bancy Harbor only has us, the Church of the Storm. Mr. Fool's true target is me? The hanging man, Alger, vaguely understood something. Then, he acutely noticed another problem. The last time the world mentioned that something major would happen in Bakeland, it was immediately confirmed by Mr. Fool. Later on, it involved the awakening of the primordial demonis and the descent of the true creator. This time, his mention of the anomaly in Bancy Harbor also received a response from Mr. Fool, revealing the secret hidden in ancient Benzi, allowing Rose Redemption and King of Angels Medici to appear in front of the members of the tarot. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Yes, the information the world previously mentioned was related to Bakeland. This was the first time it involved matters at sea, and Mr. Fool had mentioned last week that his adorer had no choice but to leave Bakeland because of the great smog. The two matched. So, the world is actually Mr. Fool's adorer? No, it should be the representative of all his blessed in the tarot, helping Mr. Fool complete some matters that he couldn't do directly. Of course, the blessed would also use this gathering to trade items and knowledge to achieve the goal of improving themselves. This could be considered Mr. Fool's nurturing of them. On careful thought, this guess is very likely correct. At the very least, the world has never gathered Roselle's diary to exchange for knowledge or intelligence from Mr. Fool. As a blessed, this is his duty. He has already submitted it in private. From this conclusion, some of the world's deliberate questions and contradictory behavior were to conceal his identity as a blessed. This matched his experience and craftiness. Mr. Fool's organization of the tarot gathering, apart from hiding the intention of secretly reviving and unsealing step by step, also has the intention of using us to interfere in certain matters. This can be seen from the composition of the members. Upper-class nobles beyonders at the level of the church's bishops, survivors of the forsaken land of the gods, students of the house of Abraham, adult vampires. Each of them represents a faction or a circle, a channel. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Not only was Alger not depressed by his own guesses, but he was also somewhat excited. To him, the unknown of Mr. Fool's motives was the most terrifying thing. Having a preliminary understanding of what he wanted to do, he could effectively avoid risks and use this to improve himself. As long as the Fool wants to use us to do something, he will definitely give us certain benefits. This is what I'm looking forward to. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll see the hope of becoming a demigod. World, you definitely didn't expect that I've already seen through your disguise. Alger's fear eased as he began to think about how to use the information from Bancy Harbor. It was impossible for him to directly report the information as it would arouse suspicion. He had to patiently wait for an opportunity to be appreciated by the upper echelons and be rewarded without being monitored. Audrey could tell that Mr. the Hanging Man had gone through such a psychological process, but she didn't expect him to come up with so many thoughts and guesses in such a short period of time. And from Mr. Fool's words, she was delighted to learn that Rose Redemption was a secret organization established by a portion of kings of angels. It had a certain relationship with the true creator. At the same time, she also vaguely sensed something odd about the world. She discovered that this member of the organization, whose emotions were the hardest to read, was always involved in major matters. He was always able to obtain very important information, and he was constantly selling formulas, ingredients, and characteristics. It was as though he could hunt a beyonder every week or two. He left Bakeland and went out to sea? Or is it a rumor he heard in Bakeland? Should I tell this information to the church? Mr. the Hanging Man has a close relationship with the Church of the Storm. If he does it, the effects will be better, and there won't be any problems. Audrey suppressed the thought of prying and asked curiously, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the title of King of Angels Medici?" "Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the title of King of Angels Medici?" Or should I say, what pathway does he belong to? Klein leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Red Priest. Red Priest? Which pathway is that? It sounds very close to the Dark Emperor. Could it be another Sequence Zero title? Justice. Audrey thought excitedly and pleasantly. Red Priest. Sun silently recited the term and realized that there were no corresponding records in the history of the City of Silver. Or maybe it's because I didn't read enough and only received general education, he thought regretfully. Magicians Furs and Emlyn listened as though they were listening to a story. They were also rather interested in such information. The only problem is that I can't brag about it to others or write it in the novel. Furs felt a wave of regret. Mr. the Hanging Man will likely report it to the higher-ups. I hope he doesn't delay it for too long. With his shrewdness, he might have already noticed some of the problems with the world and grasped the relationship between him and the Fool. Thankfully, from a long time ago, I've deliberately set up the world's character to overlap with Sherlock Moriarty's, giving him the identity of a blessed. Mr. the Hanging Man can at most sense this, but he can't imagine that the world is actually a fake person. The Fool Klein stroked his chin and said with a smile, "Continue." Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't mention the previous topic, Emlyn, who had extricated himself from his messianic emotions, began to face the problem of reality. That was the lack of money. Regardless, he had never considered selling those dolls. He only told himself that he had to scrimp in the future. It would take half a year or even a year before he could be rewarded with a new doll. Only then could he buy a new set of clothes for the ones he already had. Apart from that, the only way he could think of to earn money was to sell some medicine with magical effects. But this could easily bring hidden dangers to the race hidden in Bakeland. This is the ancestors' arrangement. Logically speaking, Lord Nibs should provide the corresponding help, but Mr. Fool requested me to keep it secret. As a savior who carries the burden of advancing in the darkness, I can't take the initiative to reveal it. After thinking for a few seconds, Emlyn tersely acknowledged and cleared his throat. "Everyone, I have a question. Here's the thing. If a powerhouse arranges for you to investigate something, and although you have successfully obtained the information, you are unable to report it to that powerhouse due to certain reasons, how are you to continue obtaining support from that powerhouse?" After saying that, Emlyn suddenly felt that such actions were a little shameful. This sounds like a traitor. No, I'm doing this for the continuation of the entire Sanguine. For this, I have to abandon my reputation and bear the burden of puzzlement. When this matter is over and the truth is revealed, they will be touched by me. Emlyn quickly eased his feelings. At this moment, Audrey, Magician's Furs, Sun, and company cast their gazes at Alger. To them, Mr. the Hanging Man had rich experience in this aspect and was the best teacher. The Fool Klein thought so too. The Hanging Man, Alger, swept a glance at the moon and chuckled. "It's very simple, but you have to bear a certain amount of risk." Emlyn subconsciously denied it. "It's not me." The Hanging Man chuckled in response. "Let's say it's you," he continued to describe. "You will slowly show some abnormalities in your daily life, allowing that powerhouse to sense that something is wrong with you. He will have two choices. One is to directly interrogate you, but this will easily cut off the clues. The second is to inadvertently provide you with help, allowing you to conduct a deeper investigation before sending someone to monitor you. I think the second possibility is the most likely. The risk you need to bear is how to not expose the information you wish to hide under surveillance. That's possible. Actually, it won't be exposed. Every time I'm in the tarot, I'll be resting in the harvest church. There's nothing abnormal on the surface, and the sacrificial items and the bestowment ritual are things that can be shown to Lord Nibs and the others. It will allow them to guess that I've established a certain connection with Mr. Fool, but they won't be able to imagine that I've already joined a secret gathering. Very good. I'll take the initiative to ask Baron Wymandy about the City of Silver while studying history. Emlyn's eyes lit up as he came up with an idea. He then recalled something and turned to the hanging man. Didn't you ask last week how to make everyone on a ship fall asleep at the same time? It's effective and doesn't have a pungent smell. Even on the deck, directly smelling it will cause you to fall unconscious. Of course, it's best you choose a night without any wind. Also, the target can't have a premonition of danger, and their physiques can't be too muscular. Beyonders who are famous for their bodies among Sequence 9 are the limits. It can create a deep sleep that lasts more than 3 hours. After that, the effects will constantly decrease. 100 pounds a can. Give me an additional 30 pounds. The hanging man thought about the situation of the sailors on the ghost ship and didn't bargain. All right, he wanted to establish a certain image in front of the moon in preparation for the huge deal that would follow. He had once considered using a slumber charm, but that required him to chant the activation incantation. It would make the sailors sense that something was amiss and later suspect something. As the exchange came to an end, Klein tapped the surface of the long modeled table and smiled leisurely. I can already foresee that everyone will have a new look next week. That's all for this gathering. Thank you for your blessings. Audrey was the first to stand up and bid farewell with gratitude. With Mr. Fool's words, she felt a little more confident about consuming the psychiatrist potion. As the magicians and company repeated the same words, figures disappeared from the palace, and the world above the gray fog returned to its eternal silence. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 522. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. When the crimson glow in front of her faded, Fur saw the familiar desk and the open notebook where she recorded her inspirations. To her, such an experience was nothing new, but it still made her feel awe from the bottom of her heart. This was a power that didn't belong to humans. Even a demigod couldn't do it. I'll get the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch in 2 days. My apprentice potion has also been digested. Finally, I'm going to become a trick master. I wonder what kind of Beyonder powers I'll obtain. By relying on myself to complete the advancement, Teacher will definitely value me more. In the future, other than the potion formula, he'll definitely provide me with more or less Beyonder ingredients. I'm looking forward to it. I don't even know what the corresponding Sequence 6 and 5 are called. All I know is that Sequence 7 is astrologer. Once I become a trick master, I'll immediately write to Teacher. Furs felt that she was one step closer to escaping the curse of the full moon. At that moment, she heard a series of hurried footsteps approaching from afar. Finally, it turned into a clanging sound as the door opened. Zio is out again. She sure is busy. Furs sighed silently. If it wasn't for the 400 pounds she owes Viscount Galaint, we would be on vacation at Desi Bay. After a long period of hard work, thanks to the increase in her strength, certain missions that she couldn't complete in the past had become simple. In addition, she would occasionally receive small missions that paid well from the Golden Masked Man. Zio had already raised her savings from 110 pounds to 320 pounds. She was only 80 pounds away from paying off her debt. Actually, I can help her pay the 80 pounds first. Unfortunately, although she's not tall, she has a strong pride. Furs reined in her thoughts and began considering the matter that Mr. World had entrusted her with. As a doctor and an author, she didn't know much about radios or even machinery. She usually didn't pay attention to the relevant content in the newspapers, so she had no idea where to buy the radio transceiver that Mr. World wanted. A department store? I don't think so. All right, Avil writes science fiction. He should know quite a bit in this area. Furs quickly found someone to consult, but she immediately had a new problem. Should she visit him directly or write a letter to ask? Glancing at the reclining chair covered with a thick, soft blanket and smelling the aroma of coffee and tobacco in the room, she felt a slowly wriggling warmth. Furz's motivation to go out slowly dissipated. I'm not familiar with him. I shouldn't pay him a visit, she muttered as she sat down and unfolded the letter. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek opened his eyes, waking from his pretend sleep. According to his original plan, he should have held the sacrificial ritual now and sent out the spirit eater's stomach pouch. However, the words of the hanging man reminded him, making him decide to be more cautious and observe more. I'll first gather all the ingredients that Mr. the Hanging Man wants and complete the sacrifice in one go. After a few seconds of silence, he attached the axe of Hurricane and headed straight for the steeple. He first checked the information of the items available at the mare exchange point, but he wasn't in a hurry to complete the transaction. He planned on heading to the underground market to take a look after the lightning in the sky lessened. Derek went up to the third floor and headed straight for the mythical and ancient classic section of the library. Filled with hunger, he searched for valuable knowledge that he hadn't learned before. Suddenly, he saw a book with a hard yellow cover. Giant King's Court, Book of Blackrock, a handwritten collection. A record passed down directly from the Giant King's Court? I wonder if there's any content related to Kings of Angels. Derek reached out and pulled out the book, discovering that it was bound with brown monster hide. At this moment, on the upper level of the library, Colin Iliad, who was wearing a linen shirt and a brown coat, was standing silently, looking down. His ungroomed white hair was gently blown by the wind that blew in through the window. His light blue eyes were deep and reserved. Wednesday, January 12th, 5:40 p.m. The sky was dark, and the clouds were rolling. Dark blue waves rose and fell, rising and falling. The white agate bobbed up and down in this scene of an impending storm, like a toy in the hands of a giant. This is the sea. No matter how powerful one's strength is, it will appear insignificant in front of it. Donna stood by the window and admired the scene outside. Fortunately, we're about to arrive at the city of generosity. After leaving Bancy Harbor, the White Agate's voyage had been rather smooth. With the help of the wind, its speed had stabilized at 15 knots. Therefore, it only arrived at Tiana Harbor a little later than scheduled, completing the entire journey half a day earlier than usual. This also meant that the White Agate, which was scheduled to arrive at the City of Generosity on the morning of the 13th, would arrive at the harbor on the evening of the 12th. Upon hearing Donna's wistful words, Klein only glanced up at him before retracting his gaze and continuing his thoughts. The more he played the role of German Sparrow, the more he had to force himself to act in accordance with his persona, and more deeply he realized what kind of person he was. When faced with different situations, the choices he really wanted to make were different from those of German Sparrow. For example, he would normally respond to Donna's and chat with him about the weather at sea and the disasters brought about by the terrifying storms. However, German Sparrow wouldn't do that. He would definitely treat him coldly and restrain himself in silence. The more such contrasts there are, the more I understand myself. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. This was an experience he didn't have when he acted as a private detective, Sherlock Moriarty. This was because back then, he didn't need to disguise his personality. All he needed to do was be himself. I feel like I've digested a little of my potion. However, German Sparrow has something in common with me. At the very least, when I chose to disembark the ship and enter Bancy Harbor to save him, I completely overlapped with this identity. There's no difference. Of course, it can also be said that I've added a persona to a certain extent. Beneath the gentlemanly and craziness is a kind, brave, compassionate, and sentimental heart. Heh, I shouldn't praise myself. If I had known that Bancy was Benzie, I would have most likely chickened out. Not necessarily. At the very least, the danger I divined back then was within an acceptable range. Klein thought in a self-deprecating manner. This made him increasingly aware of a problem. Although acting as a purely fictional person could help him digest the potion, in order to speed up and improve his progress, he needed to replace an existing identity, obtain the affirmation of the other party's interpersonal relationships, and feel the corresponding emotions. He needed to immerse himself, but not lose himself in it. Become anyone, but ultimately return to himself? And obtain feedback from the corresponding personnel? Klein looked at the pale yellow carpet as his mind raced. Seeing that German Sparrow didn't respond, Donis spread his hands in exasperation, feeling suffocated. Apart from making me do some servant work, this crazy fellow is great in other aspects. There's only one thing about him. He doesn't like to speak and has a communication barrier. If this continues, I'll definitely go crazy. Fortunately, I'm finally reaching by him. I can finally be free. Donis felt that sooner or later, he would develop the habit of speaking to himself in similar silence. After a while, he saw German Sparrow look up and smile. You can tell me about the pirate contact points in Biome. Dogsh *T. It's better if you don't speak. Donna's expression contorted. Whoosh. At 6:15 in the evening, before the storm arrived, the white agate smoothly entered the harbor and arrived at the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Biome. This place was also known as the Spice Archipelago. There were all kinds of exotic spices, and plantations in this area were the mainstay of the economy. Among them, the Blue Mountain Island, where Biome was located, occupied more than half of the archipelago's land area. There were gold, silver, copper, coal, iron, and other mineral deposits. It had a high forest coverage, a variety of fruits, and the land was exceptionally fertile. It was precisely because of this that the first colonists named the city they built by the sea City of Generosity, believing that it was a land of treasures promised by the gods that flowed with milk and honey. Klein carried the suitcase that Donis had packed, left room 312, and entered the corridor leading to the deck. As expected, he met Donna's family and Cleves and the others. After being frightened, the siblings were still a little afraid of Klein. They hid behind their parents and bodyguards, not daring to speak like deflated balloons. Klein nodded slightly as a greeting. At that moment, Ertie Branch hesitated for a second before taking half a step forward. Mr. Sparrow, will you be staying in Biome? If I want to hire, no. Ask for your help. How should I contact you? As expected of a businessman with a spirit of adventure. Even if he's afraid, he still wants to befriend someone with beyonder powers. Klein thought for a moment. What newspapers are there here? The archipelago is mainly popular with the Sonia Morning Post and the news. Ertie didn't need to think to give the answer. Place an advertisement in the Sonia Morning Post for 3 consecutive days to buy Demir's special cured meat. Leave your address, and I'll look for you. If I don't show up after 3 days, it means that I've gone out to sea again. Klein cautiously gave him a one-way contact method. All right. Ertie exhaled and smiled. Cleves and the others expressed their gratitude once again and left the cabin in an orderly manner. Seeing that the gangway was in sight, Donna suddenly slowed down and shrank back to Klein's side. She looked up and bit her lip. She looked up, bit her lip, and said, Uncle Sparrow, since that kind of power is bound to bring danger and madness, why did you choose it? She had thought about this question for a long time before she finally mustered the courage to ask. Klein was stunned for a moment before he instinctively smiled. For a dream. Then, he lowered his voice and spat out 2 words. And to protect. Protect. Donna muttered the word in a daze as she quickened her pace and caught up to her parents. After watching the Branch family leave the white agate, Klein retracted his gaze and said to Donna's beside him, You're free. You're free. Donna's was still a little unaccustomed to it. Chapter 5:23. Klein didn't say anything else, nor did he bother with Donna's. He pressed down on his top hat, carried a suitcase, and walked down the gangway. You're really letting me go? Blazing Donna's stood on the deck, his face filled with suspicion. Although he had expected such an outcome since he could imagine what would happen today when German Sparrow let him go into Demir Harbor, he still found it unbelievable. He felt that everything had happened too easily. No matter what, I'm worth 3,000 pounds. No, this is just a one-sided bounty from Rouen. Isn't that madman, German Sparrow, an adventurer? How could he let go of the huge fortune placed in front of him? I can't understand. It's true that normal people can't understand a madman. Donis gradually came to his senses. He took his luggage, carefully walked down the gangway, and stepped onto the concrete floor of the harbor. He straightened his back, raised his head, and glanced at German Sparrow's back. He realized that German Sparrow really didn't turn back. He followed the road and headed straight for Coastal Street. Donis didn't dare delay. He immediately turned around and left through another path. From time to time, he would turn and change directions, and from time to time, he would use obstacles to look back, hoping that he wouldn't be followed. Soon, he arrived at the row of houses near the warehouse at the dock. German Sparrow really didn't use me as bait. Donis examined himself again and again before he completely relaxed. At that moment, he felt that he had finally obtained freedom. As a bosun of a pirate admiral, he no longer needed to be bullied and ordered around like a servant. I can already foresee that tomorrow will be extremely beautiful. There will be a bunch of people vying to flatter me and become my servants. Danitz happily knocked on the door in a rhythmic manner. 3 long intervals followed by 3 short ones. Hee, German Sparrow asked me to reveal the pirate's point of contact in Byam. I'll definitely only tell those who aren't on good terms with us. He definitely wouldn't have guessed that our Golden Dream's point of contact is at the dock. Donis picked his nose and breathed in the fresh sea breeze before the rain fell. Byam was the center of the Ruan Kingdom's colonial rule in the central Sonia Sea. It was one of the largest cities in the region, with many powerful official beyonders. No matter how arrogant a pirate was, they wouldn't dare to openly appear here. Most of the time, they had to rely on the local gangs or people with deep backgrounds to deal with the loot and buy necessities. Of course, this didn't mean that they wouldn't come to Byam. The Red Theater here was the most famous brothel on the sea. Countless pirates came because of its reputation. Even if 1 or 2 of their peers were caught there every once in a while, it didn't stop them from coming. Apart from a spice trade, the brothel industry was another pillar of the Rorstad archipelago. Apart from the Red Theater, there were brothels of all sizes, open and hidden everywhere, fully satisfying the desires of the strong men on the sea. As for the female pirates, they didn't have to worry about this problem. As long as they were willing, they could be satisfied at any time. After all, there were many mouths to eat, but there wasn't much meat to be had. On the sea, where there was widespread belief in the Lord of Storms, the number of women had always been small. Similarly, the underground trade of beyonder ingredients and mysticism was also quite frequent here. There are many circles. Those small ports are still better. We don't have to be afraid of being discovered at all. We can openly sit in bars and quarrel with the adventurers across from us, or even get into a fight. As long as we don't cause any trouble or kill anyone, the local official beyonders will pretend that they don't see anything. With their strength, it's often very risky for them to interfere. Donis thought mockingly. At this moment, he heard footsteps and saw the door creak open. A familiar face came into view. Old man, who didn't drink today? Donis greeted with a smile. Standing at the door was one of the contacts of the Golden Dream in the Rorstad archipelago, Old Lin. Old Lin coughed twice and made way. Donis stepped into the dark room, and his nose suddenly twitched. He smelled the fragrance of Landy Proof. No, Old Lin liked to drink the locally produced Byam Blackrand. As this thought flashed through his mind, Donis was alarmed. Then he saw a man with his back facing him stand up. He was tall, tanned, and muscular. His hair was curled like marbles. Steel Mavedi. Donis' pupils constricted rapidly. This was Admiral of Blood Seigneur's second mate, a pirate with a bounty of 6,000 pounds. The sea breeze blew, and the sharp leaves swayed, ready to fall at any moment. Klein walked along Coastal Street at a moderate pace. The passers-by around him were in a hurry, their footsteps hurried. His spiritual intuition told him that the storm would take some time to fall. He had enough time to find a hotel to stay in. Whoosh! The sound of the wind grew louder as tree branches fell to the ground. There weren't many people left on the entire street. Just as Klein was about to turn into another alley, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried but messy footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. As Donis ran with all his might, the scene in front of him began to shake. He felt abnormally painful from his wound as his life was rapidly draining away. His spirit body had already left his body, and he was close to the legendary underworld. As such, he could only vaguely hear the surrounding sounds, and everything he saw wasn't real. If not for the shadow cloak, he would have been killed by the ambush. But even so, he had suffered extremely serious injuries and could die at any moment by the side of the street. What kept him running towards Coastal Street was the need to spread the news that the contact point had been controlled by Admiral of Blood, so as to remind his captain of his beliefs, as well as the sliver of hope that the crazy but powerful figure brought. If it were him, he would definitely be able to successfully escape from Steel Mavadi's clutches. Donis began to stagger as his body gradually turned cold. Just as he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, he saw the German Sparrow standing around the corner. That refined face that hid extreme madness appeared extremely amiable at that moment. Plop! Donis fell on his back, his hands hanging limply from his chest, revealing a hideous, exaggerated wound that exposed his organs. Tell Captain that old Lynn has been discovered. Steel Mavadi, for the sake of that treasure. Donis saw German Sparrow crouching to the side as he hurriedly said, without a care in the world. Klein recalled Steel Mavadi's bounty and asked, "Tell Captain that old Lynn has been discovered." Admiral of Blood? Yes, tell Captain. Tell Captain. Donis said as he panted. After getting to the point, he revealed a sorrowful smile. Don't bother about me. I'm dying. Tell Captain that all the money I've saved has been turned into property. It's at Byam's Amiris Avenue, 12 to 16. The proof documents are hidden in the walls of basement 13. Help me sell them. Help me sell them. Bring the money to the town of Nozer, south of Intis. Give them to me. Give them to my parents. Tell them that I'm really rich. Donis paused and said with difficulty that I've become an excellent adventurer. Also say, I'm sorry. His eyes suddenly moistened as he recalled the rebellious youth from back then. I'm sorry, old man, Mom. I couldn't go home. Donna's vision darkened, and he felt that his life was coming to an end. At this moment, he saw German Sparrow stretch out his hand and press on his wound before wiping it away. Donna's sorrow suddenly stopped. He felt the numbing pain in his chest and abdomen suddenly disappear, but his left hand felt like it was broken. He looked at Klein with a blank expression. Klein looked at him quietly. No one spoke for 2 seconds. Finally, he looked down in astonishment and found that his fatal wound had strangely healed. His left arm was badly mutilated and his bones were protruding out. I am fine. Donis blinked his eyes, still immersed in the sorrow and dejection of a dying man. Why don't you treat me first? He asked blankly. Klein looked back at the deserted other side of Coastal Street and said in a calm tone, That's right. Wait for you to finish. This is courtesy. Manners, you son of a bitch. I was really saying my last words just now. Donis exerted strength in his back and abruptly flipped over and stood up. He looked warily at the dock and saw a thick plume of smoke rising up. It was the result of his battle just now. As the house was ignited by me, Steel Mavadi was afraid that the official Beyonders would pay attention to this area, and he was confused by the shadows, so he didn't chase after me. Donis instantly understood the development of the matter. Let's find a place to stay first. Klein spread out his hand and caught a drop of rain. Donis, who didn't know if he had completely extricated himself from the crisis, immediately nodded. All right, I can tell that this lunatic German Sparrow isn't afraid of Steel Mavadi at all. He's not even afraid of Admiral of Blood. At times like this, I especially admire his madness. Crap, I exposed my wealth to him. Just as Donis exhaled, his body suddenly froze. Klein carried his suitcase and cane as he silently walked in front. There was only one thought echoing in his mind. F*CK, a pirate is richer than me. Empress Burrow. Audrey, who was about to leave Bakeland, hid in her chemistry laboratory. She used the fruit of the Tree of Elders from Mr. Vampire, the blood of the Mirror Dragon, and the other ingredients she had previously gathered to concoct the psychiatrist potion. This time, she didn't get Susie to stand guard outside the door. Instead, she crouched inside and watched the process. Earl Hall had already instructed everyone not to approach her while she was experimenting, but they had to keep an eye out for any abnormalities. Phew! Audrey heaved a sigh of relief and poured the successfully concocted potion into a prepared glass bottle. The slightly golden liquid gently rippled like a deformed, gigantic pupil. Its gaze could shine into the pupil in everyone's heart. Susie, have you memorized the process? You're immature. No, you're a mature beyonder. In the future, you have to learn how to concoct your own potions. No, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm just pointing out a possibility. There might be times when I'm not by your side, and you happen to need a potion, Audrey said to the golden retriever in delight. Susie was confused by the lecture. She could only respond with one word. Woof. Restraining her emotions, Audrey raised her head and drank the psychiatrist potion. Chapter 5:24. The golden liquid was ice cold, making Audrey feel like she was enjoying a delicious ice cream. Following that, she drank a mouthful of champagne. Tiny bubbles constantly rose and exploded silently, giving her a tingling stimulation. Her hearing suddenly spread out. She could even hear the conversation between the two maids at the end of the corridor, who were regretting not having the chance to visit the Hall family's castle and manor in Eastchester County. At that moment, Audrey felt as though she had dissolved into an illusory gas that rapidly expanded outwards. It occupied the entire house and overlapped with the sea formed by everyone's mind and consciousness. Her vision also changed. Everything she saw was abnormally smooth, turning into an unconventional mirror that reflected her present appearance. Under the description of her beauty as pure, exquisite, magnificent, and spirited, golden scales slowly grew on her exposed skin. Her green eyes contracted and were dyed with a pale golden luster, as though they had been erected. Upon seeing herself in such a state, Audrey suddenly felt fear that came from the bottom of her heart. She didn't want to become an inhuman monster. With a hum, her mind began to blur. It was as though something was slowly and painfully drilling out from the surface of her body. At that moment, she heard the golden retriever, Susie's gentle voice. Don't be afraid. Calm down. Don't be afraid. Calm down. Audrey regained her train of thought and tried her best to enter the state of a spectator. Her fluctuating emotions quickly calmed down. Her spirit seemed to leave her body and look down at her like a spectator. Audrey saw the golden scales on her body clearly recede, and she saw her emerald-like eyes return to normal. Before long, she regained control of her body and understood what beyond her powers a psychiatrist had, as well as how to use them. Just now, it was really dangerous. Audrey raised her hand in lingering fear. She saw that her skin was fair and delicate, completely different from before. After this incident, she truly understood how terrifying the danger of losing control was, which Mr. Fool would occasionally mention and Mr. the Hanging Man always emphasized. She deeply understood the difficulty of the Beyonder path. Even with the acting method, it was impossible to completely eliminate the hidden danger. At a gathering, Mr. World once said that Beyonders are pitiful wretches who are constantly fighting against danger and madness. Previously, I could only understand it literally, but now I can finally feel the weight behind these words. Audrey, don't be discouraged. Don't be afraid. Dad, Mom, and brother are still waiting for you to protect them. With this experience, you won't be frightened by yourself in the future. It won't be so easy for you to lose control. Come on. Audrey clenched her fists and encouraged herself. After 2 seconds of silence, she walked to Susie, squatted down, and hugged the big golden retriever. As she combed the dog's fur, she pressed her head against the side of the dog's face and murmured in the warmth, "Thank you. Thank you." Susie rubbed herself against him and said seriously, "Audrey, is this how a psychologist feels? I like it a lot." Audrey suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, she pursed her lips and promised, "Susie, let's treat each other in the future. Yes, psychological problems. All right, woof." Susie replied happily. Only then did Audrey truly recover. She was in the mood to examine the improvements she had received. My body seems to have become healthier. Although I don't have any obvious muscles, my strength and speed are much stronger than before my vision has improved again. I can even clearly see objects hidden in the darkness. My sense of smell can distinguish more minute smells, allowing me to grasp the target's true emotions and thoughts. I finally have beyonder powers in the truest sense of the word. One is awe. It can be used on a single target, or it can be used on a group of people within a certain range. It can make them feel like they're facing a dragon, instantly panicking and causing chaos. The other is frenzy. It can trigger the target's emotions or mental state, causing them to fall into a frenzy and suffer intense damage on a mental level. At times, it can even cause the target to directly lose control. The other is psychological cue. Through specific actions, specific words, and specific mediums, I can hint to the target, making them unknowingly follow my arrangements. Or it can strongly make them not want to break a promise from the bottom of their heart. The first is placate, also known as psychoanalysis. It can allow beyonders who are on the verge of losing control to regain their rationality and escape from a dangerous situation. There's a certain probability of failure. The higher the sequence, the easier it is to succeed. It can also calm down patients who are mentally unstable due to various reasons, allowing them to communicate. The other is true mind reading. Through mediums such as candlelight and extract, I can put the target in a half-hypnotized state, directly communicating with their body of heart and mind, just like what Mr. Hilbert Alucard did to me. If I didn't have Mr. Fool's angel protecting me, I wouldn't have been able to lie under those circumstances. I have to be wary of similar techniques in the future. I can't be deceived by the target. There should be many ways to achieve such an effect. With placate and mind reading, along with some psychological knowledge, I can act as a real psychiatrist, the kind that can open a clinic. Audrey's mood quickly improved. She finally felt that she had matured and was a qualified beyonder. I'm a mid-sequence beyonder. There's indeed a qualitative change. She stood up, lifted the hem of her dress, and walked briskly in a circle. She quickly discovered a problem, and that was that a psychiatrist still lacked the ability to directly attack. Thankfully, I have it. Audrey stopped in front of the experiment table and opened a very ordinary brown box. Inside the box was a silver mask, the kind that could only cover the upper half of one's face. It was the mystical item that the hanging man had sold her. Audrey picked it up, placed it in her palm, and observed it for a few seconds. Then, she emanated her spirituality and gave it a certain thought, just like when she was above the gray fog. She saw the silver mask begin to roll inwards, turning into a slightly large earring with exquisite patterns that was hollow in the middle. It might be better if it becomes a necklace, Audrey whispered. Following that, she tried out the various abilities of this mystical item, feeling like she had gained something. She was most satisfied with the ability to fine-tune her appearance. Unfortunately, apart from controlling flames, it doesn't have any more direct offensive abilities. Perhaps I'll have to prepare a pistol, one with beyonder effects. Audrey thought regretfully. She quickly reined in her emotions and said to the mystical item in her hand with a rising voice, "From today forth, your name shall be Lai, the most beautiful Lai, city of generosity biome. Dock area, 48 Sour Lemon Street, wind of Azure Hotel." Outside, it was raining and a storm was raging, but inside the luxurious suite, the fireplace was warm and the environment was tranquil. Klein sat in a chair, silently watching blazing Donna's deal with a severe fracture in his left arm. After the other party used the torn old clothes to tie his arm, he said straightforwardly, "That's right. What treasure?" According to Donna's, it was because of a particular treasure that Admiral of Blood Senior wanted to deal with Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. The sound of howling wind and rain came through the window as Donna's drank a mouthful of Lanny Proof on the table and smiled angrily and bitterly. Those bunch of people whose brains have been gnawed on by zombies. During our previous expedition, we found a sunken ship. Although we didn't obtain anything of great value, we discovered a gigantic black iron key that doesn't seem to be used by humans. Can you imagine? It actually didn't rust after being at the bottom of the sea for so many years. Yes, Klein replied succinctly. In a world where beyonders and mysteries intertwined, was there anything impossible? Even the resurrection of the dead, much less the others. Donis choked. After 7 to 8 seconds, he knew how to continue. There might have been a traitor among us, and this news spread. Countless pirates believe that it's death's key, a key that can open the treasure left behind by death. I originally thought that this problem would be cleared up quickly, so I happily applied for leave. But in the end, the matter became even more complicated. Even Admiral of Blood has joined the ranks of those crazy pirates. I even suspect that it might be Death's key, a key that can make a person a true god. Foolish, Klein calmly gave his evaluation. Be it in the field of divination or dealing with deities, he could be considered experienced. Therefore, he had his own understanding of Death's key and was very confident about it. He believed that the key was a revelation, a symbol. What opened Death's treasure vault wasn't something in the shape of a key, but a certain characteristic, a certain bloodline, or even a specific few people and their descendants. Donis was taken aback for 2 seconds before he sighed. Your words are identical to Captain's evaluation. Even her expression is similar. She suspects that the key belongs to an older era, and it doesn't belong to humans. Before the cataclysm, there were still giants, dragons, elves, and demonic wolves living in this world. The shape of the key vaguely points to one of them. Demonic wolf. Klein suddenly thought of the ravings that always reverberated in his ears when he was advancing. The Phlegria in it referred to the ancient god, annihilation demonic wolf. Something related to the treasures of the Second Era? He suppressed his curiosity and calmly said, "Write down everything that Admiral of Blood has done, including Steel Mavedi and his subordinates," Klein said. He remembered that Admiral of Blood and his pirate crew were the most notorious group in the ocean. It could be said that their hands were stained with blood and had committed heinous crimes. How could I possibly remember? They're not beauties like the captain. Donis spread his hands and said, "I can only list the most important things and some details that left a deep impression on me." Hiss, what do you want to do? Bit by bit, Klein revealed a smile that made Donis tremble with fear. He said in a deep voice, "If it's suitable, I want to hunt them." Genius 1 second, remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 525. Hunt them. Donis subconsciously returned with a question. When he truly understood what German Sparrow was getting at, he instantly became excited. He changed his sitting posture and suppressed his voice. As he said, "Is there anything I can do for you?" As a qualified part-time pirate, he had nothing to do with beautiful words like tolerance, pity, and benevolence. Since he had nearly died at the hands of Steel Mavedi and had a chance to seek revenge, he definitely wasn't willing to miss it. He believed that the reason he could survive as a pirate was because he had an accurate grasp of the situation. He knew when to resist, when to risk his life, when to pretend not to see his enemy, and when to settle old scores. And now, it was an opportunity. Donis didn't dare to make an accurate judgment on how powerful the madman, German Sparrow, was. However, from how he had finished off the fallen bishop, Millet, in 10 seconds, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with Steel Mavedi. Even if he were to encounter Admiral of Blood Seigneur, there was still a chance of victory. Of course, this is in the case of a one-on-one battle. However, pirates never speak of chivalry. Donis thought with deep feelings. Klein leaned forward slightly, placed his elbows on his knees, and clasped his hands together. He clasped his hands and said, "I told you." "Ah, what?" Donis felt that he often couldn't keep up with German Sparrow's train of thought. With regards to this, he could only console himself that a normal person was different from a madman. Seeing Klein remain silent, he thought carefully and finally remembered what he had to do. Write down what Admiral of Blood and his pirate crew had done. German Sparrow definitely wants to know how much they've plundered. Donis quickly confirmed his train of thought and found a pen and paper in the room. He scribbled a bunch of things. During this process, he was especially thankful that he had only injured his left arm. After he was done, Klein reached out to receive it and read it carefully. From the parts that Donis didn't elaborate on, He confirmed that Admiral of Blood and company were indeed the most classic and vile pirates. Not only did they plunder, but they also abducted people, slaughtered crew members, and abused women. This pirate Don actually knows how to write ancient Faceac. He's also educated. Klein mumbled inwardly as he took out a copper penny and used divination to confirm the authenticity of the material. Following that, he spoke in a tone as though he was ordering what to eat the next morning. Tell me about Admiral of Blood and his subordinates. Asking for detailed information. Was he preparing to hunt them down? Donis was delighted, but he hated himself for not knowing enough. Admiral of Blood Seigneur is suspected to be an evil spirit. Anyone who faces him will die a bizarre death. They will either strangle themselves to death, commit suicide, embrace a bomb, or slaughter their companions. Our captain said that it's an evil spirit's possession. It's very similar to Miss Sharon's Beyonder powers. Wraith? Klein didn't say a word as he listened in silence to Donna's recount. Seigneur can let out a terrifying scream. The last time I fought them, I nearly fainted and fell from the deck into the sea. Haha, I returned the favor and ignited one of their ships. Seigneur knows quite a number of undead magic. He's cruel, bloodthirsty, and lustful. His targets can be men, women, or even humanoid creatures. It matches the indulgent traits of Rose School. Yes, to be precise, it's a trait of the prisoner pathway. It's highly likely to be a wraith. Klein nodded in thought. Having received a response, Donis became even more enthusiastic as he spoke faster. Our captain believes that Seigneur has a very powerful mystical item on him. This makes him rather lucky, allowing him to always receive the blessings of a deity. For example, at a critical moment, his opponent will suddenly slip or lose their powers. For example, winning 21 times in a row. A mystical item that can make people lucky? This is very rare. It originates from the monster pathway, or was it related to some dark spirit? Klein made a guess based on his knowledge of mysticism. I haven't fought with Seigneur directly, so this is all I know. Don has wanted to shrug, but he was stopped by the pain in his left arm. He has about 7 or 8 ships. His flagship is the Tree of Flesh and Blood. Haha, he's different from us. We're mainly after treasures and won't take in too many subordinates. We only have the Golden Dream. It's no wonder Admiral of Blood's bounty is much higher than Vice Admiral Iceberg's, reaching 42,000 pounds. His strength should be slightly stronger as well. Klein was immediately enlightened. He maintained his posture as though he wasn't affected by Admiral of Blood's intelligence. Where are the subordinates? Donis was prepared for this. He immediately said, Seigneur has 10 of his strongest subordinates. The flagship's first mate, second mate, third mate, and every ship's captain. Steel Mavedi is the flagship's second mate. We're guessing that he's a sequence 6. His body is like steel, and he can withstand bullets and cannonballs. He's not afraid of fire, drowning, or many kinds of magic. He's strong and fast, and he can rip his opponent apart. He's grasped a certain level of necromancy spells, and he can awaken zombies and nurture puppets. Zombies? Klein immediately thought of Merrick, who played cards with zombies. Combined with Admiral of Blood Seigneur's wraith traits, could it be that these pirates are actually a peripheral organization of Rose School, or an organization that earns money? It's a pity that I don't have a messenger, nor did I ask Miss Sharon if she has one. Otherwise, I could contact her and confirm Admiral of Blood's identity. Klein guessed with some regret. He didn't give up just because it might involve Rose School. After all, he could change his face and identity after this. Besides, he had already offended the Aurora Order, Demonist Sect, Rose Redemption, and Twilight Hermit Order. He wasn't afraid of offending another one. Actually, it's not like I haven't fought Rose School before. I've already killed a wraith, a zombie, and a werewolf. I've also snatched the Scarlet Lunar Corona and biological poison bottle. Klein suddenly realized that he had caused quite a bit of trouble. Mavedi likely doesn't have any particularly powerful mystical items. Otherwise, I might not have been able to escape. Donis said in relief. He has a bunch of puppets and zombies by his side, as well as a few Sequence 7 and 8 subordinates. As the second mate of the flagship, since he's here, he should be the leader of the nearby crew. We can consider hunting him first. Below high-sequence Beyonders. Once there are a lot of them, there will be a qualitative change. The combination of different powers will allow them to defeat Beyonders stronger than themselves. It's just like how a Nighthawk team can definitely take down a Sequence 6 or even a Sequence 5. Klein didn't belittle Steel Mavedi and his subordinates just because he had obtained creeping hunger and increased his strength greatly. He remained as cautious as usual. I have to plan my actions and make sufficient preparations. Yes, the band and password I obtained from White Shark can come in handy. When Miss Magician's radio transceiver arrives, I'll get Donna's to monitor it daily to see if I can obtain the corresponding information, allowing me to seize the opportunity to quickly reap the harvest. And I'll take this opportunity to seek out the possibility of true acting. Klein quickly came up with a plan as he continued listening to Donna's description of the other subordinates of Admiral of Blood. After a while, Danitz finally finished his story and concluded in high spirits. That's right. If I can kill Steel Mavedi and leave my name behind, this matter will definitely appear in the newspapers. Once it gets out, I won't have to worry about how to inform Captain. He was afraid that there was a traitor among them, and that all the points of contact in the Rorstad archipelago had been controlled by the enemy. He didn't dare to rashly make contact, and he was vexed over how to alert Captain. Quite an idea. Klein nodded. You're in charge of gathering intelligence on Steel. All right, Donnas replied with a sinister smile as he recalled the punch that nearly penetrated his heart in the evening. Klein slowly got up and walked to the window. He saw that the sky was dark outside with howling winds and pouring rain. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived. Thinking about what he was going to do next, he couldn't help but feel a sense of acting in another sense. He smiled and muttered to himself in a low voice. He smiled and muttered to himself. Tonight, Gehrman will join the hunt. City of Generosity, Biome, inside the Cathedral of Waves. Alger Wilson, who had obtained the sanguine anesthetic gas, was preparing to set sail to obtain the other main ingredient of a wind blast when he was summoned by the local diocese bishop. There's been news recently that Vice Admiral Iceberg has obtained Death's Key. All the pirates in the Sonia Sea are in an uproar, the diocese bishop said in a deep voice. Investigate this matter. He was an elder with white hair, but he was still hale and hearty. He spoke faster than a young man, as though he would rush out at any moment to personally resolve all problems. He had a strong figure, and his muscles propped up his bishop's robe. As he breathed, the wind around him stirred, and the air was moist. There are similar rumors every year, but they all turn out to be fake. The sea always likes to spread such news. Besides, even if it's true, I don't have the right to be involved. There's no need to take the risk. I'll just ask around. Alger muttered inwardly. He solemnly clenched his fist and struck his left chest. All right, Your Excellency Chogo. May the storm be with you. The diocese bishop was very pleased with Alger's attitude and returned the same greeting. May the storm be with you. After receiving encouragement, Alger Wilson quickly left the cathedral and returned to the square outside. The storm from last night had subsided. Only the scattered leaves and water stains on the ground proved that they had been here. Alger took a deep breath of the fresh air after the rain and decided to visit a few places where there might be pirates. He wanted to ask around and make it seem like he was working hard. If he could meet someone with a bounty of a few £100, he didn't mind making a capture. In his opinion, this was a liquid and reserve of money. P.S. I'm participating in an event, so there's no way to update in the wee hours. Monday is still the normal time, but please recommend it in advance. Baidu search for Cloud Pavilion's novel website, allowing you to experience the latest and fastest novel updates. All novels are updated in seconds. Chapter 5:26. On the ocean, pirates had 3 common hobbies: liquor, women, and gambling. Alger Wilson took out his silver pocket watch and opened it to take a look. He knew where he should go first to gather information. It was 11:15, and the brothels and bars hadn't opened yet. Only the casinos were definitely filled with people who wanted to get rich easily. Alger was more familiar with the port city of Biome than his hometown town. He didn't stop to get his bearings as he smoothly made a few turns and arrived outside a casino that didn't have a signboard hanging in a secluded alley. According to what he knew, the owner of this gold coin casino was a gang leader with a deep background. He had an inexplicable but vague connection with that important figure in the Governor General's office. It was the first choice for many pirates to sell their loot and buy what they needed. It was precisely because of this that pirates often appeared here. They might exchange their loot for thick gold pounds in the morning, only to be chased out at night after losing everything. Alger tugged at his thick brown coat, pressed down on the cap that had been passed down from the mainland, pushed open the half-closed door, and entered the casino under the watchful eyes of the bodyguards. Within the kingdom of Rouen, casinos weren't allowed. They could only be attached to bars in the form of rooms. But in the kingdom's vast overseas colonies, not only were they legal, but they were also a pillar industry. Among them, the Roersted Archipelago's Byam and East Ballumsalisher were the most famous in this regard. Many tycoons from Bakeland and the mid-seashore coast would specially head there to gamble. Looking around, Alger saw all kinds of card games, as well as the roulette gambling that was derived from dice. As it was still early, there weren't many gamblers. Alger quickly browsed them. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he acutely recognized the original identity of a certain disguised guy. He took off his hat and walked to a Texas Hold'em table. He patted his target on the shoulder, bent down, and whispered into his ear, "You're not going to be able to do that." Blazing. Donis, who was using his right hand to open the corner of his hidden card, nearly jumped up in fright when he heard the pat and shout. He immediately threw a ball of flames at the guy behind him. After being attacked by Steel Mavady, he knew that he shouldn't use his true appearance to gather information. He would be targeted by greedy pirates. Although most pirates weren't strong and Donis didn't think much of them, he still didn't want to expose himself and cause a setback in his plan to hunt Steel Mavady. What he didn't expect was that his meticulous disguise would be exposed an hour after he left the house. Danitz tensed up as he quickly turned his head and glanced at the person who had greeted him from the corner of his eye. When he saw the signature dark blue hair that resembled seaweed, Danitz heaved a sigh of relief and turned to see if his poker partners had heard him. The gamblers were all focused on studying their cards. They either threw or covered their cards. They didn't notice what was happening here at all. "Why are you here?" Donis asked in a seemingly casual manner. He had met Alger at the previous pirate convention. He knew that Alger had a ghost ship and about 10 sailors. He was quite strong, but he wasn't famous. And according to Vice Admiral Iceberg's judgment, for such a small pirate crew to be able to retain an ancient ghost ship, it meant that they had a powerful faction backing them. They might be from the Church of the Storm, or they might be related to some pirate lord or some secret organization. Usually, they would disguise themselves as ordinary pirates and gather intelligence on targets for true loyalists. It would make it easier for them to eliminate targets. At times, they would replace the faction behind the scenes to do things that were inconvenient for them to do, such as silencing or robbing them of certain special items. There were many similar pirate crews, so no one would specially care about such matters. Alger pulled a chair over and sat down. He tilted his head slightly and whispered, "What's the matter?" He turned his head slightly and whispered, "I heard that your captain obtained Death's Key." Danitz snorted disdainfully. "I thought you still had your own brain, but I'm disappointed. How can something like that be so easily obtained? If you want it, we'll definitely sell it if you pay the right price. How about it? Do you want to consider this deal?" Alger said casually, "Perhaps it has other secrets. Perhaps it has other secrets. Perhaps someone wants to deal with your captain. Who knows? Dogsh asterisk T." Donis was infuriated by this new round of trump cards as he cursed loudly. Then he suppressed his voice and said, "That thing doesn't look like a human creation. That thing doesn't look like a human creation. It might belong to a giant or a demon." "Creation? Your captain still insists on teaching you how to read?" Alger asked in amusement. Rumor had it that Vice Admiral Iceberg was a lady with a strict attitude towards knowledge. She couldn't tolerate her subordinates being illiterate. Therefore, on the Golden Dream, there were general knowledge and reading classes every day. She forced the crew to take turns attending them. Donis revealed an expression as though he didn't want to recall it. It's much more difficult than fighting humans. It's precisely because of this that we can never recruit enough crew members. Every time we dock at a port to resupply, someone will resign. He didn't continue the topic. Instead, he looked at the dealer and said to himself, help me keep an eye on Steele's whereabouts. Steele Mavady? The second mate of Admiral of Blood? Alger looked down at blazing Danet's left arm, which was slightly propped up by a splint, and asked in enlightenment. What's going on? He asked in enlightenment. Attacked by him? For that key? His brain has already been eaten by his zombie. Don has emphasized. You want revenge on him? Alger guessed from his tone and request. Don has smiled without a word, as though he was focused on looking at his new trump card. Alger recalled and said, The last time your captain appeared was 7 days ago near Sonia Island. This was confirmed by a particular telegram. The Golden Dream won't arrive in Byam that quickly. You have a new helper? If you were to rely on yourself, even if Steele was alone, you wouldn't be his match. And as you know, he has always been surrounded. In response to Alger's question, Donna's response was to throw out a chip. Follow. Who is it? Alger first assumed that Donna's attitude was tacit agreement, and he had the mentality that he wouldn't lose anything by asking. Donna stared at the public board and answered simply, You don't know him. I don't know him. A person who has the strength to deal with Steele Mavady, be it a pirate or an adventurer, should have some fame at sea, unless he belongs to some secret organization, or it's his first time out at sea. Of course, it's also possible that Donna's doesn't wish to answer, afraid of exposing his secret. That's the most likely possibility. Someone who belongs to some organization and is at sea for the first time has the strength to deal with Steele Mavady. Alger raised his eyelids slightly as he made a bold guess. He tapped on the edge of the table and asked as if he was chatting about the weather. Did you have fun at Bancy Harbor? He emphasized the word have fun. Don has turned his head in surprise and blurted out. How did you know? He believed that with the style of the Church of the Storm, it was impossible for them to expose a scandal. And the passengers of the White Agate had only arrived last night, and the people who had witnessed the entire process had all signed confidentiality agreements. How could the news spread so quickly? Alger smiled without answering. At this moment, he deeply understood the value of Roselle the Great's words. Make bold assumptions and verify them carefully. Donna's put away the chips he had won and mumbled, It's not a big deal. There are some ancient customs being revived there, which led to the fall of a storm bishop. As expected, Alger chuckled. I'll help you keep an eye on Steele's whereabouts. But how should I contact you? 15. Amir's Avenue is an uninhabited house. Just write the news on a piece of paper and throw it in. Donna's replied hesitantly. Alger nodded, stood up, and patted blazing Donna's on the shoulder. Don't forget the payment. He turned around and walked to the door. Watching the captain of the ghost ship leave, Donna's couldn't help but mutter, This guy isn't bad. However, I have to leave this place. He didn't dare to fully trust Alger, afraid that in a few minutes, he would lead Steele Mavady and his men over. After leaving the Gold Coin Casino, Alger, who was wearing a local baggy pants, slowly walked down the street and entered a department store. He found the corresponding counter and smiled as he took out a handful of brass pennies. Give me a deck of tarot cards. While waiting, he suddenly thought of a question. What is Mr. Fool's Blessed doing at this moment? Inside Old John's restaurant, Klein watched as the waiter placed a plate of grilled fish in front of him. It was wrapped in something that resembled straw and covered with all sorts of spices that he recognized and didn't recognize. The strong smell drilled into Klein's nose, greatly increasing his saliva production. As expected of the spice archipelago, just as Klein was about to pick up his knife and fork, he saw the waiter place 2 tree-like objects on the plate. Chopsticks? Klein was a little alarmed. Then, he quickly locked onto the suspect. Roselle Gustav. When eating grilled stickleback fish, you have to use this kind of cutlery. It's said that Roselle the Great was inspired by elven customs, the waiter introduced. Elven customs? As expected of a race that loves cooking and delicacies. Or rather, it's purely an excuse that Roselle came up with. Klein guessed, knowing a certain someone's personality well. He had gone to a few missionary hospitals in Byam in the morning, hoping to provide hospice care to some of the dying and help them fulfill their wishes. He also wanted to engage in death acting, but he ultimately failed to find a suitable target. This didn't mean that no one died in the hospital, but that they all had family members who were either by their side or had witnessed the death. If he were to continue acting, there would be no possibility of faking it. It would only have a frightening effect. I'll take a stroll around the bar where adventurers gather. There are many foreigners who have come to the sea in pursuit of wealth. They might die in some dark corner like a stray dog that no one cares about, and their families will never receive any news. Klein reined in his thoughts and focused on the delicacies. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 527. The meat quality of the stickleback fish was definitely inferior to that of a murloc, but the variety of spices was mixed without being messy. The distinct layers of flavor still left Klein quite impressed. He felt like eating more, unable to stop himself. Actually, if there are local Beyonders who really want to leave the dangerous circle and live the life of an ordinary person, they can go to Bakeland and open a roasted-style restaurant that specializes in similar grilled fish. With the tolerance of the metropolis, business will definitely not be bad. The only problem is that the prices of many spices are definitely not as cheap as here, and the cost will be very high. The target group has to be well positioned. Klein put down the rather coarse pair of chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin as his thoughts wandered. From his point of view, most of the time, commoners couldn't find a way to become rich because they didn't have enough horizons. However, horizons were restricted by their education and daily experiences. They were bound by their social class, and it was really difficult to break out of it. To break out of this limitation, the most effective method was to do all one could to pursue a better and higher level of education. The second was to dare to take risks and wander around. Of course, this was very risky, and many people had silently perished on this path. For this meal, Klein spent 2 solely and 5 pence. It wasn't cheap, but he had always been willing to spend money when it came to delicacies. Furthermore, most of his recent expenses had been covered by Donis. He pulled up his collar, put on his hat, and walked out of Old John's restaurant with his black cane in hand, just in time to see a police officer chasing away the nomads on the street. The natives of the Rorsted Archipelago had darker skin than the people of the southern continent, close to the bronze color of people who often basked in the sun. Their hair was mainly dark black and naturally slightly curled, making them quite different from the colonists of the Ruan Kingdom. This place had been completely colonized for less than 50 years. In the beginning, the Ruan Kingdom worked with the native princes and chiefs in the name of the Central Sonia Company to extract economic benefits. But later, the management of the Central Sonia Company quickly became corrupted, and they fought for power and profit. They even provoked the enemy for personal benefits and started a war. The most ridiculous thing was that they even reported each other, claiming that their competitors had taken bribes. For this reason, they found the MPs behind them and attacked each other during the House of Representatives, almost going to court. Note 1. The natives would never have imagined that the big shots in Bakeland, who could make the princes, dukes, and chiefs bend over, kiss the top of their shoes, and give them carts after carts of gifts, were insignificant characters who were not even members of Parliament. Although most of them came from noble families, their inheritance rights were very low. After that dispute, the king and the prime minister reached an agreement to redeem the stock in the Central Sonia Company and send fleets and soldiers to fully occupy the Rorsted Archipelago to implement true colonial rule. Currently, this archipelago was governed by the Governor-General's office, Parliament, and the courts. The upper echelons all belonged to the Ruan people. Some of the middle, members of Parliament, and judges of the magistrates' court were the descendants of the original princes, dukes, and chiefs. The lower echelons were open to the local educated natives, which included the police officers below the rank of superintendent. The person waving the baton and chasing away the homeless was a local police officer. His target also had obvious Rorsted characteristics. When he saw Klein, who was wearing a double-breasted frock coat, half-top hat, and holding a black cane, Looking over, the policeman immediately put away his baton, stood up straight, closed his legs, and bowed. "Good afternoon, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" Klein felt a little conflicted as he nodded gently. "Are there no carriages here?" "The Governor General's office has stipulated that carriages are not allowed on this street. You have to walk to the street in front," the policeman explained with fear and enthusiasm. "Thank you." Klein casually praised him. "You speak Rouen well." The policeman was pleasantly surprised and excited. I think this is a necessary quality for a good policeman." He wanted to say that he thought he was also a Rouen, but he was afraid that the gentleman opposite him would be infuriated. Klein secretly exhaled and slowly walked to the end of the street. Along the way, he saw that the local style of clothing was completely different from that of mainland cities like Bakeland and Tianjin. It was even different from ports like Demir and Bansi, which had been colonized for more than 2 centuries. The respectable people from Rouen wore frock coats, top hats, bow ties, and carried canes, making the people around them submissive, not daring to look them straight in the eye or come into contact with them. The other natives, or mixed bloods, like thick jacket-style coats, paired with baggy trousers and caps from the mainland. They didn't like black, and they advocated brown, coffee, and light gray. To Klein, this was indeed a little strange, but it also gave him the feeling that he had come to a foreign country. Of course, the natives and mixed bloods of higher status also imitated the clothing of the Rouen people, believing that this was a sign of civilization. 2 in the afternoon. Swordfish Bar, a recognized gathering spot for adventurers. There weren't many customers at the moment, so Klein easily passed through the tables and arrived at the bar counter. He discovered that the biggest difference between this place and other places was that there were 3 blackboards supported by wooden frames at the side of the bar counter. On them were white and yellow notices. The contents were all sorts of strange and bizarre. Some were hiring bodyguards. Some were requesting help in finding people. Some were investigating the situation on a particular island. Some were offering a high bounty for the head of a particular pirate. And some were claiming that they had obtained a treasure map and wanted to form a team. In short, the matters that had been divided between private detectives and security companies in the mainland of the Rouen Kingdom still belonged to the adventurers here. A glass of Zura. Klein knocked on the surface of the bar counter. This was a locally produced malt beer. It was cheap and tasty, and it was very popular among adventurers. Klein had learned from Blazing Donis. 3 pence. The bartender glanced at the customer casually, and his attitude didn't change just because the other party's face was unfamiliar. After getting the beer, Klein sat on the high chair in front of the bar counter, sipping it and quietly listening to the conversations of the customers around him, looking for a valuable target. After nearly an hour, the number of customers in the bar increased, and Klein finally heard something that might be useful. He perked up and became more focused. There were 4 people sitting at a table less than 3 meters away from him, and they were feeling sorry for a man named Went. "I always thought that Went had gone out to sea. I didn't expect him to be at home all this time, very sick. Sigh, if I had knocked on the door 2 days earlier, he wouldn't have died. You don't know how terrible it was in the room. His body had mushrooms growing out of it, one by one, white. *T. Stop talking. Can't you see that I'm eating sausages? Okay. Went's room was full of bugs, moths, flies, butterflies, bees, cockroaches. Holy storm. I can't believe that this is a place where humans live." The police who came later were shocked too. As the conversation reached his ears, Klein frowned slightly. He felt that Went's death wasn't normal. A few days after his death, his body was covered in mushrooms, and there were all kinds of insects flying and crawling in the room. It's related to a Beyonder incident. The police will definitely report this level of abnormality to the mandated punishers. It sounds like it happened 3 or 4 days ago. Whatever needs to be dealt with should have been dealt with. Klein seriously considered going to take a look. At the very least, the man named Went was an adventurer alone in Bayam, and he didn't have any companions who wanted to pass the news of his death on his behalf. After listening for a long time, he had a preliminary understanding of where Went was renting. It was an apartment at 47 Blackhorn Street nearby. After drinking the last of his Zara beer, Klein put on his hat, left the bar, and headed straight for the apartment. After entering the door, he half closed his eyes and whispered to himself, "The room where someone died recently." After repeating it 7 times, Klein used his cane to quickly and easily arrive outside the room where Went had previously lived. It hadn't been rented out yet, and the abnormalities inside had been dealt with. There didn't seem to be anything wrong. Klein put away the note he used to open the door, locked the door, and carefully circled it. After confirming the situation, he took out items such as essential oils, herbal powders, and special candles. He quickly set up a mediumship ritual in front of the bed. Although it had already been a few days, and he could only obtain the most superficial, incoherent, and remnant information, Klein believed that it was better than nothing. Without a doubt, he was still praying to himself. Then, he entered the world above the gray fog and responded by giving himself the power of mediumship. The flame of the candle suddenly rose, and, as it swayed, it was dyed with a ghostly blue luster. Klein felt everything fall silent, as if he had arrived in a realm that didn't belong to reality. His pupils were occupied by pure black, and even the whites of his eyes had been expelled. There was no need for him to use dream divination techniques. Having advanced to faceless, with the help of the gray fog, he could directly see the lingering thoughts of Went's spirituality that refused to dissipate. There were 3 scenes. One was Went, who was thin and tall, with slightly curly black hair and relatively deep facial features. He came to a discarded corpse and was surprised to see a luster flash on it, condensing into a turquoise gem filled with the aura of life. The second scene was Went lying on a bed with his eyes closed and his mouth slightly moving. All kinds of mushrooms grew on the surface of his skin, surrounded by piles of cockroaches and moths. On his chest was a silver necklace, and the pendant was the turquoise gem from before. The third scene was a pretty, flaxen-haired girl with watery eyes. She was sitting by the sea, surrounded by Went's unwilling voice. "Rainy, I'm going to die. I regret it so much. I regret never telling you that I love you. I want you to marry me." The scene shattered, and the mediumship ended. Klein looked around and found that the house was still dark and gloomy. "This guy is really unlucky." Klein shook his head and sighed. He had a preliminary understanding of the cause of Went's death, picking up random things. Most Beyonders didn't know about the law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation. They didn't expect that dead Beyonders could produce characteristics and become materials. And this process was relatively slow, making it easy to miss. Therefore, after they killed Beyonders, they would often plunder the corpses and throw them away, allowing passers-by, like Went or creatures in the undersea wilderness, to benefit. Went didn't know that it was a Beyonder characteristic and thought that it was a magical gem. Therefore, he made it into a necklace and kept it close to his body. In the end, he was slowly affected by the corruption and died in pain. Note 1. This is the crappy matter of the British East India Company in India. As expected of a bureaucratic empire, it has everything that needs to be there. I laughed to death when I read the information. P.S. Seeking for monthly recommendation votes, please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 528. By the time he left 47 Blackhorn Street, Klein had already figured out Went's basic situation. This was what he had learned from his neighbors after changing his appearance and disguising himself as a police officer. Simeem Island, the farthest island in the Rorsted Archipelago. It takes 4 to 5 hours to take a liner from Byam. Furthermore, there are only 2 liners a day, at 9 in the morning and 10 in the morning. I've already missed it today. Went's parents are long dead, and he doesn't have any relatives. The only person involved is a girl he can't forget, Rainy. She's the best person for his first real role. It's suitable for a rookie like me, but it still feels awkward to confess on Went's behalf. If that girl agrees, F*CK, how am I going to clean up this mess? Klein thought with a troubled expression. He tried hard to recall the movies and TV series he had read and watched, hoping to come up with the perfect solution. Soon, he had a general idea, and his mood stabilized. His thoughts began to shift to Steel Mavati's matter. I hope Miss Magicians can get a radio transceiver as soon as possible. Klein sighed silently as he got into a rental carriage. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. Furs opened the letter Zio had brought back. It was from the science fiction writer, Avil, who was happy to share the development and application prospects of radio technology with Ms. Wall. Furs skipped the beginning and middle as she swept her gaze to the end. He introduced 3 models with detailed addresses and approximate prices. The most expensive one is only £12. Furs nodded slightly, feeling that this wasn't a very important business deal. She suddenly felt a little inflated. Perhaps it was because she was used to seeing transactions of hundreds or thousands of pounds in the tarot, so she didn't think much of an item worth around £10. Mr. World has the resources and the financial resources. She might need to buy items from him in the future. To sell something I don't need, well, I'll just add the postage fee, the carriage fee, and the cost of the ritual materials to the original price. Furs quickly made up her mind as she subconsciously looked out the window. Bakeland was still gloomy and drizzling, but the fog was not as thick as before. I wonder when Sun's Spirit Eater's stomach pouch will arrive. Furs felt that she could not wait to level up. City of Silver, Berg family. Derek had already prepared the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch and the few ingredients specified by Mr. the Hanging Man, but he wasn't in a hurry to sacrifice it to Mr. Fool. He planned to wait a little longer until the chief led the exploration team out or presided over certain rituals before making the corresponding attempt. This is the safest and most reliable way. Be careful, be careful. He then flipped open the Giant King's Court Book of Blackrock, a handwritten collection. Recently, he had been reading this ancient book. From it, he managed to catch a glimpse of the Giant King's Court from ancient times. According to the ancient texts, it was the divine royal court. Time seemed to have frozen there. It was always dusk, and all the buildings were extremely grand and magnificent. They even towered into the clouds. When humans walked inside, they felt extremely small and insignificant. They would respect such a scene and the owner of the scene from the bottom of their hearts. Bakeland, Hillston Borough, Waymandy's house. After listening to the explanation, Emlyn White combed his hair and deliberately asked, "Lord Baron, I forgot where I heard of it." "Lord Baron, I've forgotten where I've heard of it." In the second epic, or the first half of the third epic, there was a very famous city called the City of Silver. Waymandy was a vampire baron. He was more than 200 years old, but he didn't look old at all. Instead, he looked like a mature man in his early 30s. His black hair was neatly combed back, and he wore a dark red cotton shirt. He held a coffee-colored pipe in his hand, and as he enjoyed the warmth of the fireplace, he said in thought, "No, at least in my memories, there was no city of silver before the cataclysm." Without waiting for Emlyn to rejoice, he continued as though he was talking to himself. However, there was a nation of silver that was originally ruled by the Giant King's court. It later belonged to that person. Nation of silver? Emlyn White thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Lord Baron, do you have any more details?" Waymandy looked up at him and recalled with a smile. The nation of silver had a rather special status in the Giant King's court. They didn't directly worship the Giant King, Ormer. Instead, they believed in the queen of the Giant King's court, Omabella. City of Generosity, Biome, Dock Area, Sour Lemon Street, Wind of Azure Hotel. Klein stood at the corner of the street, took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist, and used divination to confirm that there was no danger ahead. With a sense of confidence, he slowly walked back to the hotel, went up to the 3rd floor, and opened the door to the luxurious suite. He was slightly surprised to see Blazing Donna's already back. He was slumped in a reclining chair, drinking. After considering his tone, Klein calmly asked, "What time is it? Isn't there a wall clock?" Donna's mumbled, "Isn't there a wall clock?" Danitz muttered. He looked at the opposite wall and read out the current time. Before he could finish his sentence, Donna's suddenly jolted awake. Before he could finish his sentence, Donna's suddenly jolted to his senses. He sat up straight and laughed dryly. "I've asked around, and I've asked around. There's no need to stay outside any longer. It will increase the risk of exposure and affect your hunting plans." Klein found a chair to sit down on and said expressionlessly, "That's right." He said with a deadpan expression, "Tell me what happened. What problem could there be?" Although I'm mainly an adventurer who pursues treasures, I'm also a qualified part-time pirate. Don has felt that his abilities have been insulted. After being coldly swept by Gehrman Sparrow, he forced a smile again. He recounted where he had gone in the morning and afternoon, who he had met, what news he had heard, and roughly what they had talked about. He picked out the key points and briefly reviewed them. Upon hearing Donna's sigh that a ghost ship captain named Alger knew about what happened at Bancy Harbor, Klein suddenly wanted to frown. With Mr. the Hanging Man's relationship with the Church of the Storm, he wasn't aware of what had happened at Bancy Harbor before I control the world to mention it. How could this Alger know? Could it be someone with a higher standing in the Church of the Storm, a powerhouse disguised as a pirate, or someone related to the cultists at Bancy Harbor? Mr. the Hanging Man has always been active in these waters. I can't rule out the possibility that it's him. Klein's heart stirred as he recalled the characteristics of the Hanging Man. Above the gray fog, although he couldn't see the members' exact appearances, he could tell at a glance if they were men or women or what their hair color was. Klein raised his hand and pressed down, stopping Danitz from continuing. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry." He said in a deep voice, "Messy hair, dark blue. You know him? This fellow isn't simple." Donnis said with a sigh, "Indeed. Haha, I never expected to encounter him like this." Klein didn't respond as he leaned forward. "Continue." Donnis didn't think too much about it, as he roughly described what had happened and defended himself. You know, when it comes to gathering information, no one can be sure when they will get something. After looking for all the people they can find, the only thing they can do is to wait patiently. This will definitely take a certain amount of time, and it won't be short. There's another way. There's no need to wait, Klein deliberately said calmly. What way? Donnis asked in surprise. Klein nudged his gold-rimmed glasses as the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit. Use bait. Bait? Donnis looked at him, momentarily puzzled. In the blink of an eye, he came to a realization. He was the only one who could be bait. And when it came to fishing, no one cared if the bait would really be swallowed. All they cared about was whether they could pull the prey up. To put it simply, bait was a high-risk species. Haha, this isn't a good idea. Yes, my intuition tells me that there should be something at the Red Theater. I'll go take a look now. Donnis took his coat and eagerly rushed out the door. Klein originally wanted to follow, blazing from afar to see if he could find any clues, but he suddenly heard layers of illusory pleas. It came from man. Klein paused in thought, turned, and walked into the bathroom. About 10 seconds later, he appeared above the gray fog and saw the crimson star that corresponded to the Hanged Man constantly expanding and contracting. As expected, Klein sat down, leaned back in his chair, and emanated his spirituality. The Hanging Man's voice suddenly became clear. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I'm investigating the matter regarding Vice Admiral Iceberg's key and met Blazing Donnas at the Gold Coin Casino. From him, I learned that he was one of the parties involved in the incident at Bancy Harbor. Furthermore, he plans on joining forces with a powerhouse to deal with Steel Mavati. I suspect that Blazing Donnas is working with your blessed, so I'm praying to you. If it's indeed the case, and he wishes to receive a certain level of cooperation, I can provide some help. Mr. the Hanging Man has indeed guessed the identity of German Sparrow. He probably only has some suspicions. By asking about the incident at Bancy Harbor, he successfully obtained confirmation from Donnis. That's good too. With the help of a local tyrant like him, the plan to hunt Steel Mavati will be much smoother. Unless I can directly strike the fool, it's meaningless for the Hanging Man to scam his blessed. And from his performance and attitude, he doesn't have any suspicions about the fool. I didn't leave any loopholes." Klein's thoughts raced as he quickly made a decision. After the divination, he conjured world and made the fake person shrouded in fog. He made a praying posture and replied in a deep voice, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I happen to be in need of some cooperation." After completing this scene, he threw the information into the crimson star that symbolized the Hanged Man, along with the audio tape and images. Chapter 529. 5 in the afternoon, Olive Tree Avenue, Padme's divination hut. Alger Wilson pushed open the brown wooden door with a pane of glass and entered the mysticism-themed coffee shop. He ordered a cup of Fermo coffee from the Paz Valley on the southern continent's Star Highlands. He took out the tarot cards he had bought previously and placed them by the side. The topmost card was the Hanging Man. It depicted an angel hanging upside down with his hands tied behind his back. Unlike in the morning, he had changed his attire. He was wearing a classic dark-colored robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He looked like a wizard or magician who had walked out of folklore. Silently drawing a breath, Alger slowly savored his coffee. He wasn't anxious to see who he was waiting for. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the brown wooden door inlaid with thick glass opened again, and a young man wearing a black coat and a half-top hat walked in. This gentleman didn't look to be in his 30s. His face was thin and angular, and he exuded a mature and gloomy aura. He was none other than Klein, who had slightly adjusted his appearance and changed his persona. He wasn't wearing gold-rimmed glasses, but his vision wasn't affected. He casually swept his gaze and landed on Alger's dark blue sideburns. Klein's gaze moved down and saw the Hanging Man card placed at the top. Without needing a word, he walked over, took off his hat, and sat opposite Alger. He smiled sinisterly. And said, "I wish to divine." As he spoke, he had already taken in the appearance of the Tarot Club's doyen. He had deep facial features and a rough outline. He had an obvious weather-beaten complexion. It was obvious that he was good at fighting and was the type that often traveled the world. His skin was bronze, but it was different from the locals. He looked like a pure Rouen who had been exposed to the elements all year round. However, his dark blue hair was rather special. He didn't belong to the Rouen, but was closer to the colonized race of Desi Bay near the Berserk Sea. Mixed blood. Klein made a judgment inwardly. Alger looked at the man opposite him and slowly overlapped his image with the world. Then he pushed out the tarot cards and said in a deep voice, "This requires you to shuffle and cut the deck yourself." Klein reached out and picked them up. He unfolded them and looked at them. Then he put them together and shuffled them. He cut the cards in a row, drew out 3 cards, and arranged them in the past, present, and future array. Klein slowly leaned back, but his right hand flipped the tarot card in the middle. There was a naked woman wrapped in a purple scarf, surrounded by a green garland that looked like a door. This was the world card numbered 21. The 22nd returned to 0, symbolizing the Fool. How should I interpret it? Klein asked deliberately. Although the Hanging Man hadn't explicitly mentioned that world was the Fool's blessed, Klein believed that there was no need for him to take any chances in this regard. Being frank about it was better for him to establish his image. If the other party hadn't guessed it, it would be a sign of sincerity and confidence. If Alger already knew of it, it would make World appear calm, as though everything was under his control. He knows that I know of it. Before I raised the topic above the gray fog, he already believed that I could guess it? Impressive. Alger's heart skipped a beat as he replied unhurriedly. Inversion means that the matter will fail due to insufficient preparations. Then what kind of preparations do I need to make? Klein nodded thoughtfully and asked. Alger retrieved all the tarot cards except for World and skillfully shuffled and cut the deck. Alger took back all the tarot cards outside of the World and skillfully shuffled and cut the cards. Then he flipped over the topmost card. Alger's voice remained deep. You need advice, the help of faith and religion to avoid walking down the wrong path. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he flipped over the second card according to the order. On it was the moon that overlooked the land. You will be confused, you will be sleepy, and you will wander in a dream. But this is only temporary. Following that, Alger took out the third tarot card. It was a sun card. Everything will pass, and the light will eventually illuminate the land, he said like a charlatan. Following that, Alger took out the third tarot card. It was a sun card. Everything will pass, and the light will eventually illuminate the land, he said like a charlatan. Church dream, son. A smile suffused Alger's face as he nodded gently. That's right. In the tarot divination, he had hidden hints of a follow-up plan. In fact, since he hadn't entered the game and wasn't being paid any attention to, there was no need for him to be so tactful. He could have directly explained the details, but Alger felt that he should test the blessed World to see if he had enough brains and not rely more on brute force. If both parties were on the same level of intelligence, Alger believed that they could cooperate more in the future. There was no need for smart people to talk too much. On the contrary, he would try his best not to involve the world too deeply in his matters. He would only ask for his help when he needed a fighter, unless Mr. Fool had other orders. Now, the world's answer in previous performance made him confirm that he was shrewd, tough, and experienced. I'm a tarot card expert. In this aspect, Mr. the Hanging Man, you are just a beginner. Klein snickered inwardly and belittled him inwardly. The hidden content of the Hanging Man's interpretation was very simple. The Pope card meant that he wanted to inform the Church of the Storm about blazing Donnas and Steel Mavati. He wanted to use the power of the mandated punishers to divide the enemy and reap the benefits. This was Klein's usual method, so it wasn't difficult for him to understand it. The Moon and Sun cards that followed were warnings from the Hanging Man. Since the mandated punishers had been introduced, they had to be prepared. And according to Alger's experience, when dealing with such problems, his colleagues in Biome would definitely use a sealed artifact that could force many people within range into a dream. And Steel Mavati's characteristics determined that there would definitely be an item that could counter the Sun domain. I can restrain dreams, so I'm not afraid of the Sun. Klein reached out and turned the reversed world card in front of him half a circle, turning it into a proper position. It meant that this plan was feasible and that he would be prepared. Alger looked up and took a deep breath. The owner of this place is good at aromatherapy. He can use different essential oils, extract, incense, and flower essences to treat the corresponding emotional problems and calm the uneasy mind. Do you want to give it a try? Use the contact point at Amiris Avenue? Klein replied with a smile. All right. The two of them looked at each other without moving. They didn't mention aromatherapy again. Everything was understood without words. Klein didn't stay any longer. He took out his pocket watch and opened it to take a look before slowly standing up. Alger wiped away his smile, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed slightly. Let us praise the gods. All divination results come from the revelations provided by him. Yo, you even know how to express your loyalty. Klein held back his laughter and imitated the Hanging Man Alger as he solemnly replied, Let's praise the gods. He took 2 steps out and suddenly stopped. He turned back to look at Alger and chuckled as he put on his hat. Frankly speaking, you aren't suited for such an outfit. Alger couldn't keep up with Mr. World's train of thought. After Klein pulled open the door and walked out of the themed cafe, Alger retracted his gaze and looked at the mirror in the corner. He seriously examined his current attire. He originally didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but after being mentioned by World, he found it more and more incongruous. He finally understood why Klein had said that. A fellow who looked boorish and weathered, as though he could summon 100 sailors to gang up on him at any time or take out an axe to chop down a swath of people, really shouldn't be wearing such a mysterious classical mage robe. It was very out of place. Cathedral of Waves. After changing back into his original clothes, Alger followed the praying believers and kept a low profile as he entered the hall. He used the opportunity of confession to meet the diocesan bishop, Chogo, through the priest in charge. After bowing, he went straight to the point. I met Blazing Donnas. He claimed that Vice Admiral Iceberg's key had nothing to do with Death's treasure and was even willing to sell it. He entrusted me to keep an eye on Steel Mavati's whereabouts. He seems to have been injured by this Admiral of Blood's second mate, and he's in a rush to escape his pursuit. Your Excellency, I wish to leak this news so that Steel Mavati and his subordinates can successfully block Blazing Donnas. We can then take this opportunity to capture or kill all of them on the spot. This can effectively combat the arrogance of the pirates. Chogo showed an expression of admiration. Very good. Your ability to handle matters is much better than I expected. Alger replied with a sincere expression. This is all because of the Lord's guidance, and thanks to your teachings. In the evening, I'll find a suitable target to leak the news. If I come to pray again, it means that Steel Mavati isn't taking any action for the time being. If I don't appear again, it means that he or his subordinates have already taken control of me to prevent the news from leaking. This means that they will fall into the trap. After explaining the specific location and other matters, Alger returned to the confession room and left normally. 7:15 p.m. Amiris Leaf Bar. Alger, who was wearing wide-legged pants and had his dark blue hair wrapped in a scarf, held a glass of Landy Proof and stood next to the boxing ring. He looked at the two bruised contestants with a mocking expression. Soon, he noticed that his target had entered and was heading straight for the bar counter. After waiting for a while, Alger sat beside the thin, swarthy man and chuckled. "I heard that Steele came to buy him." The man turned his head warily and replied with a fake smile. "Why didn't I know? Is that so? Looks like Raging Flames lied to me." Alger slapped the bar and drank a mouthful of wine. "Raging Flames? Donis?" The man's eyes lit up as he asked hesitantly. "Yes, that's him." Alger gnashed his teeth. "I ran into him in the Gold Coin Casino this morning. The goddamn guy claimed that Steele was in Byam. Damn it. How dare he lie to me?" The swarthy, thin man's eyes darted around slightly, but he didn't interrupt. After listening quietly, he stood up and chuckled. "I forgot that I still have something to do. Let's play cards later." He patted Alger on the shoulder and left the bar in a seemingly calm but hurried manner. Alger held his glass and turned his body to look at his back. His eyes were deep and his lips were unsmiling. Chapter 530. Looking up at the wall clock, Alger saw that it was already past 8 o'clock. He put down the thick glass, squeezed through the drunkards, and arrived on the street. As the Rorsted archipelago was rich in coal, Byam was just like mainland cities like Bakeland and Prince Harbor. The streets were lined with black lampposts as tall as a human, and the light from the burning gas seeped through the metal grids, illuminating the relatively tidy ground. Alger pulled off his headscarf and slowly turned into a side alley. At the sealed end of the alley, he smelled the stench of urine mixed with the smell of alcohol. Although the Amiris Leaf Bar had a bathroom, it was clearly insufficient for the customers at peak hours. Some of the drunkards who couldn't hold it in and couldn't wait had to find a secluded place to relieve themselves. The red moonlight pierced through the clouds and shone into the alley. Just as Alger was considering if he should put on a more convincing act, he heard a firm, plump, and amused voice behind him. "Did you deliberately reveal the news of Blazing to us? Not stupid after all." Alger muttered to himself as he slowly turned around, as though he was guarding against a surprise attack. He saw a figure leaning against the wall about 7 or 8 steps away. His posture was terrible. The figure was about 1.78 meters tall and wore a boat-shaped hat. His face was thin and angular, and he looked extremely aggressive. A lock of black hair hung down, half covering his left dark green eye. This softened his cold and stiff appearance. Although the wanted portrait was often quite different from the person in question, and many famous pirates didn't even need to disguise themselves to roam the city. As a member of the church, Alger had seen many portraits that were drawn using rituals that were close to photographs. Furthermore, he had participated in pirate conventions, so he was able to successfully link the person in front of him to a certain name on the wanted poster. He didn't show this. He deliberately hesitated and asked in return, "The calm squall?" This was Steele Mavadi's main helper, a beyonder who was good at controlling his emotions and thinking calmly, but he was also inhumane. His bounty was 1,500 pounds. The man tugged at his black windbreaker and revealed a smile without a hint of smile as he said, "Can I deny it? Looks like it won't work. It's just like how you can't deny that you intentionally mentioned Inferno in front of Aluma. He's not a person who likes to use his brain, and I'm the opposite. I never thought of hiding it. I just wanted to exchange the information I obtained for some reward. Between the lone Blazing and the numerous helpers of Steele, anyone in their right mind would know which to choose. Of course, I wish for you to keep a secret. I don't wish to be pursued by Vice Admiral Iceberg," Alger replied frankly. Squall nodded slowly and leisurely. "Tell me the details. Just as I mentioned before, I met and recognized Blazing at the Gold Coin Casino. He entrusted me to help keep an eye on Steele's whereabouts. He seems to want to counterattack." Alger sneered. "We agreed on a point of contact. I think this information is worth at least 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds? Look up at the bloody moon. You're not dreaming." Squall snorted. "This might be a trap. Don't you understand? Blazing might have found a helper, which is why he dares to search for us. It's not up to me to judge if it's a trap or not. 500 pounds. Anything less than that, I'd rather pretend that nothing happened. Alger argued for the sake of the reward. 300 pounds. Come with me to a place and stay for a period of time. This will prevent you from selling this information to others and disrupting our plans. Once we have captured Blazing with this information or connected to his spirit, we'll pay you. Don't worry, food, wine, and bed are all free. No matter what, you've made a profit. If anything happens to you, you should know the consequences, Squall suggested in a tone that left no room for refusal. Indeed, it's just as I expected. With my background unknown and the fact that I'm not in too much danger, the possibility of them choosing to temporarily detain me is far higher than silencing me. However, I've also prepared for the worst and made the corresponding preparations. As long as I'm not careless, escaping isn't a problem. Alger pretended to be troubled as he thought. It can't be more than 2 days, or my crew will leave with my ship. I'll inform them if it's more than 2 days. At some point in time, a sharp scalpel had appeared in Squall's hand. He was making it jump and spin like he was performing acrobatics. After Alger described 15, Amir's Avenue as a point of contact and the corresponding means of contact, Squall didn't speak further. He turned around and led the way, leading Alger through a series of twists and turns. They arrived at an unknown street and entered an unremarkable house. Long time no see, blue-haired ghost ship captain. The person who opened the door was an elder with more white hair than black. He was dressed like a local and wore loose baggy pants. Old Quinn, you're really Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer. Alger feigned surprise as he asked. Old Quinn snickered. There are always truths and falsehoods in rumors. What you think is false might be true. He didn't turn on a gas wall lamp. He held a silver candlestick in his hand as he led Alger and Squall through the dark hall and into a spacious, windowless basement. Stay here for a while, my friends, and I will be in charge of watching over you and providing you with food and alcohol, Old Quinn said with a smile. Old Quinn smiled and said, in order to show our sincerity, we will not disarm you. All right. Alger took the initiative to walk to the low-legged bed in the basement. Old Quinn then closed the heavy stone door and locked the basement. Squall didn't stay there for long. He hurriedly left and repeatedly confirmed that he wasn't being followed. After changing to a rental carriage, he arrived at the Rouen district in Bayam, which was also where the upper class lived. After entering the garden bungalow, Squall saw Mavady sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting for him. His other accomplices were either lying down, standing, or sitting, forming a semicircle. The puppets and zombies were acting as sentries around them. Steel had thick lips and dark skin. His hair was curled up like steel balls commonly seen in factories. Is the information reliable? The muscles on his arms trembled with great strength, but his entire body gave off the illusion that he was cold and sinister. Squall nodded and said, a pirate captain who serves money. I've already detained him at Old Quinn's place. If there's really a problem, he definitely won't be able to leave alive. I believe he understands this very well. At this point, Squall revealed a cold smile. However, we still have to be wary of any accidents. This might be a trap set up by Blazing. What solutions do you have? Mavady asked directly. His gaze first landed on a pirate lying on a sofa. He was wearing a coffee-colored local short robe, and his fingers were twirling a yellow-brown straw hat with a dent in the middle. This was Mavady's deputy in this operation. He had lost his ship's 6th captain in a battle with Vice Admiral Twilight, Blood Brambles Hendry. His bounty was 3,800 pounds. Clearly, Squall already has a solution. Hendry used a straw hat to cover his slightly pale face. Squall chuckled. Didn't that adventurer, John Smith, send Modo to hide his identity and join us? We'll accidentally leak this news to him and make him think that we're still waiting for reinforcements, and that we can only take action the day after tomorrow or the day after that. That bunch of greedy adventurers definitely won't let Blazing off. They'll definitely strike first. When the time comes, we'll find a place to watch. If there's really an accident, we'll let them bear the brunt of it. If everything goes smoothly, we'll eat them up as well. All right. Mavadi's eyes moved slightly, emitting a strong bloodlust. In the wee hours of the morning, everything was ready. Blood Bramble's Hendry carried a leather suitcase and took out a peacock blue carpet from it. He slowly laid it out in front of him. There were many mysterious and strange patterns on it, giving it a flavor that didn't belong to humans. Mavadi, Squall, the other 2 Beyonders, and 7 or 8 zombies and puppets stood on it. Hendry was the last to enter. He half closed his eyes and silently chanted an elvish word, "Fly." The peacock blue carpet suddenly tightened and floated up, carrying everyone off the ground and into the air as they flew towards Amiris Avenue. During this process, Hendry took out a black handkerchief and flicked his wrist. It transformed into a curtain of night, magically concealing the more obvious traces under the moonlight. In just 7 or 8 minutes, they arrived near 20 Amiris Avenue. Diagonally across from them was the target house. They didn't proceed any further. They let the flying carpet silently hover in front of the crown of a thick tree while they looked down at the target's condition. Time ticked by as Hendry steadily controlled the mystical item. There were no signs of a lack of spirituality. The long night slowly passed as the horizon suffused a faint red. The sun was about to rise. Steel Mavadi and the pirates began to search for another spot suitable for daytime surveillance. At that moment, a figure with his back bent nimbly traversed the rooftops and arrived above 15 Amiris Avenue. He wore a black cloak. His eyebrows were yellow, and his eyes were dark blue. His facial features and contours were relatively soft. It was none other than Blazing Donis. Donis cautiously looked around for a moment before climbing up a chimney. With a push of his hand, he crawled in and slid down. "He's really here?" Steel Mavadi, Blood Bramble's Hendry, Squall, and the others felt their spirits jolt. At that moment, a few figures leaped out from the chimneys and periphery of houses 13, 14, and 17. In a swift and violent manner, they entered House 15 from different positions, either by smashing windows, kicking open doors, or using the chimney. Chapter 531. The Rorstad Archipelago was the kingdom of Rouen ruling point in the central Sonia Sea. It was also a key parish of the Church of the Storm, and a high-ranking deacon who could participate in the Council of Cardinals was stationed there for a long time. Of course, even a pirate at the level of a general might not be able to alarm such an important figure, much less the so-called second mate and bosun. Deacon Cordoba Roy happily accepted the order and led 2 mandated Punisher teams. He activated sealed artifacts 2 to 37 and 2 to 166 and set up an ambush far away from 15, Amiris Avenue, to ensure that nothing went wrong. From Cordoba Roy's point of view, a mandated Punisher team with 2 sealed artifacts was enough to deal with Steele's group and Blazing Donis. However, the latter's behavior of paying attention to the whereabouts of the pursuers worried him. He instinctively felt that there was a problem, so he called for another mandated Punisher team. Actually, 2 to 37 is enough. While waiting, Cordoba Roy suddenly sighed. From his point of view, this sealed artifact will be a nightmare for Steele, Blazing, and the others. He closed his eyes, and the corresponding information naturally surfaced in his mind. Number 37. Name, Eternal Dream. Danger grade, 2 dangerous. Use it with caution and moderation. Only operations involving more than 3 people or deacons or diocesan bishops can apply. Security clearance, bishop, team captain, and above. Sealing method, place it in boiling water. Description, shaped like a heart. It's black in color, cold to the touch, and filled with holes. It often emits a sound like a bagpipe. This item comes from a primitive tribe in West Balum in the southern continent. They have a spirit warlock as their leader, and they live a life of resting during the day and taking action at night. A Rouen army conquered this tribe and obtained the item that was consecrated on the altar. And in the week that followed, there were incidents of soldiers going crazy, committing suicide, and other incidents. Research shows that as long as one comes into contact with this item, they will enter a long dream. If they aren't awakened, they will forever stay in that illusory world. They will show anxiety, fear, confusion, and other emotions. Their psychological and physiological states will gradually change. The awakened researchers still can't tell the difference between reality and dreams. This leads to a series of tragic events, including but not limited to confessing their love to their superiors, kissing the mouth of a venomous snake, suffering from depression, taking off their clothes, running naked, and attempting to bathe in boiling water. If they aren't transferred to another city, the only outcome would be madness or suicide. This item can be used to make all living creatures within the target's range enter the same dream. Let them choose a target within a certain range and exclude their companions. The maximum range is a 50-meter radius, and it will place a huge burden on the user, leaving them with intense mental damage. Afterward, the user will enter a state where they can't tell the difference between reality and world, and they will. Zeta. Many examples, see appendix, show that even without contact, this object can widely affect the people around it, unless it is placed in boiling hot water. Appendix 1. Similar to the effects of nightmare from the Evernight pathway, but more prominent and uncontrollable. 2. Example 1. A watchman forgot to add charcoal, causing the flames to extinguish and the temperature of the boiling water to drop. He soon showed abnormal behavior, as if he was dreaming of his beloved girl. He made a passionate confession to his glove and attempted to have a relationship that exceeded friendship. Example 2. As his thoughts raced, Cordoba suddenly saw blazing darkness. The Golden Dream's fourth bosun had indeed come to this point of contact to collect information. He gestured for the mandated Punisher team member beside him to open the golden box that was engraved with many symbols and magic labels. He then took out sealed artifact 2-37, which was soaked in boiling water. This golden box was another sealed artifact, 2-166. It could allow the items inside to maintain their original temperature and change the weather to a certain extent, allowing for the next holy water of the sun rain. Of course, it also had a lot of negative effects. Otherwise, the mandated Punishers would have long used it to seal 2-37 instead of resorting to a last-minute trick. Among them, the most unacceptable thing was that no matter what item it was, as long as it was in contact with it for a long enough period of time, it would be tainted with the characteristics of being alive. Furthermore, it would devoutly believe in the eternal blazing Sunday. Within the mandated Punishers, there was already a table that sang praises of the eternal blazing sun every day. Every second, it wanted to ignite a candle that could purify everything. The irascible mandated Punishers had turned the table into a pile of firewood, and it had been lit by the candle at the back. Seeing figures appear and rush into 15 Amiris Avenue, Cordoba didn't hesitate to press down with his right hand, allowing the team member beside him to activate sealed artifact 2-37. Illusory fish scales immediately appeared on the surface of the team member's palm, and he directly grabbed the black, heart-like sealed artifact from the boiling water. The melodious sound of a bagpipe sounded, and the dense night shrouded the house at 15 Amiris Avenue. The scene in front of the adventurer, John Smith, and the others didn't change. It was still an empty living room without any furniture and a black-cloaked blazing darkness. They didn't feel like they were in a dream at all. They ran over with all their might, fired their guns, and used their abilities to successfully injure Blazing and capture the famous pirate who had a bounty of 3,000 pounds and was involved in the Key of Death. However, in the real world, they were doing high kicks on the spot, stretching their arms like they were swimming or using their fingers as guns. Their mouths emitted banging sounds. Move out. Cordoba was the first to leave his hiding spot and rush towards the house at 15 Amiris Avenue. The rest of the mandated Punishers split into two groups and surrounded the house from different positions. Before Cordoba arrived, the living room was already brightly lit, as if a sun was slowly rising. Holy and pure water droplets sprinkled down like rain. It was sealed artifact 2-166 at work. A distance away, the flying carpet floated silently, obscured by the darkness. When Steel Mavedi and the others saw the mandated Punishers appear, they knew that it was indeed Blazing Donna's trap. That son of AB asterisk TCH actually sided with the Church of the Storm. Mavedi growled with a maniacal look in his eyes. Blood Brambles Hendry glanced at the calm Squall and praised from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, we weren't careless. Actually, I didn't expect that dumb donkey Blazing Donis to cooperate with the Church of the Storm, Squall said calmly. Perhaps the injured him had long been captured by the mandated punishers, and he had no choice but to cooperate. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly saw something protrude from the shadows outside the house at 15 Amiris Avenue. It stuck close to the ground and quickly swam into the distance. Blazing, Steel Mavedi recalled the scene of the ambush's failure. Donis, Hendry also recognized the person who had attempted to escape with his miraculous powers. Squall was taken aback at first, but he immediately understood. Either Blazing Donis wants to take this opportunity to escape the mandated Punisher's control, or he has another trap to deal with us. But for some reason, he attracted the mandated Punishers and had no choice but to give up decisively and flee in a panic. Regardless, this is an opportunity. Blood Brambles Hendry looked at the mandated Punishers who had just rushed into the house and said, as long as we make use of that short few dozen seconds, we can kill or abduct Blazing right in front of the mandated Punishers. Mavedi was instantly excited, his eyes turning abnormally crazy. After Squall nodded, he said to the other two Beyonders, take my zombies and puppets and guard this position. Take my zombies and puppets and guard this position. Once the mandated Punishers chase over, let them create chaos and take the opportunity to escape. Yes, boss. The two Beyonder pirates, along with the zombies and puppets, jumped off the flying carpet at the same time. The peacock blue carpet made a turn and caught up to Blazing Donis. You will assist us, mainly guarding against the surroundings. I'm worried that Donis has other helpers, Squall said to Blood Brambles Hendry as he seized the opportunity. A smile appeared on Hendry's slightly pale face. All right. Squall didn't say anything else and nodded at Mavedi. With the advantage of being higher up, Mavedi was able to distinguish the extra shadows that had almost no abnormalities and determine the direction in which the target was moving. He suddenly jumped off the flying carpet and landed heavily on the ground like a boulder. White frost condensed under his feet as a cold and transparent layer of ice quickly spread to the side. The black shadow was immediately frozen in the corner of the wall. With a crack, Blazing Donis struggled with all his might and grew out of the shadows. On the flying carpet, Hendry cooperatively threw down the things he had long held in his hands. They were green leaves, flowers, and thorns. The leaves, petals, and thorns either crazily enlarged or connected together, wrapping around Blazing Donis, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Squall took the opportunity to jump off the flying carpet, and with the momentum of his descent, he stabbed the sharp scalpel in his right hand into Donna's neck. Puffed. He held the hilt of the knife with his right hand, circled around, and arrived behind his target. Donna's head fell off as his body rapidly shrank, turning into a thin, tattered paper figurine. At the same time, Steel Mavedi felt an indescribable hunger. He felt that it was like a terrifying monster hiding in the darkness, silently watching him. No, it's not Blazing. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a blazing white fireball that had been compressed to the extreme flew over from a particular roof and smashed into his body. Steel Mavedi only did one thing in response to this: raise his arm and block it in front of him. Boom! Flames exploded as a shock wave spread out, blocking Squall and Hendry's line of sight. However, they weren't flustered at all. They had strong confidence in Steel. Indeed, only Mavedi's clothes were tattered, and his skin had some white marks. He wasn't injured at all, but at this moment, he suddenly saw a figure filled with madness walk out of the churning flames. He was clearly wearing Blazing Donna's black cloak, but he had neatly combed black hair, emotionless dark brown eyes, and a thin and cold face. The Donnas from before had always been Faceless Klein, the German sparrow who was preparing to hunt. Genius. Remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version, M.